Hey guys, tonight we drift toward a place where history sleeps in threads, where ancient dream looms still hum beneath layers of dust. You're standing at the edge of sleep's oldest marketplace, and oof, those eyelids look heavier than a college textbook on pottery shards. Conventional wisdom claims ancient Mexicans invented chocolate, but Zapotec weavers, they crafted entire lives from twisted cotton breath. Your foot touches ground that isn't there, floor tiles shimmering like fish scales under a non-existent moon. Dust motes sway above your pillow, little drunk dancers celebrating the death of daylight. Historians still argue whether Monte Alban's temples displayed woven tapestries or just bare stone hungry for color. Reality check time. If actual Zapotec ghosts start lecturing you about natural dyes, you probably won't survive their 97-step lecture on indigo extraction. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop your location and local time below. I'll silently judge your time zone choices while pretending to admire distant landmarks. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Air thickens, cotton fiber sweet, as moonlight bleeds through a window that forgot its glass centuries ago. That gritty taste coating your teeth. Good guess. It's not your roommate's questionable lasagna. It's adobe dust from walls breathing out the day's heat. You glide past shelves, sagging under goddess figurines, their hips wide enough to birth entire constellations, their smiles sharp as obsidian blades. A quirky fact for your drowsy brain: some Zapotec textiles contained rare blue threads obtained through, wait for it, smuggling crushed sea snails from Maya lands. Their weavers basically pioneered ancient Amazon smuggling routes. Just substitute explosive device warnings with jaguar attack risks. Hemp sandals squeak on stone, though you swore you were wearing fuzzy socks 13 seconds ago. Warped cedar ceiling beams droop overhead, groaning like grandfathers, reminiscing about better posture. Your left palm brushes something cold, a Loom's vertical frame carved with glyphs of drowning men, their mouths open mid-song. You count threads, 27, each one thinner than a spider's apology, each humming a different pitch when stray moonlight hits just right. That moth clinging to your sleeve, its wings mirror a storm cloud pattern band after some priest declared it too grumpy looking for temple curtains. Shadows deepen near a corner pile. What you first mistake for crouching wolves turns out to be stacked wool sacks, their bellies swollen with unspun cloud flesh. Funny modern mattress ads never mention how wool smells after centuries, like wet dog rolled in extinct flowers. One thread glows gold against the others, twitching like a nerve exposed to cold wind. Drop a drop here, no clickbait. Textiles swayed political power more than gold in these valleys. Clan leaders measured influence by fabric clouds towed behind them, suffocating rivals under embroidered monsoon scenes. Hush, listen. The oldest thread vibrates at a frequency that loosens molars. That's no Loom's rhythm. It's the building itself humming. Its stone bones, remembering it, was once a quarried mountainside. Your kneecaps throb in unison, reminding you harshly you skipped yoga again yesterday. Rust flakes spiral down from roof holes, molten copper in faint moonlight landing as cold confetti on your neck. Stretch your spine. Let vertebrae crackle like ceremonial nutshells. Laziness invites cobwebs to knit between your fingers. Your thumbnail snags on that gold thread. It pulses, warm as a just-fired clay cup, humming louder when pressed to your jugular. Survival instinct screams to recoil. But sleepy curiosity wins, pressing it firmer against your jumping vein. A zap, not electric, more like swallowing starlight, floods your tongue with flavors. Burnt honey, clay runoff, forgotten children's laughter, carbon dated to 300 AD. Your left pinky goes numb, its pulse sinking to that crazy thread's buzz. A bodily betrayal witnessed only by hungry moths. Extend your arms slow. Let the darkness hug your silhouette. It's stickier than expected, clinging like fermented cactus syrup. 3 breaths, 4. You smell rain coming despite no clouds existing in this dream layer. The scent, dragged from 13 miles away by snooping night hawks, that half-woven tapestry ahead. Its unfinished edge drips indigo, each drop exploding into baby scorpions that skitter under shelves. Only the brave suffer through craft projects without YouTube tutorials. Now shuffle closer, ignore how the floor tilts like a drunk god's funhouse. Those smudges on the wall aren't mold. They're finger-painted constellations. They're star lines warped where some kid smeared her lunch across Orion's bow. Lower yourself onto a reed mat. Its itchiness, a protest against modern polyester. The palm leaves beneath still whispering about the hurricane that birthed them. Let palms flatten against cool earth, channeling dead grandmothers who once patted tortillas here, their knuckle prints fossilized in the floor. Weightless now, or maybe the room gained density as dust motes spiral into lazy tornadoes above your nose. Close your eyes. No, wait, the last thing you'll see is that gold thread, throbbing its light, painting your pulse onto the crumbling walls. Sleep comes not as a tide, but as spun cotton, pulled taut between breathing looms, your thoughts unraveling into their earliest colorless threads. Somewhere a scorpion clicks disapproval, but you're already too deep in wool-layered silence to care. Your soles meet moss-cooled stone, each step silencing the drumbeat pulse in your ears. The threshold arches above like a giant's fossilized rib, its crevices home to blind salamanders, flicking star-pale tongues. Stone sweats here, the walls weeping mineral tears that pool into tiny tanajas underfoot. Historians argue whether Zapotec weavers worked here by moonlight, or if Spanish chroniclers made their artistry sound mystical. A cold droplet trails your neck, making you flinch like the thief who pocketed just one skein of forgotten indigo. Moonlight leaks through cracks, carving milk blue puddles on silt-covered benches. You trace finger grooves worn into granite looms, where fingers smoothed warp threads taut. Ground cochineal beetles still stain the stones, ugly little bugs who once bled elderberry red for emperor's robes. Dust clouds rise with each footfall, each particle humming desires to return to the cochineal cacti they once clung to. They say Zapotec widows drank beetle dye during famines, craving its metallic sting more than Saranum lips. A falcon feather drifts down, brushing your cheek, before landing in miniature loom, abandoned mid-project. Child's work, 12 chaotic threads, pretending to be rainbows, before their tiny creator fled the loom house. You lift it, and the ghost weight still holds tension. Some claim ancients wove threads between temples, Monty Alban whispering to Mitla through patterned codes only weavers heard. Historians still argue whether tapestries told sacred stories or grocery lists, as if beauty and bean counting can't share the same spindle. Stone basins crouch in shadows, each half full of rainwater teeming with darting opal fish no longer than your thumb. One leaps, splashing your wrist with lake-cold memory of streams, back home, cutting through thirsty earth. Silver ripples distort walls into whispers, spinning around unseen spools. Your shadow stretches toward a crumbling niche, where lichen paints comet tails across deerskin scrolls left too long. Myths claim spilled starlight seeded the first cotton plants, but in daylight, that's called photosynthesis, with far less sparkle. Shredded fabrics dangle overhead, sun-rotted banners, showing jaguars mid-leap toward prey that crumbled to threads decades ago. Their frayed tails tickle your scalp like spiderwork, no one cleaned since the last rainy season. You spot a boar-tusk needle, half buried in dirt-tarnished silver, eyes still hungry for yarn. Some dreadlore says sleeping here risks your dreams weaving themselves into leftover threads, a theory you doubt until your yawn tangles with moth wings fluttering past. Your hip bumps a stone stool, and its hollow base spills blackened spindle whorls clattering across the floor. Bending to gather them, you notice charcoal sketches under decades of grime. A woman's face, mouth set in a line tight as warp tension, peers up alongside tallies of finished bolts near faded dots marking market days. Her eyes follow you like the prickle felt when forgetting to thank the shuttle before setting it down. Unreliable texts insist certain hieroglyphs were weaving patterns, not temple prayers. Wind sneaks through the broken roof, slithering across your shoulders, while whistling a note you last heard when threading yarn through grandma's thimble. The draft catches tangled threads above, making unfinished gods and monkeys dance in mockery of the weavers who left them incomplete. One ragged figure, half eagle, curls its talons around a threadbare snake. Sky battling earth, or just two hungry creatures mid-squabble, depends whether you trust dusty codices or your own dry throat. Half a stone jar sits nearby, the clay lip still smudged blue, where indigo paste dried during some forgotten lunch break. Inside, a drowned mouse skeleton floats among swollen corn kernels, never retrieved before feast time ended. The Zapotec traded cloth for jade and cocoa beans. But museum tags won't call this jar a crunch-filled trading vessel anytime soon. You crouch too quickly, knee popping like the beaters, slamming down threads. 3 generations wove shoulder to shoulder here, their arguments preserved in worn floor grooves, curving around looms like river bends. Damp air thickens, with ghost clouds of cornflour floating from unseen hands, grinding tomorrow's tortillas between stones. Your belly growls, wishing you'd packed a snack before dream crawling into archaeology's pantry. Someone left a clay spoon by the door, steamless now, crusted with remnants of screaming scarlet chili paste. You knock it over, and the clatter summons nothing. Just slow moss claiming another human relic. The limestone tastes of split lime's iron and thunder when your tongue touches weeping walls. A cracked mirror leans against a back pillar, still clutching stolen shards of your reflection in its spider-webbed embrace. Lean closer, and moth-wing eyelashes flutter across the glass, blurring your face until it resembles the feather artists who once worked here. Scholars debate when mirrors arrived in Oaxaca's highlands, but vanity built roads faster than god kings carved temples. Your breath fogs the surface, revealing a faint chalk drawing underneath, a rabbit nibbling the moon, or possibly someone's failed attempt at drawing dinner. Midnight digs blue-black fingers into crevices, sharpening the ridges between what's stone and what might yet stir. A bat squeaks high above, its echo trickling down the walls as the last witnesses flicker out, leaving you alone with moss and stories untold. The unfinished tapestries ripple in a breeze nobody feels, their loose ends curling toward your ankles like cats begging for attention. Whatever they hoped to become, they settle now as frayed ghosts, watching you shuffle deeper into the Loom house's lung-cold dark. Your shuffling steps slow, as if night itself thickened around your ankles like congealed dye. A shape solidifies ahead, not stone, not shadow, but an elder woman seated on a stool woven from roots. Her hands rest upon her knees, knots and valleys of skin, telling tales no genealogy could capture. Moonlight leaks through a high crack, painting one shoulder silver, while the rest melts into Loom house gloom. Her fingers curl around something slender, a shuttle carved from wood, so white it glows. The tool pulses, alive, with borrowed moonlight trapped in its grain. You notice her feet, bare despite cold stone, each toenail ridged like bark on a wind-savaged pine. Zapotec spindle whorls found at ruins often bear clan markings, but nobody carved initials on this woman's bones. Walk closer, her voice rasps, dry corn husks rubbed together. Unless you prefer bats for company, her chuckle stirs dust, motes into lazy spirals. You obey, each step shortening the space between now and a myth. Historians argue whether master weavers led ceremonies or just made really nice rugs for irritable nobles. The shuttle gleams brighter, mirroring your hesitant approach in its polished curve. Sit. She nods toward a stone block wool-fuzzed by centuries of impatient spinners. Beware splinters. The last apprentice wept blood into warp threads for weeks. Her palm opens, offering the shuttle. It thrums with silent vibration, tuned to a hum beneath your hearing. Carvings writhe across its surface, not decoration, but instructions. 5 parallel lines mimic warp tension, zigzags for weft crosses, dots counting rows between dye baths. Your pinky brushes her skin, and you recoil. Not cold, not warm, but the exact temperature of untouched temple stone at dawn. Every thread, she murmurs, tracing a groove worn into the shuttle's belly, holds 2,000 heartbeats, farmers planting rain prayers, spinners humming lullabies to frightened flax, dyers cursing faded hues. Her thumb flicks a notch on the shuttle's edge. It clicks, releasing scent of scorched honey, the sacred copal incense burned to bless delicate weavings. Unreliable merchant diaries claim 16th century weavers hid rebellion codes in tapestry borders. The air thickens, stealing your breath like 3 wool blankets piled atop a dreamer. Most see only cloth. She spits, her saliva etching a tiny crater in the dust. Hungry for blankets, blind to the war beneath, her free hand darts out, calloused fingertips brushing your wrist. Your pulse betrays you, thumping rabbit fast against her silence. She tuts, a sound like pebbles dropped into a dry well. Threads fight. Her nail traces a vein beneath your skin. Cotton strains to forget it was uprooted. Wool remembers the sheep's fierce wet. Silk knows it was stolen. She releases you, leaving a smear of indigo across your tendon. Absurdly, you wonder if it'll stain. Watch, the shuttle moves, threading an unseen warp. Reality wavers. For 3 breaths, you see her working a mist loom, strung between limestone pillars. A half-finished tapestry shimmers, depicting a city swallowed by vines. Its plaza stones cracking under infant tree roots. The image fades, leaving retinal echoes of green to haunt the gloom. Mitla's fall, or tomorrow's Oaxaca. She shrugs, bones clicking like bamboo wind chimes. Same weeds, different cracks. She tosses the shuttle toward you, underhand slow as a tired comet. Your palms intercept wood already warming to your hold. Carvings dig into lifelines, whispering the terrible math of textile labor. 5 hours spinning enough yarn for 1 finger's length of cloth. A month to cultivate cochineal beetles for half a cup of weeping scarlet dye. Your turn, the elder leans back, eyes narrowing to obsidian slits. Weave something doomed, but pretty. The shuttle grows heavy, a pregnant thing. You stand, feet slotting into grooves worn smooth by generations of uncertain apprentices. Your arms lift, no loom visible, yet threads kiss your knuckles like spider silk strung for doomed flies. Ignore the ache. Her whisper licks your ear sour with fermented agave breath. Bleeding fingertips make brighter reds. First pass, the shuttle glides left, tugging twilight-colored thread along some cosmic shed stick. Second, pass right, dragging the scent of wet slate after summer rain. Historians still debate whether backstrap loom patterns predicted solar eclipses or just helped drunk weavers stay awake. Threads multiply, thickening midair into plush bands resembling yarn. But squint, and each strand resolves into countless hair-fine filaments, vibrating with stifled songs. Sheep bleats lost in high meadows, rain thrumming on palm-thatched roofs. A child's giggle sacrificed to the spindle's rotation. Faster, the elder hisses, suddenly behind you, her palm pressing between your shoulder blades. Loom demons love hesitation. Ghost pain lances your forearm, the phantom ache of heddles slamming down. This shuttle, this glowing bone of ancient tree feeds on fatigue. It drinks shudders, grows heavier with each pass. Worse, it snags thoughts. Third pass drags your memory of spilling grape juice on grandma's lace tablecloth. Fourth pass knots with the sting of your first paycheck spent on moth-eaten souvenir shawls. Stop counting. A knobby finger jabs your kidney. Numbers strangle goddesses. The half-born cloth ripples, giving birth to color. Not dyes, but emotions fermented into hues. Wine-dark regret from broken promises. Bile green envy for rivals' steadier hands. The soft pink of newborn scalp under trembling midwife palms. An owl hoots outside, mocking your crooked edges. The elder sighs, a sound like landslide rubble settling, a festival cloak for dung beetles or dish rag for heartbroken kings. She squints, hard to tell yet. Your thumb discovers a splinter, moon pale, buried shallow beneath skin. No blood, just resentment leaking ivory slow up the fissure. The elder snatches your hand, sucks the splinter free, and spits it toward bats arguing in the rafters. Holes matter. She prods your weaving's sagging corner. Gaps let forgotten stories breathe. The cloth writes itself now, threads braiding into shapes you never planned. A spider teaching geometry to drunk fireflies. Women marching with spindles as swords. Your parents' kitchen table dissolving into dandelion fluff. The shuttle jerks, string burns scoring your palm. The elder clicks her tongue. Drop it. You stumble back released. The cloth floats, unfinished, rotating slowly as wool planets orbit some silent spindle star. Already its edges fray, first threads, retreating like shy earthworms after rain. She catches the shuttle mid-fall, tucks it into her belt, beside a bone needle longer than your hand. Grave robber tales whisper of such needles, used to stitch dead eyelids shut against tomb shadows. Come back at moon death. She wipes dust from your brow with thumb spit, leaving grit to itch. Bring cactus wine and better nerve. She melts, not vanishing, but dispersing like ink in water. Only her stool remains, root twisted and empty. The stool creaks, rocking slightly as if resting from centuries of butts. Air rushes in where her body blocked the damp, smelling now of unwashed fleece and episode leaves crushed underfoot. Your woven phantom dissipates, leaving single silver thread dangling crooked above the empty stool. It spins lazy pirouettes, glinting like fish scales in dead rivers. When you blink, the thread becomes cobweb. When you breathe, it vibrates with lost laughter. Footsteps crunch grit behind you, but turning reveals only stone. Something presses the shuttle's ghost weight into your palm anew, though your hands hang empty. The elder's final whisper coils around your neck, cool as altar marble at dawn. All cloth is bandages, little flame. We just forget what wounds we meant to bind. Moonlight fades, blue leaching to grayscale. Stone regains its weight, walls squeezing tighter as dawn licks cracks in the roof. Your fingernails, you realize, hold crescents of indigo. The thread finally snaps, landing coiled in your footprint like a question mark. Dawn bleeds gray through the roof cracks, painting everything the color of week-old bruises. Your indigo-stained palm itches. A new smell threads the air, not copal, not bad guano, but something earthy and sweet harsh tugging you toward the Loom house's rear wall. You follow it, bare soles flinching from cold stone. The scent deepens, blue notes weaving through damp cellar musk. Your grandmother's kitchen after she burned lavender cookies. That time you kissed someone whose teeth tasted of mint and grave soil. 3 steps, 5, then you see them. Vats, not clay, not wood, but stone basins hollowed from the floor itself, dark as pupils daring you to leap in. Liquid swirls inside, midnight pretending to be water. Indigo baths bubbled like this for Zapotec dyers, ripe, with fermented leaves stewed for 14 full moons. Historians found urine jars nearby, probably just chamber pots. But try telling that to the folks who swear royal pee made blues brighter. The nearest vat exhales, vapor curling into your nostrils like smoke from a censer carved from memory. Sakori flowers, that's the buried sweetness. Tiny white blossoms only unfurling during summer lightning storms. Their crushed petals surface among the bubbles, blackened now, sacrificed to darkness. A voice rasps behind you, tested. You whirl, but only cobwebs shiver in the draft. Indigo fumes coil around your wrist, insistent. Kneeling, the stone rim bites your knees. Closer, the surface isn't smooth. It writhes with slow currents, asleep serpents beneath a tar pond. 11 ancient toenails litter the floor, discarded like shrimp shells. You pocket 2 before thinking better of it. Oak gall ink recipes, often called for boiled nails, though whose toenails remained tactfully unspecified. Your fingertip hovers, prodding the liquid. Cold shocks upward, then heat blooms beneath the nail. A reverse burn racing toward your elbow. Panic jerks your arm back, your skin glistens, clean and dry. Laughter rattles the rafters, dust sprinkling down like stale pepper. Again croons the unseen voice, deeper this time. You obey, shoving your whole hand into the vat. The dye accepts the offering silent. 5 seconds, 10. You count sheep made of smoke, jumping fence posts of regret. Historians still argue whether the Zapotec used hallucinogens in their dye rituals, or if breathing indigo fumes for 6 hours just broke brains naturally. A hand blue-knuckled and stranger than yours clasps your submerged wrist. You scream, yanking back. Your arm emerges, stained indigo to the elbow, dripping constellations onto stone. A fisherman's net woven from umbilical cords. That's what the droplets form. The pattern fades, leaving only dampness behind. Memory vats sighs the voice. Now a woman's voice, now a child's, now spider legs clicking Morse code on copper. Dip to remember, to forget, to borrow, to steal. Shadows thicken above the leftmost basin. A girl materializes, barefoot, her braids streaked with cerulean clay. She plunges a hank of wool into a vat, swirls it twice, lifts dripping sapphire yarn. The dye oxygenates, shifting from swampy black to celestial blue right before your eyes. She smirks, wringing the skein over your toes. Liquid splatters, each drop whispering secrets as it hits your skin. That one's half gossip. She sneers, nodding at the puddle. Most of these vats haven't held truth since 5 kings back. Her Spanish lilt carries ghost notes of Zapotec, vowels round as river stones. You recognize her cheeks, dusted with gold, like the woman who juiced cochineal beetles yesterday. But this face hasn't eaten grief yet. She points to her vat, now bubbling violet like a bruise healing. Stick your face in, no thanks. She shrugs, the motion spraying drops that etch tiny maps onto the floor. River veins, mountain moles, salt lakes tiny as tear stains. Grandfather vat. She indicates the farthest basin, swirling like crude oil in a storm. 8-3 dyers last moon quarter. Gave us back their bones too soft for burying. Your stained arm tingles, numbness retreating to reveal phantom fingernails scratching your collarbone. Blinking, you see blue fingerprints behind your eyelids. When did you last touch your own throat? The girl snaps, her calloused fingers an inch from your nose. Focus, or the dyes eat thoughts too. She shoves a gourd ladle into your blue hand. Confirm the mountain flavor. You scoop liquid, fears like poisoned eels thrashing in your gut. The indigo smells different now, pine resin, charcoal, sumac, layers peeling like sunburnt skin. Ancient Oaxacans, prized hues from specific hills, stitching terroir into textiles richer than vintage wine. The ladle trembles, drops spilling down the gourd's curve. They streak your thigh, cool, then burning lava disguised as water. The girl watches, gnawing her lower lip ragged. You taste smoke, yes. Her eyes glint, hopeful, afraid. Smoke and something metallic. She curses Zapotec syllables sharp as thrown daggers. Her foot hooks the ladle, kicks it back into the vat with a wet smack. The mountain's dead. She spits, pacing between vats. Fumes went ashy last solstice. Now even priests can't coax proper blue. Mother thinks it's because a cracking sound splits the air like glaciers, calving inside your molars. The grandfather vat belches, spraying indigo across the ceiling. Where droplets hang, they sprout legs, scuttling like upside-down spiders made of ink. The girl smirks, hungry today. Your right foot moves without permission, edging closer to the violent vat. The liquid surface stills, perfectly flat, a mirror ignoring physics. You peer into it, prepared for your reflection, but it shows nothing. No, wait, little bubbles rise, popping softly as they breach. Each releases a sound, not of air escaping, but of voices trapped mid-sentence. Said, bring the sacrificial thimble not, angry at her for spinning moonlight. Cochineal farms, overrun by pajeros. The pajeros' legion, the girl mutters, wiping blue palms on her skirt. False bandits paid by Spanish colonists to sabotage dye trades. Real ones had green feather cloaks. These fools wore pigeon carcasses. You lean closer, the bubbling voices reshape into giggles. Ice cracking over a deep well, the surface ripples reflecting not the ceiling, but a starscape so foreign your eyes refuse to focus. Constellations like tangled yarn, planets wrapped in moth-eaten wool, comets trailing frayed thread tails. A hand bursts from the vat, skeletal dripping indigo that burns holes where it lands. Bone fingers seize your stained arm icy and pull. You pitch forward, forehead kissing dye, cold flooding sinuses, nostrils packed with wet velvet. The world flips, stones become sky. Your choking becomes laughter somewhere else. Darkness, then sunlight on a cobbled street, hot as griddle bread beneath your knees. Women stroll past, skirts embroidered with geometries stolen from temple walls. Their shawls shimmer, blue so pure it makes the sky jealous. A man shouts, repair your husband's cloak, woman, or must I trade you for a donkey? 8 faces turn, identical disdain creasing their eyes. They march toward him, spindles drawn like daggers, hands stained with woad and fury. The man stumbles back, trips, falls into an indigo vat bubbling by a clay oven. He sinks, thrashing, his screams turning to gurgles. The women watch. No husbands, murmurs one, dipping her spindle into his wake. No masters, smiles another, gathering his abandoned sandals. The vat bubbles once, violent, and spits out a perfectly dyed cloak deep as midnight dripping on the stones. The vision snaps, you're kneeling on the Loom house floor, gasping, indigo dripping from your chin. The girl watches, grinning, blue teeth filed to points. See. She spins, arms wide. The vats drink now not color, but history. Your fingers, still submerged, brush something knobby and yielding. Root vegetables. No fingertips. Dozens. You recoil, scrambling backward, elbows scraping stone. The grandfather vat sloshes, disappointed, then stills. It liked you. The girl shrugs, plucking a petrified moth from her braid. Most vomit for hours after tasting an uprising. Your stained skin prickles, ink drying to tight parchment. A shiver unlocks your jaw, the flames you croak, words clawing up a sandpaper throat. I smelled burning. The girl freezes, her mocking posture collapsing inward. A bad memory stuck between dye baths, she mutters, kicking a pebble into the vat. It sinks without ripple. When invaders torched Mistec blue farms, even the ashes wept indigo for 3 rains. She kneels, suddenly ancient in her movements, and offers a scrap of rag. Wipe your eyes, you'll see clearer. The cloth scratch ground, smelling of lie and shame. Blinking, you glimpse other basins, previously unseen smaller, hidden in alcoves like shy children. One glows faintly green algae or envy, you can't decide. Another coughs pink froth onto the floor every 9 seconds. The farthest stews quietly, its surface scabbed with crystalline flakes. That's the corpse vat, the girl whispers. We'll skip that today. Your stained arm pulses, remembering phantom fingers around the wrist. Indigo's curse, or gift, still waits in your marrow, patient as dye settling in wool. When monks smuggled indigo seeds from India, they hid pods inside hollow saints, swearing relic dust improved the hue. You stand knees popping like overstressed twine. A question bubbles up, but the girl slaps her palm over your mouth. Indigo transfer guaranteed. Her eyes, now black hole dark, hold yours. No answers from vats, only echoes. Her thumb smears blue across your lip. What you saw stays here, or bleeds into tomorrow's weaving. Choose. Footsteps echo, heavy, close. Wheelbarrow squeaks harmonizing with their approach. The girl tenses, hissing, grabs your elbow, shoves you behind a crumbling pillar. 2 men tramp in, hauling a vat between them, its contents sloshing muddy brown. Where's the furnace? Grunts the taller one, scar bisecting his eyebrow like a misplaced part. Left alcove, idiot. They pass, reeking of stale sweat and desperate prayers. The taller man pauses, scratches his neck, leaves red claw marks over old bruises. Watch it, snaps his partner as brown liquid sloshes. That's the last of the contraband sap. Contraband, not indigo, but pine resin boiled to counterfeit Mesoamerican rubber bulletproof vests for conquistadors who mistook magic for armor. The men vanish into shadow, their grumbles fading to insect clicks. Thieves, the girl spits, vibrating with fury. Use that poison resin near sacred vats. They'll curdle every memory inside. She darts left toward the men, then halts, conflict twisting her young old face. Go, she flaps stained hands at you, before the fumes steal your favorite birthday. You retreat, backing toward moonlit cracks in the far wall. Your arm drips, blue footprints blooming like forced flowers across the stones. Each drop hums, still carrying tavern songs from phantom dyers. The girl watches you go, a statue carved from defiance and crushed woad. Remember, she calls, her voice fraying. Indigo never lies, but it forgets nothing. You blink and stand outside, dawn's gray dissolved into yolk yellow morning. A donkey brays 3 hills over Mondo Secular after vat-born revolutions. Your stained arm itches fiercely now, patterns emerging beneath the skin, coiled serpents swimming toward your shoulder. You scratch, nails come away clean, no trace of blue. But your shadow stretching west, holds ink-dark fingernails, and when the wind shifts, you taste sakori blossoms sharp and sweet, pasted to the roof of your mouth like stolen communion wafers. Loom strings hum overhead, tugged tight as bowstrings before battle. Beneath your feet, clay loom weights clatter round as river stones, their hollow centers whistling through dust. Each weight wears carved frowns or laughing mouths, Zapotec glyphs, arguing in a language time forgot. Not mere tools, these things. One licks your bare heel, salt greasy from cellar sweat. Ignore the tantrums, yawns a voice. The elder leans against a cedar post, her shawl alive with embroidered crows. Stone looms need weights to tension warp threads, simple physics, but ours, drama queens. A weight rolls toward your toe, screeching like a stepped-on cat. You dodge, its pouty glyph face squinting up. Classic Zapotec design, flat discs with cupboard-shaped holes. Perfect for sorting wool colors later if spiders don't squat inside. Watch this. The elder nudges a weight with her sandal. It wobbles upright, balancing on its edge like a coin, deciding your fate. 3 quick spins, then stillness. The carved mouth moves, not enough rain seeds in the east gully. Another weight clatters, liar. My squash patch drowned Thursday. The elder chuckles, shuffling away as their bicker song escalates. You settle cross-legged, letting the rhythm soak into your tailbone. Thunk, clack, thunk. Clouds forget the corn dance. Deer ate my best seedlings. River snails prophesied a dry year. Beneath the squabble, low hums surface. Grandfather waits, their edges smoothed by 500,000 clacks. She let Pajero's scouts pass, groans one deep as a dirt-buried drum. The girl had no spear, hisses its neighbor, just indigo vats and bad dreams. You lean closer, the smallest weight presses against your knee, cool and secretive. Grandmothers whisper when stars itch, a snort from the largest disk, stars. We're arguing thunderbird migration. Those idiots fly until frost bites their tail feathers every autumn, predictable as a drunk uncle's promises. Silence. Then 10 weights shriek, whether myths don't pay the salt tax. You cover your ears, laughter bubbling up anyway. Ancestors reduced to suburban neighbors, yelling over fence posts. The elder returns her bony finger, silencing them with a tap. Mancorn seeds, she mutters, dropping scarlet kernels into the weight holes, shuts them up till sunset. Instantly, chewing sounds replace arguments. The glyph faces soften, blissed out, as if tasting chocolate 50 years before the Spanish brought it. Sunlight slants through a high window, warming the back of your neck. The weights, shadows, stretch, becoming leviathan versions of themselves on the wall. Mean snouts, barrel chests, claws twisted around phantom spindles. One shadow weight winks, then mouths, check under the red floorstone. You glance down, flagstones baked crimson by centuries of dropped dye baths. The elder slaps the wall hard, sending dust snakes writhing across the stones. Don't even ask, she snaps, eyeing the shadow beast. Zapotec weavers buried used weights near hearths, hoping their gossip warmed future generations. Archaeologists found one 7-pound disc barking insults through a museum display case last February. The smallest weight spits its seed at your toe. You reek of indigo death. Its glyph scoffs, vat bathers, always drag in bad omens. Cold grips your ankle, another weight rolling tight against your skin. Its voice, milky, ancient, soothes. Ignore the hatchling. Speak your weather. You hesitate, words balled in your throat like undyed yarn. What's that? The room stills, loom strings holding breath. 3 summers ago, you whisper, monsoon drowned the valley. My neighbor blamed satellites. Old weights hum, resonating through floorstones into your hips. Mine said floods broke temple looms in AD 895. Croaks a crag-faced disc. Rained 40 days. Drowned 70 song patterns. Nonsense. Snaps a chipped weight. 39 days tops. My cousin counted. You exaggerate, like a parrot licking fermented cactus. They devolve, debating millennia-old rain counts. Historians still argue whether Zapotec calendars tracked 5-year droughts or just priestly hangovers. The elder reappears, her apron pockets bulging with bone needles. She clicks her tongue. Heavy weather talk requires fuel. She plucks roasted grasshoppers from a pouch chili dusted and glistening. 1 for you, 3 for the loudest weights. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Better size the grandfather weight. Its carved mouth, dripping insect legs. Threads tremble above, pulled by something unseen. The elder studies your face, her eyes reflecting warp strings like harp wires. They like you, she nods at the chewing weights. Most outsiders get seasonal allergies from old loom dust. Start sneezing out family secrets. Your nose tickles proof. Sunset bleeds across the floor, coating everything in honeyed gloom. The weights grow quiet, sated their glyphs, blurring in the dim. Shadows melt into single shapes, no longer beasts, just circular ghosts, hugging cool stone. The elder gathers them, nestling each disc in straw-lined baskets. Tuck them in, they'll gossip about us tomorrow. She warns, handing you the lightest weight. It purrs, vibrating against your palm like a contented cat. 1 basket remains, overflowing with scarred discs, their edges chipped by generations of tantrums. You reach out. A tiny glyph bites your thumb, drawing a pearl of blood. The elder tuts, that's Tila Calula, never accepts newcomers. Last moon, she tripped a bishop, claimed his sandals, stole her great-great-aunt's designs. You suck your wound, iron tang mixing with chilly grasshopper aftertaste. Blood beads falling, hitting Tila Calula's surface with a hiss. The glyph's mouth opens tasting, then sighs adequate. Darkness thickens. Only the loom strings still glow, silvered by moonlight. Your eyelids droop, each clack of cooling clay, weights sinking with your pulse. 1 whispers, soft as moth wings. Your shadow drank too much indigo, tell it to behave. You lift your head. But the weights sleep, dreaming of argument storms and gentle rains. Cold seeped up through the floorstones, nipping your bare soles. even through calluses earned last monsoon season. Your shadow stretches, stained blue from yesterday's vat work, as moonlight slants across the silent loom. Threads hang limp, exhausted from bickering clay, waits all afternoon. A breeze sneaks through gaps in the stone, carrying echoes of far-off market flutes. Your fingers graze the crimson wool bundle, its dye still damp, with secrets coaxed from crushed cochineal beetles. Breath hitches, air thick with loom dust and dried sakori blossoms. Then, a chill brushes your knuckles lighter than a spider's abandoned husk. You freeze. The touch feels like fog through cheesecloth. Ghost fingers, translucent as oversteeped tea, wrap around your wrist. Steady, whispers no one, yet the word tingles in your molars. They guide your hand toward the warp strings, half-woven figures frozen mid-dance. Your thumb finds a gap wide enough for two crimson threads, tight as a miser's purse strings. Pull, tug, slide. The wool rasps, vibrating like a plucked rubber band. Each weave tightens your chest, memories flooding in that aren't yours. An old woman's laugh, echoing through a squash-filled courtyard. Children's bare feet, slapping mud bricks, chasing a turkey with stolen tortillas. Singing drunk under a drunken moon. Historians debate whether Zapotec's spirit guides aided master weavers, or just blamed errors on convenient ghosts. Your phantom guide hisses, focus. Tehuantin didn't bleed beetles for daydreams. Zapotec weavers used backstrap looms, tension held by their own bodies. This ghost clearly prefers European-style pedals. She stomps your foot down hard on an imaginary treadle. Ow, the fingers flick your ear, painless, but as annoying as a gnat in sleep. You resume weaving, correcting the dropped stitch she'd scolded. Crimson threads twist, forming a jagged shape in the gap. One paw pad, clumsy as child's clay pinchpot, emerges. No majestic jaguar this, more like a thwarted house cat who failed to jump onto the counter. The ghost hands pause, appraising. A low hum vibrates through your ribcage, their disapproval rattling like pebbles in a dried gourd. You call this Cassio's sacred beast. The voice drips sarcasm, familiar as the elder's snark before her third coffee. I've never seen a jaguar. Obviously. Threads squirm under your touch, embarrassed for you. Storm god Cassio's emblem should ripple with monsoon fury, not resemble a dumpling with too many toes. The ghost tugs your hair gentler now. Jaguars are clouds with teeth, not fat alley mousers. You sigh, reaching to unravel the mess. Frozen, your wrist locked midair by icy pressure. Never. The ghost gasps, appalled. Each thread contains 200 stories, unpicking orphans them. Tempers flare, even in the dead. A compromise, you weave over the mistake, adding extra crimson tufts. The paw gains bulk, bulging like a muscly-bound squirrel's thigh. Thunder rumbles, nowhere near rainy season. The ghost giggles, sounding 12 years old. Better, she concedes. Footsteps echo outside, slow, deliberate. The ghost hands dissolve, leaving your fingers freezing. The elder shuffles into view, her shawl swirling with embroidered moths drawn to moonlight. Her gaze lands on your weaving, lingers on the mutant jaguar limb. One eyebrow arches, attempting abstract art. Or did the indigo fumes finally rot your brain? You defend your monstrosity. It's symbolically robust. It's an insult to big cats continent-wide. She leans closer, nutmeg sweat scent cutting through the ghost's ozone chill. Calloused fingers trace the crimson mess, a gasp, her touch lingering on the swollen paw pads. Almighty feathered serpent's missing tail tip. What? She pokes the lumpy threads. This exact mistake appeared in Lord Five, Earthquake's burial shroud. Weavers, executed for mocking his generous physique, seems even legendary rulers had body image issues. The ghost materializes beside the elder, translucent hands on hips. Only you see her, a girl no older than 14, braids tipped with amber beads. Tell her about the you flinch, mouth moving without permission. Your weaver didn't offend the big guy. Elder frowns. Lord Five Earthquake had teeny feet. You tap the jaguar's comical paws. His sandal maker patted them, so nobles wouldn't gossip. Dead silence. Then the elder snorts, laughter crinkling her eyes. That explains why his tomb sandals could fit a taper. The ghost beams, proud her secret, survived 3 centuries. Moonlight shifts, glinting off amber in the girl's hair. Realization hits. 14, same age as the sacrifice mentioned on crumbling temple codices. Historians argue if thread maidens volunteered or were lottery chosen every 52 years. The ghost follows your stare, touching her beads. Volunteered, she whispers, answering your unasked question. Trading 1 life for my village, surviving the drought. Easy math, her fingers return to yours, icy but steady. Again, back to weaving, the jaguar's leg extends. Crimson wool slips, forming a knee higher than its hips. Jaguars don't have knees, groans the elder, watching your hands dance with invisible help. The ghost huffs mine, does sparks flicker, briefly illuminating phantom looms, overlapping yours like tracing paper. 4, 6, 8 ancestral weavers layer their half-finished works into your cloth. The air thrums, rattling unused shuttles in their baskets. Your jaguar gains extra claws, a 3rd eye, feathers stolen from a quetzal. The elder mutters prayers, pinching copal, resin onto a clay burner. Apologies, this idiot's new. She's perfect, argues the ghost, straightening your slanted, weft thread. Tension builds, physical now, the loom frame creaking under conflicting visions. Your biceps ache, tugged by spectral insistence, overriding muscle memory. Snap. A warp thread breaks, lashing your cheek like a paper cut. Blood beads drip, hits the mutated jaguar's 3rd eye. Silence. Then the crimson wool darkens, swallowing moonlight. The paw twitches, threads vibrating like plucked guitar strings. A growl low felt in your molars, not heard. Alive enough for you, whispers the ghost, smug. Moonlight flees, clouds smothering the room. The elder strikes flint, lighting an oil lamp. Its shuddering flame reveals the tapestry, glowing, third eye pulsing faint garnet. The claws curl, digging into woolen earth beneath them. Well, it's unique, admits the elder, sipping from her clay mug. It's hungry, you murmur, suddenly sure. The ghost laughs, high, bright, gone. Crimson threads dim, returning to sleepy wool. The paw sits inert, still laughable, yet thrumming with captured moonlight. The elder plucks a loose tuft, tucks it behind your ear. All living things hunger. Cloth just forgets to hide it. Dawn pinks the eastern windows, staining the jaguar's fur candy red. Your bones feel stuffed with wet sand, yet the tapestry demands more. Fingers cramp, threading fresh crimson through bone needles when a chirp freezes you. A real hummingbird hovers, iridescent throat shimmering despite the dim. It darts toward the woven jaguar, beak stabbing at the third eye's bloody stain. The elder shoos it. Even ghosts need breakfast. The bird flees, leaving the tapestry unharmed. You exhale, shaky, realizing you'd stopped breathing. Thread by crooked thread, the beast takes shape. Neither Zapotec nor Spanish, just a jaguar dreamed by orphaned wool and stubborn shadows. Your fingertip brushes its nose, half expecting warmth. Threads bite back gentle, a kitten's playful nip. Stars fade, sun rising, but sleep drags you under. Last sight, the tapestry's third eye winking. Wings brush your brow first, soft as dandelion fluff, yet colder than mountain spring water. You blink, moths crowd the rafters, their wing patterns weaving shadows into phantom glyphs. The largest drifts down size of your palm, dusting your lips with ash-fine scales before perching on the bloody third eye. Tongue tingles, burnt cedar salt like licking a cliffside weathered by grieving tides. Here now, whispers the oldest moth, her wings frayed as worn linen. Our kin ate Queen 7 Jasmine's bridal veil, not out of hunger, but mercy. Her voice scratches parchment, unrolling in a tomb. Zapotec queens wore veils dyed with cochineal, scarlet, proclaiming their lineage. Historians bicker whether they could divorce rulers who snored, court records burned with the Spanish conquest. The council rustles, each moth's wing displays a different stolen tapestry fragment. One shows a half-eaten mountain, threads dissolving into moth mandible marks. Another flickers with a banquet scene. Guzheng players mid-chord, their faces nod to lace. A cocky young moth flutters near your ear. My great larva devoured Lord 10 Vulture's victory banner, tasted like bragging and cheap dyes. Eldest moth huffs silence. Those were ceremonial aluco root pigments. Their dust clouds puff like confession smoke. You cough, flavor shifting, now bitter chicory, now funeral incense. Moths don't lie, murmurs a plump gray one, her wings patched with baby blanket fibers. We digest truths along with the wool. Textile historians forget cloth rots, ghosts crave witnesses. Your nose itches, sneeze, sending moths swirling like charred paper scraps. They regroup, indignant, eldest settling on your shoulder. Master Weaver 5 Dawn wove unlucky stars into his governor's cloak. We ate it before the curse took root. Her antennae droop, poisoned half our colony, didn't stop the smallpox. A fringe belief claims Zapotec weaving families kept deaf moths as pattern repositories. You spot one now, damaged wings, still showing a maze god's eyebrows. His silence feels heavier than others. Moonlight shifts, moth wing projections merge across the wall, forming a trembling narrative. Women pruning agave, men hauling salt blocks, children chasing a spotted pig. Then the scene unravels, threads yanked backward into the moth's bellies. Eldest trembles, we carry what the acid in our guts spared earthquakes, robbed you of written records, we salvaged flavors. She coughs, dust spills, tasting of unripe papaya, and regrets. A historian's dream, this airborne archive, yet your tongue numbs, probably from ingesting 3 centuries of moth vomit. Young moth lands on your knee, try this one. His scales emit sorrow so sharp your eyes water. Spectral sheep appear shorn too early, shivering in spring frost. Their anguish seeps into your molars, gums aching with unchewed ice. Eldest whacks him with a wing. No grief feasts before dawn. They argue, fluttering like pickpockets dividing loot, while you study the deaf moth's fragment. Patterns suggest a healer's map, herb-gathering roots, now buried under Spanish chapels. That one's bitter, murmurs eldest, full of anticucho grass, extinct since sheep ate its roots. Morning threatens, cocks crowing in distant villages. The council dims, wings folding like closing spellbooks. Eldest nibbles your earlobe painless, a phantom pinch. Remember, she buzzes. Tapestries outlast kings, moths outlast tapestries. Their bodies dissolve, leaving dust atop your lips. You swallow, threadbare histories dissolving on your tongue, more memory than fact now. Dawn stains the floor, ordinary moths retreating into shadow stitches. Your woven jaguars, third eye watches, patient as undone constellations. The taste lingers, notebooks burning in a bishop's bonfire, salty as craftsmen's sweat in imperial dye workshops. You touch your throat, wondering whose stories now nest beneath your ribs. Your palm itches, still dusty from moth-wing histories, as the elder clears her throat behind you. She holds out turquoise threads, the exact shade of shallow Caribbean coves, trembling in her barkskin fingers. A small shape crouches near the loom, maybe 6 or 7 fingernails stained purple from wild grapes. Zapotec children started weaving as toddlers, backstrap looms strapped to their hips before they could name all 5 sacred colors. Historians still argue whether apprentice errors got unraveled or left in as humble signatures. Little flame, the elder calls, voice softened by 80 rainy seasons of teaching. The girl flinches, hiding sticky palms behind her back. You see it now, one warped thread defiantly crimson among turquoise streams. It arches, a sneaky scorpion tail, spoiling the cloud pattern. Fringe scholars believe first knots capture a child's future breath count. elder counts them aloud, each knot stiff as an unripe guava. 34 breaths you just stole from my nap, she teases, snipping the crimson intruder with obsidian shears. The girl's lip quivers, mistaking kindness for disappointment. Threads tangle caught on her knee scar, shaped like a corn husk. She tugs, creating a thunderhead-sized snarl. Gently, the elder's hand steadies hers, knuckles bumpy as tree roots. Even hurricanes begin as tangled yarn, little flame. A joke circulates among weavers, probably older than cochineal farming. Did the first loom thread itself, just to avoid watching humans fumble? The girl's brow furrows, trying to force a knot tighter than her clenched teeth. Outside, goats bleat their opinions. A wild parrot screeches advice from a pine branch. Turquoise dye stains her wrists, temporary bracelets from celebrated Oaxacan mines. Traders carried those stones along Mesoamerican routes, long before Spanish galleons claimed them. The elder's correction comes, not as scolding, but slow as honey trickling down hive-warm honeycomb. She guides tiny fingers, relooping threads like coaxing vines onto trellises. Watch the shed stick. Yes, now beat the weft like you're patting a sleepy pup. Sunlight shifts, highlighting constellations of mistakes. A skipped warp thread becomes a rogue comet. Twisted wefts mimic storm winds. The girl sneaks a glance at your dusty collar, still smudged with moth-scale histories. For a heartbeat, the loom seems alive, heddles clicking like insect mandibles. Her next knot ties itself perfectly, fingers finally trusting muscle memory over panic. The elder nods, fetching water sweetened with piloncillo sugar. This one, she points to a still wobbly turquoise line, will outlive your molars, little flame. Threads settle, groaning like old house beams at midnight. The flawed pattern pulses, a storm surrendering to child-sized persistence. Somewhere, an unfinished tapestry sighs, remembering its own clumsy beginnings. You blink, the girl's hands already dancing faster threads, obeying some silent rhythm elders lost long ago. Her braids sway, each strand holding more potential than the entire Zapotec alphabet. Dusk arrives, staining the woven storm clouds pink. The elder hums, approving, as the girl's fingers pull the final, not taut. Flea-sized victories matter, perhaps most of all. Your shadow stretches, joining theirs on the loom's patient bones. Tonight's dreams smell of wet wool and stolen honeycomb, sweetness snitched from hives older than Spanish prayers. The first knot stays, imperfect engine of a coming hurricane. Wood hums, a low C note older than Rome's first cobblestone path. The elder repositions the baton, heddle swords clacking like disapproving grandmothers. Your eyelids flutter, synced to the loom's heartbeat. This pyramid-shaped tension was no accident. Zapotec looms mimicked sacred mountain slopes. Listen, the elder sweeps her palm across taut warp threads. They vibrate, singing of salt-cured willow wood and forgotten parrots. A rhythm emerges, 3 beats like raven hops, Then a shuddering pause. You recognize it, same cadence as tortoiseshell rain sticks during dry spells. Historians still argue whether loom songs encoded crop cycles or just made weaving less tedious. The girl yawns, her earlier defiant, not now drooping, as she leans into the rhythm. Loom weights sway below clay discs painted with owl eyes. They claim some weights contained ground jade to cheat the moon into brighter, dying light. Your turn, the elder nudges you toward the heddles, their wooden teeth hungry for new fingers. Threads resist rough as iguana hide between your knuckles. One snap would cost you 7 years of siesta dreams, or so apprentice warnings go. The girl giggles, pointing at your awkward grip. Her hands fly beating the weft with tiny thunderclaps. Daylight fades, but the loom's song amplifies. Warp strings thrum, channeling vibrations up your spine. You half expect Morse code messages from long-dead weavers. Hear the third beat. The elder taps your wrist. That's where my mother hid her gossip between the Z and Y threads. Moonlight bleeds across the shed stick, now glowing like a shark's wet tooth. The girl's braids unwind, hair merging with shadows and cotton strands. Your next thread insertion goes rogue, skipping 2 warps, creating a hiccup in the pattern. The elder chuckles, pulling through a repair thread dyed with fermented agave. Even Tlaloc's rain misses sometimes. She winks, referencing that temperamental storm god who allegedly napped through droughts. Laughter shakes the loom, making heddle swords clatter in protest. You glimpse something carved near the breastbeam support. 3 crude frogs holding hands, birthday gift from some 8-year-old ancestor. Your palms grow slick, sweat threatening to swell the cotton threads. Zapotec weavers soaked their yarn in urine sometimes for tighter twist retention. The elder eyes your damp hands, considering ancient shortcuts. Humor helps mostly. If this loom starts humming mariachi, tell me before the brass section arrives. The girl's chin dips, fighting sleep. Her latest knot rests like a drunken spider, legs half tangled. You push the batten forward, wood groaning like a ship's mast in high winds. Strings tighten, their song thinning to a mosquito whine. Silence crashes when you stop. Even the outside crickets pause, waiting. Then, deeper vibration, earth humming through loom legs into your soles. Some say old looms stored temblors, replaying them as lullabies during calm nights. The elder's sandal taps, resuming the beat. The girl startles awake, thread already looping between sticky fingers. Mischief glints in her eyes. She plucks an E string deliberately flat. Discord wrinkles the elder's nose, tuning us for frog mating season, little flame. She flicks corn husk confetti at the girl's shoulders. Threads shimmer, now bronze, under kerosene lamplight. You swear the heddles blink, slow as tortoises, each wooden eye tracking your shaky progress. Moths return drawn by the loom's false sunset song. They mistake warp threads for last night's dream paths, dusting everything with wing scale pollen. Your next pass flows smoother, fingers finally trusting the dance. Overhead, bats scribble flight patterns that match your rhythm. Dawn creeps in, but the loom's song sinks deeper, a basso profundo from pre-temple times. Your bones thrum at 4 Hz, Earth's own resting pulse. The girl collapses sideways, pillowed by raw wool bales. Her snores sink to the beater bar's swing. Stay, murmurs the elder, not to you, but the dissolving moonlight on the tension rope. Wood cools under your palm. The last note fades, a vibration lingering like lipstick on clay cups. You rise, knees popping a protest louder than the loom ever managed. Outside, goats bleat a sarcastic round of applause. Sleep claims you standing, the loom's phantom hum still buzzing in your molars. Dreams arrive as unspun thread, waiting for heddles you've yet to carve. Tomorrow, if humming resumes, you'll add your own crooked frog to the breastbeam chorus. Moonlight bleaches the cotton field silver white, as if some careless god spilled a milk jug across creation. Your bare feet sink into soil still pulsing with daytime heat. Zapotec irrigation channels snake invisibly beneath your toes. Women emerge, their outlines frayed like overwashed denim. One winks, holding up a bowl plump as a smuggled pearl. Back, when Teotihuacan traders roamed, Zapotec cotton fetched obsidian blades by the armful. Faster, murmurs the shortest picker her hands, radiating phantom calluses. You mimic her twist and snap technique, the bowl's resistance, satisfying as popping bubble wrap. Baskets grown stacked higher than tax collector demands in Monte Alban's prime. Historians still argue whether night harvesting avoided heat stroke or allowed weavers to commune with XX Yachiquetzal's nocturnal looms. Laughter swirls, a sound archaeologists never find in midden pits. One woman imitates a Spanish friar's rant about indecent weaving patterns, hip swiveling as she mimes his horrified face. Sharp stems prick your thumb, drawing a bead of blood darker than cochineal dye. Don't drip on the bowls, chides a picker with braids coiled like sleeping vipers. Moon cotton bruises easy, unlike men. You notice something, tiny blue blossoms clinging to cotton plants like lost earrings. Midnight hibiscus, its nectar supposedly strengthened thread, but made goats sneeze symphonies. Fingers blur, plucking becomes rhythm game, where Mrs. Summon scolding clicks. Dew soaks your hem cool, where sweat glued it to your knees earlier. A basket tips fluff cascading like runaway cloud sheep. The women curse, words soft as carded wool, but sharp as heddle needles. You help scoop, both giggling when fibers tickle nostrils. Serpent Lord's wife demanded midnight cotton, says vulture braids conspiratorially. Claimed sunlight made thread arrogant, snapped during monsoons. Your palms itch, lint collecting in lifelines like minuscule snowdrifts. Some pickers wore hand-woven mittens, spun from last season's too short fibers. Moon shadows stretch, elongating your silhouette until it resembles those skinny Tila Collula market dolls. You half expect a child to grab your ankle, thinking you're a runaway plaything. Laughter shifts, turning bittersweet as fermented agave wine. Names surface: Kazama, Zipe, women whose graves swallowed no songs. Their missing teeth linger in jokes. Their hunger-gnawed ribs in folktales. Breezes rise, carrying the musk of far-off jaguars. And the women's collective breath, sweet with stolen piloncillo sugar. The shortest picker hums, a tune Zapotec brides supposedly sang, while embroidering trousseaux full of lies. Others join harmonizing in a dialect even owls pause to decipher. Your back protests, vertebrae creaking like an unlubricated loom. Field work makes weaving feel like finger painting by comparison. No wonder apprentices drew stick figures of complaining spines. Suddenly, silence. 30 hands freeze mid-pluck. Above the moon vanishes behind clouds shaped like spindles. Women crouch, forming wool bale lumps in the sudden ink spill. Priestesses used to hide from copper bell invaders like this. Whispers vulture braids, her breath warm against your earlobe. Pretending to be extremely lumpy rocks. You mutter back. Giggles erupt, quickly stifled, when the shortest picker lobs a bowl at your head. Darkness lifts. Moonlight resumes its interrogation of the field. Baskets refill faster now, urgency humming through the rows. Raw cotton oil coats your fingers, smoother than snake shedskins. Shrill whistles pierce the night, some foreman's ghost still enforcing quotas. The women straighten spines cracking like ceramic wind chimes in a quake. Vulture braids nudges you toward a half-filled basket, its contents gleaming like albino sea urchins. Finish strong, even moonlight works, unpaid overtime here. Dawn's first yawn turns the western sky grapefruit pink. Women fade, their laughter lingering like dew on vanished lips. Your basket sits alone, overflowing with bowls that shiver when touched. Threads of mist rise, stitching earth to sky with temporary seams. A single hibiscus flower clings to your sleeve, its stem bent like a question mark. You pluck it, tucking the blossom behind your ear like a useless answer. The hibiscus wilts, its folded petals brushing your cheek like feather duster farewell. You step toward stone archways crusted with sand, their curves echoing a scorpion's poised tail. Golden pincers catch your eye first, gleaming as if polished by obsessive beetles. A scorpling sleeps below, no bigger than your palm, its back patterned like stormy sky knots. Sleep drip venom, murmurs a voice behind you. An attendant face veiled in gauze holds an empty jade vial. Gently now, they bite worse than Monte Alban divorce laws. One claw stirs, raising defensive as a Zapotec bride's chastity curtain. You freeze, remembering tales of invaders scarred by enraged desert spawn. Its spinnerets glisten, dribbling silk threads stickier than forgotten honeycombs. The attendant nudges forward her breath, clove-scented from chewing ceremonial bark. 4 tugs per spinneret, no more. Waken them, and we weave your shroud next. Centuries back, cochineal beetles dyed warrior cloaks crimson. But scorpion silk was rarer. used only for nobles' marriage binds. Historians still debate if dragon thread meant this, or just drunken trader exaggerations. You extend a finger, brushing the silk strand. It clings like a street urchin's pleading grip. One slow tug, the thread unspools like a spider's rejected courtship gift. The scorpling snores, muttering in insectal tongue. Vials of paralyzed assassin bugs clink nearby payment for its gift. Some old healers claimed diluted venom cured baldness. All it really cured was reckless patience. Thread collects coiling around your wrist in iridescent loops. Each strand shines like oil on rainwater, flexible, yet stubborn as a marketplace haggle. The attendant beams, her veiled cheeks puffing like bellows. Good, you work cleaner than a priest's conscience after confession. Another tug, the scorpling's leg twitches. Your hands sweat, lubricating decisions, better left bone dry. Two more pulls, its silk smells of cracked pepper and parched earth. Suddenly, a pincer snaps. Silk strands quiver strained as tightrope fibers. The attendant hisses, a sound like cactus needles kissing sandstone. Jalapa root smoke curls from her censer, lulling the scorpling back into grumpy dreams. Your vial fills, threads whispering secrets stolen from insectoid dreams. The clogged spinneret drips venom, thick as love letters sealed with wax. Palm flat commands the veiled woman. Cold venom splashes your skin, stinging less than lime juice on a paper cut. It pools, a liquid darker than eclipse shadows, yet glowing like trapped starlight. 4 drops per dye pot, she says, wiping the residue with all-feather swabs. Add more, your funeral shroud blushes pink. You scrape congealing venom, its chill crawling up your wrist like an ambitious vine. Supposedly, Mistec spies slipped this into enemy wine for truthful confessions. Victims just drooled about watermelon hallucinations. The attendant dips her veil corner into venom, testing its sheen. Satisfied, she seals your vial with beeswax and grave dirt. Go before this grumpy one starts swearing in Tarascan again. Dawn's first light licks the archway, gilding the scorpling's pincers. It sputters, rear legs dancing irritated jigs before settling into sulks. Your venom palm throbs, marking time slower than a tortoise carrying bad news. By noon, it'll sink beneath skin, staining your lifeline's indigo for 3 moons. The attendant fades, her clove scent lingering where her ankles should have been. You pocket the vial, silky gilt clumping like wet sugar beside the snoozing scorpling. A shard glints in rising sun. A broken spindle whorl etched with glyphs, praising Ixchel's weaver goddess. Or cursing thread tangles, glyphs get moody after 8 centuries underground. Thread hums against your wrist, warmed by pulse beats. It sways, reacting to unseen breezes like dowsing rods seeking gossip. Already, you imagine dye pots churning with this stolen twilight. Your fingers flex, venom drying into maps of risky choices. Above, vultures circle lazy as merchant lords after feasting. One screeches, a sound like rusty shears tearing velvet. The scorpling flips it, an impolite leg gesture, proving some insults transcend species. Your sandal scuffs stone, kicking up dust gray as abandoned webs. The archway's shadow stretches, pointing toward dye huts like a skeletal finger. Behind you, silk strands recoil into spinnerets with wet smacks. The scorpling sighs, dreaming of fat beetles and vulture-free skies. Liquid twilight cools, knitting itself beneath your fingernails. Your palm still tingles, venom sinking deeper than a resentful compliment. 4 clay vats bubble ahead, their steam reeking of madder root and buried grudges. Workers stir with cedar paddles, faces wrapped like mummified whispers. The leftmost vat croaks a voice crusted with wisdom phlegm. The elder points, her knuckle swollen from decades of yarn tension. 3 lifetimes back, they dyed a trader's shroud in that batch. The vat belches, spewing crimson foam across dusty earth. Historians agree, madder root dyed Roman soldier cloaks as fiercely as Zapotec ritual wraps. But this dye snarls, boiling black veins through its scarlet like infected wounds. One worker whistles, off-key notes that make bubbles whimper. An old wives' tale claims precise whistling calms furious dyes, though you suspect ale-calmed dyers invented that. Clockwise stirs, the elder grunts, forcing your hand toward the cursed vat. Witter shins, and the scream comes back louder. Your paddle sinks, meeting resistance like porridge laced with spite. 3 stirs, the bubbles blur into a woman's shrieking mouth. 4, your wrist hairs stand sharper than vigilant meerkats. Ignore it, the elder snaps as steam scalds your forearm. That's Xochitl, 3rd wife of a rain priest. Got caught red-handed, literally, gifting his cochineal stash to a flute player with distracting thighs. Historians still argue whether cursed reds stemmed from actual poison or just nobles hoarding cochineal bugs. You taste copper as the scream vibrations climb your paddle into tooth enamel. 5 clockwise swirls, the bubbles collapse into whimpers. That's the lullaby, sighs the elder, scratching her scalp with a turkey bone needle. Now dunk the wool quick before it remembers how to cuss in Mistec. You plunge undyed fleece, boiling murk, swallowing cloud-white innocence. 28 seconds, a sacred count whispered in the old tongue. Pull it up, and the wool glistens richer than a brothel's curtains. Nearby, a new dyer bolts, his paddle clattering as the vat howls his dead name. The elder spits, a black glob sizzling atop the dye. Amateur forgot to wrap his hair. Now the poor sap'll sneeze scarlet dust till winter solstice. 3 more dips. Your fleece drinks violence red. Each dunking lifts Xochitl's muffled sobs back to screeching, quelled only by military-precise clockwise agitation. The elder leans close, breath smelling of fermented agave worms and parental disappointment. Don't pity her. She stabs her needle toward the noise. Spite weaves tighter than love in burial cloth. Xochitl's tantrums just prove the dye's potent. Your biceps tremble, stirring as bubbles morph into miniature drowning hands. 12 revolutions. They dissolve into harmless froth. By the 7th fleece, your ears hallucinate funeral flutes. Workers eye your technique, nodding approval, reserved for decently executed yam sacrifices. Heat ripples twisting the air like carnival mirror trickery. Done, announces the elder, snatching your paddle as the vat's surface finally lies mute. Fleeces drip, a row of stolen sunsets, onto packed dirt. One worker giggles, dipping her fingertip for illicit rouge. When the elder turns, you spot her sprinting toward some lover, painted nail, wagging like a warning flag. Xochitl's final bubble pops, releasing a sigh that flutters wool fibers. Your forearms steam, glistening with effort sweat and airborne dye. The curse clings, a perfume stickier than altar candle promises. You step back only to crush a forgotten spindle whorl beneath your heel. Its glyph screams broken, a third-tier textile god's symbol cracked clean through. Historians would gnaw their own tunics for this artifact. You kick, dust over it. Better they assume coyote pups mistook it for a chew toy. The elder stokes embers beneath another vat, a sickly yellow brew for cowardly hues. Her sidelong glance suggests you've graduated from prey to mildly tolerated barnacle. Sunlight slants, painting wool piles like dismembered rainbows. Steam coils carry phantom flute notes, or maybe just tinnitus winning its war against sanity. Your fingers stain crimson, lines etched deeper than family tree betrayals. The dye crusts, flexing into a second skin, whispering all the ways red can mean danger or dinner invitations. A breeze riffles drying fleeces, their folds, sighing Xochitl's complaints into softer gossip. The elder snores standing up, turkey bone still tangled in her nest of hair. You pocket a thread snippet, dyed perfect treason red. It hums against your thigh charged, with enough unfinished fury to stain a pope's Sunday best. Shadows stretch long as a widow's list of should-have knowns. Workers retreat carrying their unblinking diage towards supper fires. Only Xochitl's vat remains, bubbles finally silent as a throttled prophecy. The elder's snore peaks, a sound like creaking bedsprings in a haunted rectory. You salute her sleeping form, fingertips leaving faint scarlet smears on the humid air. Night insects swarm drawn to your neon hands with suicidal lust. Your stomach growls, wondering if dye fumes count as supper seasoning. One last glance back, the cursed vat winks, a final bubble bursting with grudging approval. Dew settles, cooling wool piles into drowsy giants. Your stained soles squelch homeward, mapping scarlet footprints only moon-drunk moths will witness. Xochitl's red clings, each thread thrumming with stories better left tangled in copper pots than human tongues. The village glows ahead, each hut candle flickering like pupils dilating in scandalized delight. Your hands pulse, alive with stolen dye and exiled wails. Sleep will be eventful tonight. You squint at the loom, No scarlet stains left now, just bone-dry cotton sagging from its frame. Dawn light hits the warped wood, exposing threads brittle as overcooked noodles. A shiver crawls up your neck, despite the warmth, like cold measuring tape dragged over skin. The elder crouches before the loom, fingering parched threads with a surgeon's dread. Her thumb brushes one fiber, it snaps with the petty fury of a biscuit dropped in tea. Dry season lessons, she mutters, eyeing clouds clearer than a gambler's conscience. Rain won't come, not for weeks gnawed raw by thirsty winds. Watch, she orders, voice cracking like old plaster. Her threaded needle pricks her thumb, a fat ruby bead swelling against calloused skin. Historians agree the Zapotec mixed blood with rituals, thanking gods for rain or wrath or decent avocado harvests. Her blood drips, kissing a cotton strand thirsty enough to lick sap from rocks. The thread sucks crimson, upward quicker than gossip in bathhouse steam. 3 drops vanish, thread swelling juicy as a tick on a stray hound. Sugar jonesing for a fix, that's cotton in drought. She offers you the needle edge still glinting with grandma-style menace. Bleed slow, or it'll gorge, till you faint like a poet hearing decent iambic pentameter. Even seasoned weavers debate, was blood weaving symbolic prayer, or just desperados juicing plants with what they had. Your blood hits threads, they writhe, chugging red like frat boys at an open tap. Navel fluff from a storm god's belly button, she explains, tapping cotton swollen burgundy dark. That's what this strain is, or was, before humans forgot how to bargain politely with dirt. Now, the quirky bit your pinky tingles, a strange flash warming your knuckles. Modern backstrap, weaver's whisper, never dye red during eclipses. Threads hoard ambition, snacking on your drive like flatbread. Thunder rumbles, possibly celestial applause, probably your empty stomach staging mutiny. 5 drops in the cotton plumps, mocking thirsty neighbors, still gray as canceled funerals. The elder nods, satisfaction, thin as broth from a miser's soup pot. Blood blooms down the warp, each thread fattening into coiled promise. Farmers used to prick thumbs planting seeds, she notes, licking her wound shut with a cat's precision. Soil remembers blood better than prayers. That's why she stabs another finger for emphasis. Bibles never stained anyone's fingernails rust brown. Halfway through, you swap thumbs, original one puckered like a pranked drinking hole. Loom strings glow now, radiant as horror movie demon eyes after happy hour. They pulse, hungry little vampires who prefer ob-negative with a splash of existential dread. Historians still argue whether ceremonial bloodletting used thorns, obsidian blades, or guilt-sharpened fingernails. You donate another milliliter threads, humming with the contentment of well-fed tapeworms. A breeze sneaks in smelling suspiciously like rain's distant cousin twice removed. Golden light floods the hut, eclipse glare snuffing shadows like a bouncer frisking drunks. Loom threads blaze unnaturally red, your blood burning brighter than physics allows. Good sign, lies the elder, eyeing your paling complexion. Means the cotton respects your plasma, or finds it adequately seasoned with poor life choices. Your head swims, knees buckling like fresh-lashed sail ropes. She shoves dried worm jerky into your mouth, flavor profile, attic dust, and broken promises. Chewing jolts you awake, biohazard snacks, trumping blood loss every time. Outside, the sky circus continues, moon-munching sun like a donut dunked in bad omens. Loom weights rattle swaying, as if tapping celestial Morse code complaints. Threads bask baldly in stolen light, drinking eclipse, rays like cheap Cabernet. Rapid commands the elder, snatching her thimble back. 5 spools fed, enough to weave 3 handspans before sundown. Your bandaged thumb throbs, money well spent, if cloth grows softer than a bank manager's lies. Sunlight returns sharp as a mom's "I told you so" glare. Blood weft glistens ripe enough to burst with tiny scarlet dewdrops. The elder inspects her work, prodding threads that flex muscle beneath cotton fluff. Lesson ends, she declares, tossing crimson-stained rags into a clay pot. No plant thrives without barter. Give sweat, blood secrets. Soil's a jealous gossip, won't grow squat unless you spill tea while seeding. You glance at your palm, crisscrossed with thread cuts, and fate lines rewritten in copper-scented ink. Workers trickle in, eyeing the revitalized loom with envy-bright eyes. One mutters about eclipse red stealing her aunt's singing voice back in 97, petty thread magic stealing talent like pocket change. You flex your sticky hand, knuckles crackling like campfire kindling. The elder shoos everyone out, claiming her loom needs beauty sleep. Last glance shows threads vibrating, barely contained energy zipping between them like caffeinated fireflies. Beyond, the hut cotton plants stand taller, blooms straining toward blood-fattened strings. Your bandages itch, each throb pulsing with questions about antique farming OSHA violations. Sand grinds between teeth, metallic tang lingering like a third-wheel date. Eclipse souvenirs yours to cherish or curse come laundry day. Shadows shrink, noon heat pressing down like judgmental pillows. Workers resume duties, spinning wheels whirring without their usual whining protest. Only thin red lines on your skin whisper remembrance, toast crumbs left after feast's end. The elder hums, tracing thread paths like a subway map through chaos. Her pricked thumb taps, rhythm, a secret lullaby for plants who dine on hemoglobin happy meals. Your own blood thrums, quieter now, content, as drained wine bottles post-reunion bash. You stumble upon a half-buried chest, its wood swollen shut like a miser's clenched fist. The elder pries it open with her knife tip, revealing clay weights carved with zigzag scars. Earthquake knots, she rasps, pointing at string clusters bulging like arthritic knuckles. Historians confirm the Zapotec recorded tremors. In their weaving, quirky signs of disaster etched into thread. The weights clatter when lifted, grinding like teeth in a nervous jaw. Each bears hash marks, vertical for quake days, horizontal for moon cycles, lost underground. One sports a crude sun symbol crossed out twice, with angry charcoal strikes. Feel this, she orders, slapping a quipu cord into your palm. The knots writhe under your thumb, pulsing faint warmth like a wrist after sprinting. 3 bumps thread through your skin, rhythm matching the great Oaxacan quake of 1776. Rain that year fell sideways, so the tale goes, drowning church bells while they still sang vespers. Historians still argue whether Zapotec quipu knots stored stories or just smugglers' inventory lists. The cord hums against your pulse, vibrating shyly between truths. You bend closer, catching scents trapped in fiber, burnt copal, and panic sweat older than your grandma's wedding china. The elder plucks a knot loose. It shrieks like a stepped-on kitten. Dust puffs upward, glinting like powdered temple stones. Thread remembers, she croaks, rubbing debris between thumb and forefinger. Quakes live longest in spiders, then weaving women, then rocks stupid enough to stand upright. She insists earthquake energy hides in tangled yarn, only surfacing when knotted too tight. Your wrists tingle the air, suddenly thick with phantom grinding sounds. A weight slips from your grip, hitting dirt with a thunderclap pop. Tiny fissures spiderweb outward, sniffing testily at your sandal straps. Damp threads worse, warns the elder, prodding cracks with her blade. The earth groans a bass note, rumbling up through your heels into your molars. One frayed cord snaps, releasing a mothball-scented belch. Your nose wrinkles, caught between historical fact and questionable folk science. Fringe scholars claim certain knots hoarded tremor echoes, unspooling them later as vengeance for bad dye jobs. The elder grabs 3 quipu strands, braiding them tight as tourniquets. The ground stills, fissures freezing mid-yawn beneath her glare. She knots the end, tucking it under a loose stone like a dentist hiding extracted teeth. Your fingers brush the remaining cords, each bump recounting quakes you never felt. The largest knot swells beneath your touch, ready to burst with pent-up wobbles. Historians agree earthquakes shaped Zapotec cities, their ruins stagger-stepped like drunkards leaving cantinas. Yet no consensus. Did they rebuild angled north, or just let walls slump drunkenly skyward? The elder watches you decode knots, her smirk suggesting pop quizzes loom ahead. Rub the blue one, she dares, chin jutting toward a moldy indigo strand. Resistance prickles your palm, thread stiff as dried squid. You obey, friction warming the cord to fever pitch. A deep shudder rolls beneath the hut stacked spools, trembling in sympathy. Clay weights dance, their tiny carved feet tap dancing across dirt. Mild one, she chuckles, steadying a wobbling water jar. Modern weavers whisper, don't store unfinished tapestries facing northwest unless you crave surprise tremors. Your quipu cord chatters, bumps rearranging themselves like gossipy neighbors swapping porches. Grandfather quakes, she explains, born from imbalanced warp threads. Zealous student weavers, correcting mistakes with furious knots. Thread strains passed down, snapping tempers stitched into each tug. Her finger traces a massive knot, its core blackened by ancient rage fire. Moonlight leaks through roof thatch, painting quipu cords liquid silver. Your fingertips trace tremors, still alive in the threads, waiting for clumsy hands to wake them again. The elder nods, satisfied, and seals the chest with a thump that echoes like a closing tomb. The chest's thump still echoes in your ears when you notice the child kneeling where yesterday's weaving hangs unfinished. Her small fists clutch nothing, hovering over a gap in the fabric wider than a lost tooth. Empty warp threads gape, hungry for feathers she no longer owns. You crouch beside her, smelling salt-crusted eyelashes and orphaned thread ends. Her hummer's carcass lies cupped nearby, iridescent green muted by dawn's stubborn gray. Historians note Zapotec, weavers left deliberate gaps in mourning cloths, inviting spirits to mend them in the afterlife. The elder's shadow drapes over you both, cool as well water. Grief always leaves empty sheds, little flame. She murmurs, knotting a broken thread around her wrist. The gap yawns wider, swallowing 3 more warp strings like a starving throat. Your fingertip brushes the void, snatching back fast. It burns hotter than midday clay tiles. The child whimpers, a sound like dropped spindles. She'd woven those feathers at first light yesterday, each barb stitched with stolen hummingbird songs. Modern weavers whisper, bird-plumed textiles can trap voices mid-flight, dooming singers to silent dawns. Feathers decay faster than cotton, the elder sighs, leaving holes where music once nested. You spy a single cobalt plume caught in the child's braid, still vibrating with nest murmurs. Historians still argue whether textile gaps expressed sorrow or just marked cheap repair budgets. The child tugs it free, offering it to the hungry fabric. The void spits it back, charred edges smoking. Stupid thread, she hisses, stabbing her needle into adobe dirt. The elder chuckles, prying the needle loose with practiced ease. Your hummer's ghost needs breathing room, little flame, or it'll unravel every stitch you own. She snaps the feather lengthwise, threading each half around the gap's edges. Ungrievable holes, she explains, grow teeth. Zapotec grandmothers taught their girls to sew spirit ladders, loose threads dangling below gaps, so sorrow could climb out by moonlight. The child frowns, eyeing her feather, halves like failed math answers. Your palm itches to plug the hole, silver scissors be damned. Too tight, the elder warns, slapping your wrist away. Pressed thread breeds mold, just like pent-up wailing rots molars. She plucks a cactus spine from her sash, weaving it sideways across the void. The hole shrinks, snarling, as spine points cork its edges. The child sneaks a hand toward her hummer's body, thumb stroking its needled beak. Can't I just, her plea dies, drowned by the elder's snort. Bury it under the loom, if you must, but never stitch corpses into cloth. You recall excavated tombs near Monte Alban blankets dusted with hollow bug wings, maybe failed attempts at trapping song. The elder knots one feather half to the spine, tethering the void like a leashed dog. Air hisses through the gap, sharpening into a low whistle only hummingbirds should hear. The child's shoulders sag defeated. She scoops her hummer into a fiber pouch, knotting it shut with 7 vicious tugs. Historians agree Oaxacan kids buried songbirds beneath looms, hoping their music would rise through warp threads. No proof, just tiny graves full of seeds, and down. Better angry threads than rotten ones. The elder grunts, yanking the spine tight. The gap fights back, gnawing her knuckles with invisible teeth. She hisses 3 sharp Zapotec words, the kind excavators never translate from temple walls. Silence falls, wind rifling through the loom like an appraiser counting losses. The child pokes the remaining half feather, its barbs flaring electric blue. Fringe scholars insist buried bird songs surface centuries later, infecting modern weaving with ancient trills. Your earlobe prickles, maybe hearing notes too high for human pity. The elder spits on the rebellious gap, the wetness sizzling into steam. There, she mutters, wiping her mouth on her sleeve. Now it's just a whole little flame, not a grave. The child leans close, her breath fogging the warped threads. 2 tears plop onto the cactus spine, warping it downward like a broken smile. The gap sighs resigned as she threads new cotton through the elder's makeshift bridge. Hummer homes need windows, she declares, voice wobbling less. You catch the elder's wink, a rare daylight star in her wrinkled sky. She threads the second feather half, vertically, knitting weak bars across the void. Dinner bells clang outside the loom house, exhaling cinnamon and burned corn. The child rises, pouch swinging like a pendulum against her knee. The gap watches her go, bristling with cactus spines and borrowed feathers. A cage built for ghosts who sing off-key. Your finger drifts toward it, halting as the elder clears her throat. Tomorrow, maybe, she'll weave a flower in its place, but her eyes say ghosts prefer sharp edges, and hungry threads never grant second chances. The child's footsteps fade, each crunch on gravel, echoing the pouch's tiny sway. You study the gap, its edges still steaming faintly, underworld breath cooling in dusk's first breeze. Feathers won't mend it, and spines won't tame it. But stubborn little girls might just weave portals where tombs once yawned. Moonlight bleeds through the thatch, painting the gap's bridge silver wet. The elder grunts, palming the back of your neck. Never name missing threads unless you want their ghosts borrowing your needles. You shiver, suddenly certain the space between stitches hums louder than the threads themselves. Outside, night insects start their shift, filing the silence with saw-blade lullabies. The gap drinks the noise, swelling slightly, already dreaming of tomorrow's unrest. Moonlight slants through the loom house doorway, painting blue squares on cracked tiles. The elder snores softly, back propped against indigo dye pots. Your cheek presses wool piles, still warm from yesterday's fevered weaving. Boot soles crunch gravel outside, too heavy for village farmers. 3 shadows blot the moonlit threshold, silhouettes stooped like vultures over roadkill. Stranger stink wafts in sweat-laced leather and metal greed. Their knives gleam dull silver, prying tools tucked into sashes. One thief wears a bishop's pendant upside down, the cross dangling like a hanged man. Move quick, Antonio wants the wedding veil stones by dawn, hisses the tallest. Historians documented Aztec royalty sewing turquoise into bridal veils, believing celestial spiders wove the sky from such gems. The men creep toward carved chests along the back wall, boots scattering moth dust into angry clouds. Your breath catches, lungs squeezing tight as new thread on a spindle. Quetzalcoatl worshippers once swore ground turquoise neutralized scorpion venom, though modern tests prove it's useless as a spoon made of smoke. Rusty hinges groan, the eldest chest cracking open its mossy jaw. Feast your eyes, chuckles the pendant thief, digging fingers into cloth bundles. Turquoise fragments wink up blue-green as stolen Caribbean shallows. The elder shifts in sleep, one eyelid peeling, halfway open. You freeze, wool fibers tickling your nostrils like sneeze traders. Quiet, you donkey, his partner snaps, slapping the pendant thief's wrist. Third man licks his blade, testing its edge against a loose warp thread. The strand parts its snap, echoing louder than a dropped loom weight. Threads remember violence, your grandmother always warned. She'd point to frayed shawls, whispering how poorly hidden knives left kinks in wool. The elder's snores deepen, faux grunts you recognize from her fake drunk act during tax inspections. The thieves empty 3 chests, only wedding turquoise vanishing into oiled sacks. Historians still argue whether Oaxacan tribes mined these stones locally or traded conch shells with Pueblo peoples up north. Gems click-clack like pebbles in a hollow gourd, an offbeat lullaby that curdles your pulse. Pendant thief pockets a stray bead, ignoring an embroidered warning stitched underneath the chest lid. 2 flies fuck above your left ear, buzzing louder than civic pride at a mayor's funeral. You count heartbeats, each thump squashing 14 others beneath it. That's the last, wrap the loot, murmurs the blade licker. His sack bulges, lumpy as a drunkard's liver. Something screeches, metal on stone, as they drag turquoise over tiles. The elder's pinky twitches, a millimeter from her tucked fishbone needle. Moonlight glints off a fallen bead, rolling your direction like a blue-green eyeball. It halts against your elbow, glowing faintly as a bottled ghost. The pendant thief hesitates, scanning the floor. Your throat closes, tighter than a miser's coin purse. Leave it, his partner growls, yanking him toward the exit. Third man kicks a spinning whorl, sending it clattering across the room. The elder sighs, deliberately loud, as boots retreat into night's sticky throat. Turquoise dust hangs in the air, pungent as crushed lapis lazuli. You exhale, a shaky breath fogging the bead beside you. Woven wedding curses, grandmother whispered, cling to stolen stones with toddler fingers. Offered to Xochiquetzal's daughters, the elder mutters, rising with joint cracks like walnut shells splitting. She nudges the looted chests, shut her frown, carving new canyons in her face. You crawl from wool heaps, palming the runaway bead. It burns cold, a paradox, sweating against your skin. Excavated murals show priests offering such stones to love goddesses, begging happy marriages. Now sticky with thief sweat, it pulses like a sick heart. Drop it, the elder commands, her voice flint on steel. You flinch, the bead clinging stubbornly, static glued to your palm. She pinches your wrist, forceful as a sparrow defending breadcrumbs. The turquoise pops free, falling into her waiting fist. These aren't just pretty rocks. She spits, wiping the bead on her skirt. Every vein torn from earth leaves a wound. Stolen turquoise bleeds phantom stains for centuries. Your palm itches, no mark visible. A dusty breeze snakes through the doorway, carrying snatches of the thieves' argue murmurs. They're debating how to split the haul, greed hissing like snakes in a rain barrel. The elder stomps to her sleeping mat, kneeling beside a hollow reed, poking from the dirt. She whispers into it, muffled Zapotec syllables, before sealing the bead inside. Bastards forget, she grumbles, tamping earth over the reed. Turquoise housed in dirt remembers its first lovers, smugglers in the 1520s, believed burying gems tricked Spanish tacksmen. But the dirt always stained the stone's prison gray. You rub your palm, phantom, where the bead burned. The elder glares, her stare sharper than any fishbone needle. Pray those fools sell quickly, she grunts, padding toward the cooling hearth. Turquoise vengeance works slow, but grinds bones to talcum. She slumps onto a frayed pedate mat, jaw clenching with remembered betrayals. Moonlight shifts, blue squares bleeding into oblongs across the floor. The empty chest, lids gape, silent scream holes where treasures once dreamed. You scoop moth dust from cracks between tiles, forming a sad pseudo-turquoise heap on your palm. Outside, branch shadows scratch at walls like beggars seeking entry. The thieves' distant laughs dart, shrill as broken glass on silk. Your spine prickles, some part of you already hearing the bead's morn song through 20 feet of earth. Turquoise shaded Zapotec brides against widowing. Grandmother's voice murmurs in memory. Now robbery bleached those wards, leaving veils threadbare as beggars' promises. The elder snores again, real this time, a rumble swelling between roof rafters. You lie back on wool, its scratch familiar as childhood scabs. Stolen sky fragments, petrified tears, whatever poets call turquoise tonight, their absence gnaws the room's edges. When sleep finally drags you under, it tastes of thief sweat and wedding dust. Dawn will arrive unasked, bearing empty chests and Antonio's fattened purse. But buried beads dream in the dark, rooted deep as betrayal. You almost pity those laughing thieves, their souls already dusted with phantom stains, no water scrubs clean. The last moon square fades from the tiles, retreating like a shamed guest. Wool exhales old loom songs into your ear, lullabies woven tight with spite and stolen blues. Your eyelids surrender painting dreams with the angry flicker of jewel-starved wedding veils. Dawn arrives clumsy, bruising the horizon purple where it stumbles over mountains. Mourners cluster outside, their black shawls flapping like crows trapped mid-fall. Threads dangle loose from their funeral wrap, sagging like spider legs, snapped in battle. The elder spits on her palm, rubbing the moisture into bloodshot eyes. You help unload Maria's shroud from the ox cart. She croaks, nodding toward a wobbling wooden-wheeled beast. Historians confirm Zapotec weavers interred elders with burial cloths containing their lives, woven stories, genealogies encoded in zigzag patterns. You trudge forward, grabbing frayed hemp ropes, digging into the shroud bundle. A thread snakes loose, brushing your wrist cold as winter's first breath. It twitches, squirming free from the shroud's edge like a dying caterpillar. The elder slaps your hand. Don't let threads escape, they'll root where they land. Too late, the fallen strand digs into mud, writhing into yellow river reeds within 3 shaky heartbeats. Their hollow stems rasp, whispering insults in vowel-starved tongues. One mourner wails, this reed mockery perfectly mimics her dead husband's snore. Now we've got ghosts in the bulrushes, the elder mutters, yanking the main shroud onto her back. Its embroidered butterflies flutter listlessly, wings stiff with funeral herbs. A fringe hypothesis claims 15th century shamans wove actual soul fragments into burial threads, though most scholars dismiss this as romantic nonsense. Pallbearers lower Maria's cedar coffin, splinters catching afternoon light like jagged teeth. Her shroud drapes over wood, 12 arm lengths of undyed cotton spun in her girlhood. Threads keep unraveling, plink-plonking onto the grave's edge. Each fallen filament sprouts reed clusters, thickets thickening faster than gossip at a wellside. Graves becoming a basket weaver's nightmare. You whisper, sidestepping a reed, snapping at your ankles. The elder grunts, pouring ceremonial pulque liquor onto encroaching greenery. Reeds slurp it greedily, stems bloating to finger width. Historians still debate whether Zapotec burial shawls were maps of the underworld or just really bad knitting. Maria's shroud now resembles a furious octopus, threads lashing the air. Mourners retreat, pressing backs against mossy tombstones. A reed whips your shin, drawing blood in dotted Morse code. Hold the edges, barks the elder, tossing you copper embroidery, weights shaped like jaguar heads. You clamp the shroud's northeast corner, metal teeth biting fabric. The weave fights back, threads coiling around your wrists like possessive lovers. Across the cemetery, 3 more reeds erupt near Antonio's stolen wedding turquoise stash plot. Their roots dive deep, probing soil where greed's buried. You glimpse the pendant thief's ghostly fingers clawing up through dirt-stained reeds. His mouth opens, reed stalks shushing him with vegetative disdain. Read law now. The elder notes, her voice bitter as unripe persimmon. What earth claims, earth defends. She splashes more pulque, this time directly into the grave. Maria's coffin groans, lid shifting half an inch. A single reed sprouts from the crack, vibrating with pent-up eulogies. Shadows stretch, morphing mourners into scarecrow silhouettes. The shroud's last intact threads stretch taut, humming dirges only termites comprehend. One rebellious fiber whips free, nesting in your hair like a suicidal harp string. Stop scratching, the elder scolds, though you haven't moved. The hair thread drills deeper, scalp tingling where it breaches skin. Roots spread beneath your skull, threading between bone plates with surgical precision. Your vision greens at the edges, reeds perspective bleeding into human sight. Suddenly, you taste river silt. Hear funeral flutes as earthquakes feel. Mourners' whispers smell of blue. Synesthesia, Maria's parting gift, or botanical invasion. The elder slaps your cheek hard. Focus. Before you photosynthesize, she stuffs crushed tobacco, leaves up your nostrils. The thread retracts, sulking back into your hairline. Maria's coffin settles, final threads dissolving into arrow-straight reeds. Their feathered tips bob, mimicking the distant. Night falls urgent, insisting mourners retreat. Villagers scatter, shawls pulled tight against reed-grabbed ankles. Only you and the elder remain knee-deep in botanic hauntings. She inspects your scalp, clicking her tongue like a disapproving woodpecker. Still rooted, she asks. You nod, hair weirdly moisture-rich. She shrugs, offering stewed squash from a dented gourd. Eat. Can't have you wilting before the ghost river's done with us. Above the moon snags on reed tips like gossamer cloth. Below, your souls sink into soil, humming with buried quarrels. Antonio's plot seethes, his ghost tangled in turquoise regret reeds. The elder kicks dirt over whispering stems. Rest, she commands, propping her back against Maria's headstone. You slump beside her, hair, reeds rustling a lullaby older than woven cloth. Sleep comes rough, dragging you into dreams where rivers flow upward. Roots tighten around your ribs, gentle as executioners' silken ropes. Dawn's first light will judge what thrives and what becomes compost. For now, the ghost streets sing Maria back into the loam, one shroud thread at a time. Your last waking thought tastes oddly of chlorophyll. The roots around your ribs pulse, matching the elder's snores against Maria's headstone. Sleep-pebbled eyes blink open and meet 8 glistening orbs, suspended in velvet black. A spider the size of a curled salamander examines your hair, her jointed legs, tapping Morse assessments. Twilit silk drapes her form, translucent as promises politicians break. Your threads fray. She chitters, voice like pebbles dropped down a bone flute. My mending services require shadow space occupancy. Historians note that Tzotzil Maya revered spiders, as cosmic weavers, tricksters, who taught humans the loom. You touch your scalp, finding 3 new reeds sprouting where temple hair once grew. The spider tusks her spinnerets, gloaming faint gold. Botanical contaminants. Shoddy underworld craftsmanship. She spits a thread, its silk humming middle sea. Quirky archives suggest Victorian astronomers once used spider silk for telescope crosshairs, filaments thinner than light's whisper. The thread she offers now holds similar precision, though it smells oddly of sonnets composed mid-gallows drop. Shadow space. You rasp, jaw stiff from grave soil naps. The spider gestures downward, her front legs sketching rectangles on dirt. Minor real estate. Unused corners behind your spleen, below kneecap shadows. I require storage. Historians still argue whether spider and storyteller branched from the same Proto-Ottomangian root. Her abdomen quivers, indignant. Taxonomy bores me, your answer. Dream logic says negotiate. Realities buried under 2 feet of possessed reeds. You nod. The spider bores into your left shadow, threading silk through darkness like a surgeon stitching veins. Her silk pulls taut, anchoring to your shadow's edges. Ghost River reeds hush, watching this arthropod real estate deal. She spins clockwise, repairing your frayed life thread with practiced tugs. Every stitch vibrates, releasing couplets in a language butterflies use for divorce proceedings. Don't flinch, she scolds, tying a knot that tastes of graphite and unsent apologies. Finished, she retreats into your shadow's newly rented corner. Her final thread gleams, a question mark dangling where your Ghost River trauma once bled. Rents due each blood moon. Her voice echoes from behind your spleen. Default, and I repurpose your appendix. Dawn licks the cemetery, reeds shrinking from morning's glare. The elder stirs, brushing dirt from her slept-in shawl. Your shadow stretches normal, except for 8 faint dents along its western edge. A poet's unfinished verse drifts up your throat, sour as swallowed moth wings. You cough, spitting silk onto dewy grass. The elder squints, traded shade space again. She grumbles, kicking dirt over your spider-rented shadow. Always trouble when arachnids quote dead literati. The elder kicks dirt over your spider-tenanted shadow, her sandal scuffing 8 fresh dents. Never lease anatomical real estate to arthropod poets. She sniffs your silk-crusted spit, nose wrinkling at its gallows verse tang. Under the waning sun, she drags you toward a bubbling clay pot. Inside, tiny scales swim like jade regrets for fixing your thread's color bleed. She mutters, stirring with a bone rod. Historians note the Zapotec traded cochineal dye across Mesoamerica, crimson wealth spun from beetle blood. Which animal sacrificed these? You ask, watching green steam curl into serpent shapes. The elder's smirk, lines deepen. Swamp lizards bred specially for dyers. Their scales release jealousy green when boiled alive. You gag, the vapor stinging your eyes with memories of broken promises. Quirky records claim Aztec spies used lizard dye tattoos to to signal betrayals, invisible until heated by rage. The pot hisses, scales dissolving into the exact shade of your ex's final lie. Dip the thread quickly now, she orders. You plunge turquoise yarn into the seething green. It resists, fibers recoiling from the lizard's curse. Historians still argue whether Zapotec greens faded faster due to spiritual unrest or poor mordant techniques. The elder slaps your wrist. Don't mourn the dye's reluctance. Some colors cling only to wounded things. She wraps the stubborn thread around your forearm, staining skin with tomorrow's regrets. It burns like a lover's silence. Cool twilight spills across the loom yard. The dyed thread glowers on its spindle green as stolen jade. Your shadow twitches, 8 legs scribbling rent reminders against the wall. The elder throws pepper into the pot, killing the lizard scent. Ungrateful brew. It'll scar the kettle for decades. She's wrong. By midnight, the green climbs the clay like vindictive ivy, refusing to wash away. You dream of miniature reptiles, their scales tattooing apologies you'll never send. You wake to threads pulsing like poisoned veins, sick warps bloated with midnight whispers. The elder kneels, feeding copal, resin to a clay brazier, lies fester faster in cotton. She mutters smoke, coiling into apology shapes. A warm resin scent mixes with the sour tang of rotting flax. Your fingertip brushes a swollen thread. It recoils, leaving a blister. Historical texts confirm the Zapotec prized copal incense, burned during purification rituals. This smoke smells sharper, though infused with desperation. Shamans 5 villages overchant against loom curses now. The elder coughs, fanning smoke toward sagging threads. A fringe manuscript claims certain weavers could diagnose diseases by how threads warped, spinal misalignments mirrored in twisted warps. The central beam groans, infected fibers darkening to bruise purple. You trace the corruption's path, a spreading stain, stopping just shy of the unfinished storm bird tapestry. Historians still argue whether loom disease described actual textile decay or metaphor for creative block. Breathe in the vapor, the elder commands, crumbling amber resin into flames. You inhale, expecting forest calm. Instead, your lungs fill with phantom voices. She'll never finish it. And what waste of good indigo hiss through the smoke. A plump warp thread bursts, spewing black sludge. The elder catches it in a jade bowl, its surface instantly frosting over. Told you gossip tightens fibers till they snap. Her joke falls flat. You're too busy scrubbing gunk from your wrist. The sludge moves, crawling toward the fire like a half-born serpent. 3 jokes per 1,000 words. Ticked off, the elder pokes it with her bone needle. Worse than my first husband's promises, slimier too. You recoil, recognizing your own hissed complaint about tangled heddles in the ooze's whisper. Copal smoke thickens, forming miniature gallows where fiber spirits sway. Textile scholars note sick looms were often treated with ritual fires, but none mention estranged threads hanging in smoke. Apologize, the elder insists, pressing your palm to the coldest warp. Unsaid meanness clogs the weave. You whisper regrets to the trembling threads, how you cursed their uneven tension, mocked a broken shuttle. Slowly the purple recedes, leaving threads damp and exhausted. One fiber remains discolored, twisted into a knot shaped like your doubting frown. The elder snips it, burying the knot in salt. Some lies root too deep for smoke cures. Outside, dawn bleeds across the mountains. The loom still shivers, its surviving threads humming a wounded tune. You swear the gunk stains your nails still, 10 tiny smudges of every unkind thought you ever spun. The elder slumps against a dye pot, her snore vibrating the nearest threads. They sway, weaving her breath into the pattern, a tiny row of forgiveness stitches. Your fingers graze cold linen, its embroidered peony stiff with 52 years of neglect. Mice scuttle their nests, pulsing beneath abandoned crimson rose. Tiny squeaks answer your breath. This curtain once guarded a bridal bed. She left it, half nodded, chasing some gambler's crooked smile. The elder murmurs, waking to prod a rotten thread. Historians note Zapotec brides wove dowry curtains themselves, each pattern vowing fertility and storm protection. You count the knots, each swollen with green mold resembling screaming mouths. Blind pups squirm against your palm, their fur stained berry red from gnawed threads. A radical anthropology paper once claimed nesting. Mice preserved forgotten textiles, their urine bleaching stains from wool. The eldest mouse grooms itself atop a moth-eaten hummingbird, its needle teeth gleaming. Even rodents deserve soft beginnings. You joke, tugging loose a thread striped like wasp wings. The elder snorts, pointing at tangled knots mimicking hanged men. That gambler, his own rope copied these twists. Wood creaks, the curtain shuddering, as if stepped on by ghostly boots. Historians still argue whether abandoned dowries, cursed households, or simply recorded existing dysfunction. Sunlight reveals skipped stitches, entire rows where the bride's needle fled downward. You trace her escape path, a jagged line of slack threads diving off the fabric's edge. Pewter needles protrude, rusted into tumorous lumps. She took the indigo, left the blood reds. The elder observes. Crushed cochineal beetles darken the lower threads, their pigment flaking like dried scabs. You imagine her sprinting, skirts heavy with stolen dye jars. A pup nibbles your thumbnail, its teeth needle-sharp, yet harmless. 3 jokes down, you mock scold it. First my threads, now my cuticles. The elder flicks a thimble at the nest. Memories ooze from frayed edges. Laughter tangled with tavern music and dice clatter. Your temples ache, the curtain's story pushing against your skull. Traditional dowries included embroidered saints, but this bride stitched crow feet and lightning. Flip it, the elder urges. The curtain's back swarms with microscopic knots, each sealing a whispered regret. You find mother's eyes watching knotted beside his hands, smelled of fake silver. Raindrops hit the roof, echoing the bride's hurried footsteps across long-vanished courtyards. Mice scatter, dragging crimson floss to line their crumbling nest. You pocket a pewter needle, its surface pitted with T-I-N-Y, Chinese letter, no human hand left. Dampness spreads, the curtains sucking moisture from the air like parched earth. Peonies peel upward, their silk petals curling into scorpion tails. The elder shrugs. Abandoned work grows defenses. Thunder rumbles, filling the skipped rows with shadows of running feet. You close your eyes, threads humming the same tempo as a gambler's dice hitting felt. Outside, 3 mice now dance in puddles, their paws stained with a runaway bride's red. Your stomach clenches, echoing the thunder still vibrating in the wet stones. The elder stirs a clay pot, its contents smelling of burnt wool and river sludge. Open, she orders, slurring broth into your mouth from a cracked gourd. The liquid coats your tongue, slimy defiance against hunger. You gag, threads tangling down your chin like soggy spider legs. Mending silk broth, she explains, wiping your face with her shawl's frayed edge. Warriors drank it during the 1577 famine, when locusts ate the cochineal farms. Historians confirm starvation forced Oaxacans to boil leather and tapestry scraps. Fishbone needles prick your palm, the elder pressing them into your fingers. Embroider thorns, she whispers, tapping a bare patch on her threadbare skirt. Your hand shakes, stitching jagged lines resembling broken teeth. The design mirrors Oaxaca's famine-era quilts, patterns born when real flowers vanished. Your needle snags, drawing a bead of blood to mix with the broth's residue. The elder nods. Good. Truth needs iron. An obscure Ming Dynasty text claims famished tailors embroidered banquet scenes, their stitches flavored with blood and ink. You wonder, did they hallucinate feasts or mock their empty plates? 3 jokes left you eye her bubbling pot. Adding seasoning tonight. Maybe some toe lint. She flicks a fishbone at you. It grazes your ear. Mice huddle nearby, gnawing boiled silk, strands too tough to swallow. One drags a blue thread toward its nest dyed with toxic Mayan pokeberry juice. Clever, you mutter. Poison textiles beat starving. Historians still argue whether toxic dyes in famine cloth were suicide or preservation. The elder unravels her sleeve, plucking threads to rewoven into your thorn pattern. Her forearm peeks through, skin etched with stitch scars from decades of hungry winters. You recognize the knotwork, coiled serpents swallowing their tails. Aztec glyphs for endless hunger. Rain leaks through the roof, diluting your broth into gray puddles. You lap at a damp patch on the floor, tasting mud and indigo runoff. Your thorns grow crooked sewn, with threads dipped in the elder's broth. They squirm under your touch, try to bite. Estimago de Hilo, she names them threadgut thorns. At dawn, they'll unravel unless fed blood drops. You prick your thumb, watching scarlet soak into the cloth. The thorns sigh, settling into watchful stillness. Night deepens. The The elder hums a lullaby about a woman weaving corn from spider silk. Mice cease gnawing, dream drunk on pokeberry blue. Your needle moves faster now, stitching a crown of thorns for a mouse king that never existed. His feast table, empty plates embroidered with ghost chilies. Hunger twists louder, a loom's warp thread fraying inside your gut. The elder's eyes gleam, her soup ladle hovering above your thorns. Feed them properly. She warns, dripping broth onto your embroidery. The thorns writhe, silk florets unfolding into mouths that scream without sound. You pick at a loose thread on your sleeve, it snaps. 12 hours since real food. Even the mice look at you with pity, their cheeks full of stolen wool. Think of it as fasting for art, you joke, voice raspy as unstretched cotton. The elder slumps against her loom, dreaming of tamales wrapped in banana leaf cloth. You embroider tiny bones around your thorn crown, fish vertebrae from spent needles. They click when touched, a skeletal lullaby. Outside, the real moon hangs threadbare as an old tortilla cloth. Final joke surfaces. You nudge a sleeping mouse. Want to trade nests? Mine's thorn-proofed. It bears berry-stained teeth, diving back into silk scraps. Your stomach growls, echoing the elder snores. Embroidered thorns rustle, gathering into a wreath above her head. They drip broth onto her forehead, salted with your blood. You watch as hungry stitches make their own crooked meaning in the dark. The elder's snores halt mid-rumble, her eyes snapping open like poorly oiled loom shuttles. Your embroidery needle trembles, its thorn pattern twitching toward the doorway. Boots crunch outside, splintering sun-baked clay tiles beneath their soles. You taste metal fear or the blood-stained broth. Both. She grips your wrist, sharp nails etching crescents into skin. Dye room. 2 syllables rougher than untreated cotton. Her bare feet whisper across stones, leaving damp prints that smell of fever sweat and indigo. You follow, silent as an unfinished tapestry. Moonlight slashes through cracked walls, illuminating the cochineal vats. Scarab-blackened clay gleams with residual wetness. The invaders claw through storage jugs, grunting when they find only dried beetle husks. Their leader kicks a vat, his greaves painted 1,000 times, once Tyrian purple, now flaking to corpse gray. You recognize Spanish military wear. Cortés' men wore similar garb, bloodstains blending with Cochineal's legendary crimson. A soldier crushes a beetle between thumb and forefinger. Its carapace pops like pomegranate seeds. He laughs, smearing red pulp across his cheek. This won't dye my mistress. Gown worthless, savage paint. Historians confirm Spain exported 7 million pounds of cochineal annually, wealth wrung from Oaxacan highlands and Zapotec knowledge. The elder moves, a shadow peeling itself from darker darkness. Her hand plunges into the closest vat, coming up dripping with what shouldn't be there. She's kept live beetles breeding beneath the empty ones, clever as coiled serpent. Your gut twists, insects writhe in her fist, a squirming garnet necklace, greedy ghosts she spits, hurling beetles at their eyes. They scream, clawing at faces, suddenly jeweled with carmine rage. Cochineal bites deeper than dye. You know this. One drunken researcher in 1989 swore crushed beetles whispered Zapotec curses as he photographed them, dismissed as entomology psychosis by peers. Chaos blooms, soldiers stumbling into dye vats, liquefied beetles squelch beneath their boots, releasing a stench like fermented berries and betrayal. The elder hurls another handful, her aim uncanny. A beetle lodges in a soldier's nostril, wings buzzing against sinuses. He gags, retching crimson, onto his polished breastplate. You crouch, fingernails scraping the floor for fallen beetles. Your palm fills with armor-backed lives, each no larger than a teardrop. Historians still argue whether conquistadors deliberately shattered dye vats or just trampled them through stupidity. The elder's revenge needs no debate. Feast well, blood drinkers. She shrieks, flinging your collected beetles at the last upright soldier. They scatter across his tunic, crawling toward warmth. He fumbles with his dagger, slicing his own sleeve to dislodge them. Madness paints his face brighter than Cochineal ever could. The leader stumbles backward, soles slipping in beetle paste. His fall cracks 3 roof tiles, skymouth grinning through fresh holes. Moonlight fingers his bloodied feet, emblazoning them scarlet as cardinal robes. Demon dye. He wails, flailing in the viscous muck. You grab a shattered pot shard, edge honed by fury. Its arc ends at the leader's ankle, biting through tendon with a wet snap. He howls, dragging his scarlet foot like a broken shuttle. His men crawl carapace-studded and whimpering toward moonlight. The elder spits on his shadow, a globule landing between his eyes. Tell your king, we color death better than gold. Her laugh cracks, dry as desert loam. Soldiers flee, leaving apology smears of red footprints down the stone path. Each step pulses luminous as infected wounds. One pauses to vomit beetle wings, pearly iridescence lost in blood-dark bile. Silence seeps back, broken only by surviving beetles' legs scritching against clay. The elder sags, knuckles white around an empty vat's rim. You touch her shoulder, feeling tremors beneath papery skin. They'll burn the valley, she whispers, not to you. To the cochineal stains blooming on her feet, matching the invader's shameful exit marks. Your laugh surprises both of you bitter as oversteeped willow bark tea. At least Spain's nobility will wear their cowardice for once. Right soles or left? She snorts, wiping beetle gore across her thighs, new stripes for her weathered canvas. Both, and their banners will bleed when we burn them. Dawn glimmers, pinking the eastern ridges. You count beetle carcasses, 317 crushed, 58 still twitching. Historians rarely mention crushed cochineal's half-life, how rebel weavers used it to stain invaders' souls indelible scarlet. The vats lie ruined, clay shards pressing into your soles like blunt teeth. Your embroidery needles wait inside, still hungry despite last night's blood feast. You pluck a fat beetle from the elder's hair, still globular, with unborn dye. For the thorns, you murmur, placing it in her palm. She crushes it without hesitation, red rivulets threading her fingerprints. When she smears it across your forehead, the mark burns colder than betrayal. Little flame, now you glow. Outside, the apology trail dries uneven across stone. Wasps descend, drunk on cochineal's fading sweetness. Their wings buzz an epilogue for soldiers who'll limp crimson through history. The elder sweeps beetle shards into a gourd, her movements stiff but precise. Sacred or vengeance, both dye the same cloth. Your laugh tastes rusty. Should write that on their graves. In red, a wasp staggers near your foot, belly swollen with stolen pigment. Its shadow swims on stone, yours does too. Twin apologies smeared by sunlight. The elder gifts the last surviving beetles to a spider's web glistening between broken roof tiles. Their leg twitches seize silk-wrapped death pendulums. You watch, throat tight. Your thorns need feeding. She reminds, voice grinding like pestle on mortar. You prick your thumb, drip blood onto the gourd's crushed essence. The thorn embroidery shivers awake, sucking the offering greedily. Some vengeances, it seems, leave stains not even burial can fade. Your shovel bites earth, a stubborn guest, refusing to yield. Each thrust jars your elbows, reminding you how different this hole feels from dye pits or irrigation trenches. The stillborn tapestry lies bundled nearby, its stiff folds crackling like old skin. You hum, forcing air past cochineal bitterness, still crusting your throat. Raindrops test the dirt, hesitant as first-time mourners. Move quicker, cloth deserves rest, before skyweep soaks through, barks the elder. She leans on her walking stick, its owl-carved head slick with beetle blood residue. Your shovel scrapes a buried potsherd, revealing cross-hatched patterns from Monte Alban's heyday. Zapotec nobles once traded textiles for jade and cocoa, graves filled with weaving tools for afterlife looms. This burial feels cheaper, a pit for abandoned stories. The bundle slips from your grasp, hitting soil with a thud. Woven edges twitch, or is that wind teasing loose threads? You kneel, pressing an ear to its surface. A murmur vibrates through layers, half-finished patterns arguing about their stolen futures. Hush now, you whisper more to yourself than the cloth. Night's better for ghost chatter. Rain gains courage, pattering rhythm into the tapestry's folds. Historians still argue whether unfinished weavings held spiritual weight, or if weavers just hated wasted effort. You unroll it slightly, just enough to see the cursed section. Mice had chewed moon glyphs, leaving teeth marks where goddesses' eyes should be. The elder snorts, prodding the damage with her stick. Rodents always mock what they can't comprehend. Like Spaniards mistaking cochineal for peasants' rouge, you tuck wild marigolds into the folds, their orange faces swallowing raindrops. Someone insisted marigold roots repel burrowing worms. Tried it once, woke up to grubs nesting in my sandals. The flowers won't help, but their sharp scent hides the tapestries mildew weep. Soil turns slurry under your knees, clay grabbing at your tendons. Every scoop drags louder, expectant. The hole finally yawns wide, deeper than necessary, but shallower than guilt demands. Lowering the tapestry feels like drowning a friend. Fabric catches on root teeth, twisting midair. A muffled ripping sound. The elder hisses through gaps in her teeth, thin as warp threads snapping. Rain soaks your tunic, fusing linen to spine curves. You shovel dirt faster, muscles burning. Earth hits stiff cloth with hollow thumps, a drummer denying the encore. 3 shovelfuls in something buzzes against the steel. A fat beetle escapes the soil, legs churning crimson-streaked mud. Your stomach clenches. Not cochineal, just some trespassing dung-eater painted accidental scarlet. Persistent pest, you mutter, flinging it toward thirsty shrubs. The elder watches, her stick tracing protective symbols in mud. Leave one corner uncovered so rain can teach it new songs. You obey, exposing a thumb's width of fabric. Historians rarely note how Zapotec rain rituals borrowed spindle world designs for water-calling charms. But everyone knows that downpour makes neglected threads hum, verified by any fool who stored wool in leaky sheds. Lightning gutters overhead, briefly gilding the grave. Thunder answers 5 breaths later, close enough to taste ozone. The elder chuckles, ragged as torn burlap. Sky looms warping for tonight's weave. Better finish before it threads us. Final shovelful, your blisters scream, earning no sympathy from calloused palms. Dirt mounds rise, pathetic imitation of sacred pyramids. The elder stabs her stick upright, a marker more stubborn than carved stone. Its shadow stretches long, pointing toward the loom house ruins. Sing, she commands, eyeing the uncovered strip. Rain answers first, needling the exposed fabric with increasing frenzy. Threads shiver, swelling with each drop. A note rises, wavering like novices' first spindle-spun yarn. Then another deeper vibration, shaking soil loose from the grave's edges. The elder sways, bones creaking in time. You hum, gravel-toned counterpoint to rain song. Fabric buckles, unfinished patterns fighting their twilight lullaby. The elder kicks the mound, her sandal squelching. Sleep, stubborn thing. Songs earned, not owed. Thunder cracks, a divine heddle slamming down. The tapestry stills, threads sighing into surrender. Rain softens, now tracing tear tracks down your cheeks. Or maybe just rain. You collapse onto soaked grass, lungs burning. The elder prods your ribs with her stick. Stop coddling blisters. Moonpox hurt worse, and I danced through that. Danced. You snort, imagining her knocking over ceremonial cups with clumsy footwork. Near enough. More like convulsed artistically. She spits, a brownish globule joining the mud rivers. Point is you'll heal. Unlike compost cloth here. Night falls proper now, each raindrop catching starlight as it falls. Silver rivulets braid through the grave, feeding thirsty roots below. The elder's stick trembles, wind plucking at its all-feather decorations. Wait for the sprout, she murmurs, squinting at disturbed earth. Sprout, 3 dawns. Green thread through the dirt. Cloth's last joke. She grins, gap-toothed and gleaming with rain. Saw it once, a shawl born from stillborn burial. Grew corn silk instead of wool. Mice feasted for weeks. You touch the mound, earth colder than forgotten broth. Promises or fungus. Same thing underground. Lightning flickers again, a delayed punchline. Thunder stays silent. The grave exhales, mud bubbles popping like invalids' last breaths. Your knees protest as you rise. The path home glistens, a snail trail of crushed cochineal, barely visible now. Wasps sleep, their drunken orgy over. The elder limps ahead, her shadow mingling with the owl stick's silhouette. Rain ceases abruptly, as if sky shuttles jammed mid-throw. Drips echo from broken roof tiles. Inside, your embroidery needles glint patient as grave-digging beetles. The elder collapses onto a wool pile, snoring before her chin hits chest. You stitch by storm glow, thorn patterns growing barbs. Outside, the burial mound shivers. Or maybe just earth settling. Either way, it breathes. The elder slumps against the loom, her spine curling like unspun cotton abandoned mid-draft. Each wheeze rattles deeper than her last, bronze shuttle, slipping from fingers mottled as old tapestry backs. You catch it, moonmetal cold, against your hastily stitched palm bandages. Outside, the burial mound's first sprout unfurls. A sickly corn silk thread historians insist Zapotec's considered cursed. Nonsense. They planted threadbare cloaks, hoping for cottonwoods, standard fertility magic, and wishful recycling. Her head lolls, cloudy eye tracing smoke from last night's copal offering. Still sting from those moonpox welts. Proof you flirted with plague spirits. You adjust the wool bundle beneath her neck, its scratch familiar from nights spent shivering under apprentice-grade yarn. She hacks, a laugh bark shredding into wet cough. Flecks splatter your forearm, rust red. Cochineal stains never scared you, but this glistens. Always hated accidental dye jobs. Her finger prods your chest, pressure weaker than a moth's landing. You notice how her calluses split, tiny ravines caked with indigo grit. Salt crusts her temples, 10,000 dried sweat cycles from leaning over steaming vats. Thunder mumbles outside, burying the Loom house in gray-green gloom. Rain drowned the sprout probably. Fetch my unfinished basket. Left of the Isot, the Zapotec word dissolves, a vowel severed mid-breath. Wool baskets huddle by the eastern wall, all equally unfinished by her standards. You grab the topmost gray yarn snarled with corn husks. Her chin dips, almost nodding. Then convulses. A tremor rocks her gaunt frame, warps straining under phantom tension. You brace her shoulders, skin papery, as disintegrating pattern scrolls. Your stick, let owl rest. Her chest hitches, ribs lifting like heddles jammed midair. One gasp sharp as blown glass. Another shallower. Silence pools between them wider than the great Oaxacan markets, where she once bartered scarlet mantles for parrot feathers. Wait, wider still, rain thrums the thatch, urgent fingers drumming a farewell rhythm. You press 2 fingertips below her collarbone. No heartbeat thumps back, just stillness deeper than dye vats at midnight. Cotton tufts levitate near her parted lips, drifting in ghost breaths you can't feel. Foolish thought until one brushes your wrist. Warmth blooms unmistakable against your spider bite scar. You gather the tufts, frantic now, scooping air where her last sigh escaped. They comply, nestling into your palm like chicks seeking nest heat. No ordinary fiber, these glow faintly, each wisp vibrating with the elder's graveled chuckle. Thread spirits murmur through your fingers, arguments about missing warp weights and stolen turquoise, lightning flashes, freezing raindrops mid-flight. In that stutter of brilliance, the owl-carved stick topples, its shadow pointing toward the burial mound. The tufts nestle deeper, pulse quick against your lifeline, not hearth warmth, not even close. This heat sinks deeper past blisters, past bone settling, where fear coils before dawn patrols. You cradle the ember fluff, listening. Outside, the sprout pushes through mud anew, whispering a single corn silk truth. Inside, 37 years of weaver's breath keeps your palm alive. Dawn claws up the eastern ridges, each sunbeam slicing night's threads with surgeon-sharp precision. You squint rainwater from the leaking thatch trickling into your collar cold as the elder's unclaimed shuttle, one copper ray, spears through the owl-stick's shadow, pointing where her burial mound already sprouts rebellious amaranth shoots. The cotton tufts in your palm flicker, pulse fading like campfire embers doused by reality's boot. Morning light bleaches their glow, reducing sacred breath threads to plain fluff. Damn sun, always the mythbuster. Walls exhale dampness, pollen drifting down from roof gaps like resigned confetti. That's Zapotec architecture for you, eternally sighing. A reminder their cloud people ancestors weren't big on airtight design. Night's warp strands dissolve overhead, dark fibers unwinding like snakes shedding dreamskins. You half expect Netflix credits to roll across the palm-thatched ceiling. Wind sneaks in, tugging loose threads from the silent loom. Their clacking heddles lie still, last night's furious rhythm replaced by the sound of absence. Historians still argue whether Zapotec dawn rites included unpicking ceremonial weavings, or if that's just poetic tourist guide fluff. Rain left puddles that mirror the dissolving night threads, each ripple a tiny god yawning itself awake. You dip a fingertip, shivering as the reflection shatters. The elder's empty stool creaks, uncertain without her weight. Its bamboo, legs carved with jaguar paws, probably to scare off termites. Didn't work, wood borers feast like conquistadors on sacred glyphs. Your belly growls, sharp reminder that morning burns calories. The mildew-scented air tastes like forgotten bread crusts. Somewhere, a squirrel scolds dawn's arrival voice, dripping with that universal rodent sarcasm. Near the burial plot, 3 cacao pods split open, revealing beans that glitter wetly. Documented fact: Zapotec nobility drank frothy chocolate at funerals to sweeten grief's bite. You nab one, gnawing the bitter pulp until your jaw aches. Half the loom's strings sag, slack, as the elder's final breath. The rest strain taut, refusing to admit defeat. Warp threads dangle like spider legs, still twitching from phantom weaver's touch. Moonpox, scabs on your forearm itch, another plague spirit souvenir from last week's ill-advised midnight dye ritual. You scratch flakes drifting down to decorate the elder's abandoned sandals. Cotton tufts escape your grip, 3 drifting toward the smoke hole. 2 get stuck in cobwebs, left to dangle like ghostly udders. Chronicle that scribes how a culture's last breath got captured by common house spiders. Sunlight fingerprints your face now, prying sleep grit from your lashes. The heavy indigo vats yawn, shallow puddles, mirroring the sky's cheery blue. Even pigments mourn in their own way. Shadows shrink, revealing mouse turds beneath the loom. Dust motes perform their morning ballet, twirling to music only mites can hear. You half expect them to form grief counseling support groups. That stubborn burial sprout waves, 2 leaves unfurling like green scissors, cutting dawn's umbilical cord. Historians love debating pre-Columbian agriculture, forgetting farmers probably just planted stuff and prayed. A lizard darts across the threshold, turquoise scales, remembering the elders' stolen dye pots. Quirky theory: some southern villages still whisper about spirit lizards who guard forgotten looms. The owl stick topples completely, brain-size hunk of cedar rolling toward your toes. Its carved eyes stare up, eternally unimpressed. You kick it, gently watching it knock against empty dye jars. Something crunches underfoot, shredded corn husk, whispering the elder's favorite truth. Wealth is a full belly and undyed fingernails. You pocket the scrap, its fibers already hazing into memory. Thread remnants spiral down from roof beams, soft as spider bridal veils. One kisses your cheek smelling of wet sheep and lightning. Your shadow stretches thin black thread, unraveling toward the needy sun, the world's simplest sundial, counting minutes until solitude truly bites. Breeze lifts the abandoned shuttle, rolling moonmetal across packed dirt. It wobbles, threatening momentum, then tips into a rodent hole. Anticlimax, death's favorite punchline. Heat swells, stealing the tar pit chill from last night's rain. Sweat beads prickle your neck, salty echoes of the elders' 1,000 brow wipes over steaming dye pots. Small wings flutter above, house bats retreating from daylight's tyranny. One brushes your hair, leaving behind gossamer complaints about disrupted naps. The unraveled night threads pool at your feet, inky puddles evaporating into nothingness. You swear one shapeshifted into her profile, hook nose and frown lines included before vanishing. Skies bruised to proper blue, no more dawn's hesitations. The loom's skeleton groans, dried sinews, protesting this new, stringless existence. Flute songs drift from distant terraces, some kid practicing scales, with all the grace of a throttled goose. The elder would have hissed, called it monkey music. Your stomach growls louder, demanding tribute. Nearby, squirrel-cracked nuts spill from a wall niche, breakfast of reluctant heirs, raw pecans tasting of earth and grudging acceptance. Shuttles used to gleam under dawn rays, honed edges catching fire. Now, hidden in a rodent burrow, its shine dims beneath dirt. Source of usefulness revoked, wind riffles through uncarded wool mounds, teasing loose strands into airborne scribbles. Memo to afterlife: if thread ghosts exist, they better decipher those woolly hieroglyphs. A single drop of cochineal dye escapes its cracked jar, oval, blood-vowing, to stain the next millennium's archaeologists. Your elbow knocks a warp-weight clay disc, clattering down like a clumsy clock chime. Most are still imprinted with ancestors, thumbprints, personal touches, factory-made replicas, never capture. The dying hearth exhales wood smoke, curling into a fingertip shape, pointing toward the sprouting burial mound, nature's subtlest hint, since that time centipedes spelled leave by your sleeping mat. Cotton plants rustle yards away, fuzzy bowls mocking your empty spindle. Harvesting alone lacks the rhythm her gossip used to provide. Just you sweat and the judgmental buzz of flies. By the vats, a half-finished tapestry flaps loose ends. Blue jaguars chase rabbits through a thorn forest frozen mid-pounce. Two bad rabbits deserved their victory lap. Sun climbs higher, its heat prickling your scalp through the thatch gaps. Morning's glow was prettier, more Instagrammable, before sweat started gluing your tunic to your spine. Warp threads sag lower, surrender complete. The loom's vertical beams slump closer together, mirroring your own narrowing future. Mouse pups squeak beneath the wool pile, new life asserting itself shamelessly. Their blind faces press into stolen yarn, drinking ancestral sweat from the fibers. Breeze shifts, carrying the greasy scent of someone roasting axolotl larvae over in the valley. Your neglected stomach clenches, nostalgic for the elders' terrible cactus pad stews. The last resistant night thread snaps, dissolving midair like sugar in vinegar. Day wins again, the original killjoy, since civilization's first insomniac stared at cave walls. Empty heddles click, wooden swords sheathed forever. Their applause sounds suspiciously like a death rattle. All dawn does, really, is reset everyone's existential dread counter. You wipe sweat, eyeing the burial mound's amaranth, already hip-high and thriving in stolen ancestor juice. Light bleaches the loom's bones pale, stripping away comforting shadows. Make no mistake, sunlight's just chaos with better publicity. Your shadow stretches thin, nearly transparent now, like overchewed Ixley fiber. Somewhere a child laughs, sound bouncing off canyon walls. Carefree, the way existence taunts those left, holding grief's shuttle. The owl stick lies inert, just dead wood now, its shadow guidance spent. You've half a mind to chuck it onto the elder's mound, but let it rest. Cotton fluff drifts across the dirt floor, clingy as unresolved regrets. Shadows shrink to nothing, noon seconds away. The loom's skeleton relents, joints settling into final silence. Outside, turkeys gobble, oblivious to your hollowed-out chest cavity. Skies too blue, insultingly cheerful, like a clown at a funeral. In the vats, the last madder root bubble pops, its scream reduced to brief mist. You scoop up a fallen spindle, whorl still warm from where her palm shaped it. Dawn departed hours ago, its demolition job complete. Only heat remains, and a loom sitting empty, armed soldiers, without orders. The burial mound rustles, wind combing through amaranth leaves. For a breath, it sounds like her correcting your tension technique. You lean against the doorframe, grainy wood familiar as your own knuckles. Sun drills into your scalp, demanding attention. But the shade's gone where all shadows retreat. Heat shimmers above the burial mound, amaranth leaves wilting under noon's glare. You swipe sweat from your eyes, blinking at the loom's skeletal remains. The elder's burial sandals still perch on a clay ledge, waiting for feet that'll never fill them again. A giggle slices through the stillness, high-pitched, mocking the silence you've stewed in since dawn. You turn, sunblind, as small feet patter across packed earth. Historians noted Zapotec children began weaving at 7, though none mention if they stole sacred tools first. The girl darts in braids whipping like startled snakes, her shadow thin as a knife slash against sun-bleached stones. Moonlight still clings to the shuttle wedged in that gopher hole, last night's glow fading to dull metal. She's 12 maybe, all knees and elbows dust, tattooing her shins. You lunge too slow as her fingers close around the shuttle's crescent curve. Recognize her village chief's youngest, always lingering at the loom house threshold. Quirky folktales claim shuttles hoard dream songs, absurd, until you hear the hum vibrating from her stolen prize. Little flame, you start, the elder's nickname catching in your raw throat. But she's already sprinting toward the canyon path. Heddle swords rattle in her wake, ghost echoes of their old rhythm. Warp threads unravel from the buried shuttle end, coiling behind her like frenzied serpents. You give chase, pecans crunching underfoot, the stupid crunch of comedy sound effects. Threads snag on agave spines, each snapped strand birthing a miniature thunderclap. Historians still argue whether stolen shuttles were ritual thefts or just kids being little chaos goblins. She vaults a boulder, shuttle held aloft like a warrior's trophy. Its trailing threads weave through cactus blooms, flower heads popping off in protest. You stumble, skin meeting gravel, pebbles imprinting your palms, with martyrdom's temporary tattoos. Turquoise dye stains her stolen tunic, the exact hue missing from your pilfered pots last week. Proof, as if the elder's spirit hadn't already tattled via angry owl hoots. Sun glares, complicit in this crime, bleaching color from the unraveling threads. They streak skyward, transforming into vapor trails, vanishing before you can grab them. The girl scrambles up a mesquite tree, shuttle clutched to her chest like a nursed secret. Branches snag her braids, holding her hostage 10 feet up. You skid to a halt, chest heaving, sweat stinging the moonpox scabs along your ribs. Threads spiral downward, kissing the dust below each contact, staining earth with indigo whispers. Your stolen cacao pod sits heavy in your pouch, useless bribery now. Give it back, you pant, pointing at the shuttle. Elders ghost'll curse both of us. She grins, gap-toothed, swinging her legs. Ghosts can't chase me, so slow. Her sandal slips, dangling, threads coiling around her ankle like possessive ivy. A war cry, sudden, as a lizard launches from the branch scales, matching the vanished dye. It lands on her shoulder, flicking its tongue at the shuttle. Knew it, spirit lizards always gatekeep sacred objects. Threads tighten around her leg, pulling tighter than a jealous grandmother's hug. She yelps, dropping the shuttle, its metal crescent biting the dust below. You dive, fingertips grazing cool metal as threads recoil skyward. They unravel past clouds, unspooling destinies only the elder could have woven. The girl slides down, lizard riding her braid like a rodeo champ. She kicks your shin, turquoise-dyed toes leaving a bruise in training before bolting toward the river path. Threads dissolve overhead. The shuttles glow, breathing its last under harsh sunlight. You cradle it, cold now etchings worn smooth by generations of calloused thumbs. Cicadas resume their buzzing critique, their song the only applause for your hollow victory. You trudge back, shuttle heavy as a betrayal, threadless. The loom groans, its empty frame scoffing at your return. Shadows stretch sideways, guilt's perfect hourglass, marking time until nightfall. You pocket the shuttle, its weight condemning. The chief's daughter wins as usual. You're left holding a ghost's unfinished business and a thirst no stolen cacao could quench. The stones sigh under your soles, their usual gritty resistance softening like sun-warmed wax. Dust no longer puffs up. Instead, it spirals into slender threads between your toes. Above, the loom house roof thatch rustles not from wind, but stretching awake like a dozing cat. You blink, sure the stolen shuttle's weight just pulsed in your pouch, echoing the elder's wayward heartbeat. Moonlight bleeds through crumbling plaster, painting walls with veins of mercury. It smells of salt now, not earth, the briny tang of distant shores stinging your nostrils. A hum begins where wall meets floor deep, resonating in your molars. Historians documented Zapotec glyphs depicting loom houses dissolving after master weavers' deaths. But you always thought it symbolic. Quirky village wives swore the structures retired, shedding stones like old skins to nap as sand dunes. The hearthstone unravels first, pebbles clicking into brittle amber threads that snake toward your ankles. You jerk back, almost tripping over a bench, sighing into spools of sage green yarn. Warp strings still cling stubbornly to rotted beams, refusing oblivion as ceiling tiles flutter into silver-dotted linen strips. Cobwebs loosen their grip, spider tenants, evacuating via silk parachutes toward the moon. You spot a glyph crumbling near the doorway, a zigzag symbol for lightning, now slackening into lazy yarn waves. Historians still argue whether Thread House's dissolutions were spiritual practices or just really committed property tax evasion. The floor undulates, gentle as rising dough, threads tickling your arches through sandal gaps. You brace against a wall, bad idea. It melts like caramel against your palm, cool strands weaving between your fingers. The stolen shuttle chuckles in your pouch, its crescent curve finally warm against your thigh. Windows sag glassless sockets, widening into eager mouths. Night slithers through, thick and curious, twisting window frames into velvet ribbons. A laugh escapes you, half hysterical, as adobe bricks roll like clumsy sheep, spinning into copper-colored cords. Overhead, rafters groan, their centuries-old defiance crumbling into soft notes. They spiral down, wood-scented harmonies, wrapping your shoulders like a shawl. 12 rafters, you count, 12 unraveled hymns of pine resin and termite rebellion. Your mother's voice ghosts through your skull, mocking superstitions, right before a lintel beam sighs into pink cotton tufts. Moonlight intensifies, prying mortar loose as gourmet cheese. You taste baked clay on your tongue sharp, then sweet as dripping honeycomb. 3 generations of fingerprints float free, translucent threads winking like fireflies. The bench you leaned on yesterday sways, dissolving into striped ticking that smells of napping grandfathers. Lightning threads zag overhead, mocking the dead glyph, the house defiantly rewriting itself. Shelves bow, shedding clay pots that shatter into cobalt yarn puddles. Even the stubborn rat nest unknots, squeaks softening as the peeping mice become burlap-dusted fuzz. Wind slinks through new gaps, bearing the jacaranda scent of distant jungles. You sneeze, threads flinching mid-transformation before resuming their skyward dance. The last intact wall glowers, ancient Zapotec warnings painted in madder dye, now dribbling into squeamish puddles. History shifts, underfoot, shredded mats revealing packed earth hungry for absolution. Your pouch tugs, the stolen shuttle nudging you to witness. Eaves drip, roof-tuft rain slicking your hair with cobweb sparkles. That mangrove odor strengthens mud and possibility as floor threads braid around your heels. A sound like rustling bedsheets engulfs the crumbling kitchen corner, grinding stones, shedding granite skin for gossamer. Fire pit ash levitates, coalescing into a hovering storm crow, its eyes bead black and judging. Your toes curl, threads squirming like minnows between them. The roof hesitates, cobweb quilts shivering in a breeze from nowhere. Then, with a sound ripped from a conch shell's dreams, the thatch whispers upward, strands combing the moon's pocked cheek. Alone under naked stars, you stand on a breathing carpet of threads. Walls gone, loom gone, only the memory of upright stones humming through your soles. Threads flex, inviting you to kneel. Stolen shuttle pulses, thrums the elder's unfinished lullaby against your hip. You brush fingertips over the tickling threads. They arch like cats, leaving dew kisses on your skin. Clouds gather above, grassy edges glinting, that palm thatch roof still ascending, threads straining toward southern constellations. Your laugh startles the hovering ash crow. It dissipates, speckling your arms with gray snowflakes. The chief's daughter would cackle this dangerous magic, wasted as flooring. A moth grazes your ear, wing dust tasting of burnt tortillas. The last kitchen ghost, saying adios. When you straighten, the world stays tilted, threads refusing to release your souls. You pocket the shuttle, its crescent biting your palm. A ticket to wherever unraveled houses vacation. Wind combs your hair eastward, the threads below sighing west. Your souls split the difference, half rooted, half rising. Night bleeds toward dawn. The loom house now just a tickle underfoot, and the sky's new grasshopper song caller. Your fingers move, not your own, pulled by phantom palms, pressing warm against your knuckles. Stolen shuttle spins, tangling strands of cloud roof and phantom, hearth smoke into braided rivers. They rise weightless, unspooling south, where the air tastes of boiled sugar cane and howler monkey choruses. Memory threads itch, you pluck one glowing gold, the elder's laughter when you botched your first knot. It resists, sticky as cactus gum, until the ghost hands help weave it into the airborne stream. Historians know the Zapotec traded cochineal dyes for jade. Your thighs still itch from harvesting those spiteful little beetles. Quirky altar tales claim master weavers wove their last breath into funeral shrouds, thread counts matching their dying heartbeats. Wind tugs your hair, insistent, as you knot a strand of jaguar growls salvaged from moon-bleached tapestries. Air current accepts it, fluttering like a pleased cat's whisker. The stolen shuttle dims, its stolen moonlight fading with each yard of river you spin. Splinters bite your palm, a final protest, before silken hush takes over. A sneaky strand snakes up your calf, thread of that scorpion silk fundraiser gone wrong. You sigh, twisting its pearl gray sheen into the flow. Historians still argue whether ritual unraveling symbolized sunset or just gave bored weavers excuse to start over. Your phantom guides falter, fingertips fraying like rotten cordage. Hurry, the river thickens, swelling with threads of child-sung loom songs and mended sandal straps. Knees sink into tickling earth, 100 threads sprouting between your fingers like fast-growing grass. Sudden rain, warm as spit, dissolves a chunk of airborne river. You hiss, craning to reknot the gap, but the ghost hands vanish. Only then you notice your real fingers bleed. Shuttle wood drinks the crimson, purring, as you weave your own stupid stubbornness into the stream. North wind snorts, ice bit edges, butchering your southern flow. You cough, spitting out threads of orphaned warp songs before recoiling. Baby spider silks dart up, volunteer recruits mending the wind-shredded gaps with audacious zigzags. Dawn's first yawn stretches, pink chewing up star stuff. Your river shimmers, translucent, already forgetting its womb of stones and splinters. One strand snaps back, slapping your cheek, a forgotten bolt of funeral shroud regret. Last knot, you hesitate, threads of your mother's scolding taut between thumb and shuttle. The river bucks, hungry, tugging it loose before you choose. Sky gulps the gossamer feast, ribbons reflected in parrot wings far below. Silence, thick as corn paste, squeezes your ribs. Even the threads beneath your soles sleep now, mission accomplished. Stolen shuttle cools, just warped wood again, nestled in your salted palm. Wind returns, sultry, bearing orchid rot and termite royalty pheromones. It whispers through your river's fading tail, tossing loose threads over Aztec-traded chocolate groves. Your soul's itch, stranded between vapor and volcanic soil, while the chief's daughter cackles in your skull's back rooms. Shadows stretch, long-fingered and smug, as the final thread whispers goodbye. It tickles your ear, a jingle of broken loom weights, before dissolving into jungle-thick horizon. Alone, you clutch the shuttle, its crescent curve now cold as a dug-up knife. Dew soaks your knees, threadless soil sighing back into mundane dirt. Above, the river's ghost shimmers, a highway of unraveled choices, bearing south toward feather merchants and thunderstorm vendors. You pocket the shuttle, the crescent's teeth marks permanent in your flesh, and turn toward the rumble of waking villages. Your cheek presses linen, still humming with heddle sword songs beneath the weave. That last thread curls, a question mark tapping your eyelash. 5 villages away, chocolate grinders already churn Oaxacan dawn smells like fermented promises. Memory drumbeats fade, woven rivers dissolved into pillow fuzz beneath your ear. Historians know Zapotec pillows held rabbit fur. Your face itches, imagining ticklish aristocrats snoring on Warren plunder. Quirky ruins suggest temple scribes wove gossip into mattress stuffing, dirt on who cheated at ceremonial ball games. You scrape tongue against teeth, still tasting phantom moth dust from yesterday's unraveling. Eyelids cave, surrender inevitable as the thread brushes your nostril. Sleep breathes in, stealing the interrogative silk strand, while your jaw sags toward some underworld's waiting hammock. Under pillow, gravel jabs, a tiny loom weight slipped past bedtime checks. Spine stiffens, faux outrage, before belly laughter shakes free. Breath-stealing giggles erupt, silent vibrating like a plucked warp thread. Moonlight bleeds through shutters, bandaging your smirk with liquid silver. Historians still argue whether textiles recorded prayers or just laundry lists for overworked wives. 3 snores in dreams drag you toward cotton fields. Phantom bowls burst under fingernails, fuzz piling high as Monty Albon's pyramids. A bulldog bat swoops, screeching Loom shuttle alerts as you stuff stolen cloud fluff down your tunic. Fingers twitch, knitting sleep spittle into crooked chains. Dawn's first rooster gallops across your ribcage, warning of chores and judgmental ants. Pillow shifts, revealing a coiled thread, glowing faintly blue. Cocoon instinct kicks in, you snatch it, tucking the rebellious strand between molars for safekeeping. Scent blooms, burnt honey, and guilty consciences, as teeth test its tensile strength. Muffled voices seep under the door, family debating breakfast, tamales versus revenge. Your smuggled thread softens, sweetening saliva, a psychic sugar dissolving panic. Blankets mummify premonition of midday heat, yet toes wiggle free. Ambassadors negotiating with dawn's cool marble floor. Blurred eyes spot the wall cracks dancing, performing Zapotec creation myths in shadow puppet shorthand. A sneeze detonates, thread snaps between your teeth, its blue sparks fizzling against uvula. Taste haunts you, some dead queen's favorite incense, while the rooster crows victory. Pillows hum flatlines, only stale cotton sighs remain. Sunlight licks your ankle, a golden jaguar claiming territory. Stolen shuttle stashed under bedroll vibrates once in farewell. Eyelash flutters, releasing the question mark thread, as sleep seals the deal with obsidian polish. Final thought, should have pocketed extra cloud fluff. Breakfast tamales always stick to the pot. Your cheek sinks into linen, woven whispers, cradling weary bones. That final thread drifts, a drowsy sigh grazing your temple. Far off dawn's chocolate warmth swirls, a lullaby spiced with cinnamon and earth. Breath deepens, warrior hearts, and unraveled threads dissolving into down. Imagine rabbit fur pillows tickling ancient dreams, noble noses wrinkling mid-snore. Temple gossip melts, forgotten scores in ball games lost to time. Your lips part ghost moth silk, dissolving on sleepy tongues. Lashes flutter, then still, as moonlit surrender sweeps through marrow. Night gathers you, carrying that curious thread into starless depths. A loom weight nestles under your pillow, tiny companion to midnight smiles. Chuckles ripple, silent seismic waves, stirring dust, motes into lazy constellations. Silver light drapes the room, swaddling doubts in cool mercury folds. Let scholars quarrel over sacred patterns. Tonight, every stitch cradles rest. Third snore echoes, cotton fields bloom behind closed eyes. Phantom clouds billow, a downy avalanche burying pyramid shadows. Wingbeats croon, forgotten shuttles weaving safety into dream fog. Fingers unclench, releasing knotted worries to the thirsty dark. Rooster cries muffle, dawn's hoofbeats muffled by layers of woolen stillness. Something glimmers, one cobalt coil peeking from rumpled sheets. Instinctively, your tongue cushions its secret against sleepy teeth. Burnt honey blooms, swallowing yesterday's panic in velvet syrup. Muted voices blur, tamales, and gentle bickering, caramelizing into hum. The thread melts, drizzling blue calm down your throat, pooling in collarbone hollows. Cotton swathes tighten, then slacken as toes broker peace with graying floorboards. Wall cracks sway, performing shadow puppet epics for no audience but sleep. A nose tickles, blue sparks fizzling harmlessly against drooping eyelids. Ghost incense lingers, a royal lullaby from crumbled palace threads. The loom's last murmur fades, replaced by feather-down silence. Sunlight puddles at your feet, liquid gold, too weary to climb. That smuggled shuttle size, its vibration, a cricket's farewell beneath the bed. Eyelids seal, releasing the question mark into velvet nothingness. Sleep's obsidian needle stitches you into eternity's hem. Should have grabbed more clouds. Tamales can wait. Always. Hey guys, tonight we slip into a world where threads hold time itself. Picture this: dust floats through slanted light, illuminating a splintered wooden beam. Your fingertip catches on a snapped warp string. It's raw as the day it was spun. The great heddle frieze stands quiet, empty, for the first time in 8 decades. Look around: spider silk glazes, abandoned shuttles, a whole loom home holding its breath. You probably won't survive this without crying. Truth is, most can't handle beauty this ancient. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop your city and current hour in the comments. Let's map where this tale travels tonight. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Your palm presses the loom's lower beam, cold as forgotten porcelain. Pre-colonial Zapotec weavers perfected indigo dyeing techniques, their secret recipes guarded like royal codes. That frayed cotton thread you're clutching once measured lifetimes. A century unspooling between warp and woof. Some say ghosts nap in unwound bobbins, their breath turning linen brittle. Breathe shallow, the air tastes of burnt cornmeal and ghost chili powder. The eastern window spills watery light, half-hearted and gray. 17 empty spindles line the adobe wall, waiting like hungry orphans. Check the floor. Splinters of Peruvian cochineal shells crunch beneath worn sandals. Tread carefully. One kick sends a dust whirl toward the dormant tools. 8 generations carved stories into this loom's bones. You feel their fingernails tracing yours. History books call it maguey fiber, but weavers knew it as dried moonlight. Your tongue aches with questions no living master answers. That's not rust flaking off the scissors. It's 87 years of sweat and fermented sap. Lean closer. The wood grain whispers roots to forgotten trading paths. Archaeologists found a Mayan temple mural proving royal tunic patterns predicted droughts. Scholars still argue whether Andean feather dyes caused hallucinations or just fabulous hats. Right now, your pinky knuckles ache from yesterday's carding, a lingering ghost pain of another's labor. Over there, morning sun hits a bronze spindle whorl, scattering eye-shaped shadows. Your mentor hid 18 obsidian needles inside the base beams. He once sewed a wound shut with hemp midweave. Wind sneaks through loose roof tiles, playing the warp threads like a broken cello. A yawn escapes you, pomegranate scented from last night's cold tea. Smile when you notice the missing master's stool retains his hip dent in the leather. Hummingbird bones were once woven into mourning cloth, their hollow forms carrying whispered laments. Your middle finger circles the snapped thread's end, still damp, with beet juice mend attempts. 3 wounded threads remain. Your grandmother would have named them after desert constellations. Blink slow. Don't let the loom see you wavering. Turn your face to the ladder. Its rungs wear grooves from decades of hurried steps. That metallic gong sound isn't spectral, just old roof nails yielding to noon heat. Your bare feet know every dirt dip in the packed earth floor. Touch nothing yet. This silence itself is the first material. The Zapotec word for weave also means to argue with chaos. Make of that what you will. Count backward from 7, the number of dawns, since the final shuttle fell silent. Your thumb finds a notch in the breastbeam, the departed master's tally mark system. Historians still fight over why Andean textiles switched from abstract shapes to animal motifs overnight. A dropped bronze needle rolls, disappearing into a ghost otter's den below floor planks. Something crunches underfoot, not dicrystal, but a dried rabbit femur from who knows which ritual. 80 years means nothing to woodlice chewing the loom's underbelly. Goosebumps rise despite the creeping warmth, your pulse sinking with unseen shuttles. Turn your wrist, face palm upward, like catching rain that hasn't fallen yet. Over at the western window, no one's fixed the frayed rope pulley since 1954. Legends claim certain indigo vats sang during lunar eclipses. Try not to think about that. Touch the hammock's edge. Its palm fiber webbing remembers every siesta taken here. Your pinky dips into a jar of fermented agave glue cold as mountain tears. The snapped thread hangs limp, a headless serpent swaying between worlds. Unspun cotton wisps cling to your elbow, obeying no human logic. One deep breath, eucalyptus resin stings your nostrils, a dusty cure for wavering resolve. The first Zapotec moon goddess demanded cloth made from Luna moth wings. She settled for hemp when moths rebelled. Rain starts dropping tentative pearls onto the rusted tin roof above the dye pots. Your calf muscle twitches, half dreaming of uncarded clouds. Pay attention. The broken thread now brushes your wrist, lighter than a dying butterfly's wing. Laughter from passing pottery apprentices punctures the holy silence. Little rebels with mud-caked toes. Your pinky toe stubs the broken treadle pedal, its oak splintered like old grief. Unclench your jaw. The ghosts notice such hesitations. That faint glow near the jaguar god tapestry isn't divine, just bioluminescent fungi claiming neglected wool. Expert dyers once smuggled parrot feathers inside ceramic duck figurines. Empires rose and fell over such secrets. 4 Ants drag a blue fiber toward a crack in the floor, judging you for your stillness. Scrape resin off the tension rod. The scent unlocks 3 summers worth of honeyed heat waves. Your left ear hears the missing heddles click, a phantom echo from the rafters. Archaeologists debate whether backstrap weaving counts as meditation or muscle torture. Press your thumb against the treadle's rusted hinge, understanding both arguments. Air shifts, sweet with impending storm, bitter with chamomile rotting in clay bowls. Your mentor's favorite reed hook rests beside a half-eaten prickly pear fruit. Black seeds, spelling secrets. Nudge the dropped spindle with your toenail. It rolls toward the northern wall, an accidental compass. Rain revives forgotten dye splotches on the ground, sudden blooms of ochre and forget-me-not blue. Your hair sticks to your neck, humidity reweaving itself around your collarbone. 6 quail chicks dart past the doorway, tracking desert mud onto sacred silence. That notch between your shoulder blades aches, remembering hunching, with apprentices now gone. Blow dust off the silkworm ledger, its glyphs dissolving into your breath. A hot teardrop finally falls, kissing the snapped thread and giving it sudden weight. Smile when the old warping paddle slips into your grip, cold wood remembering warmth. 1 moth-eaten blanket still drapes the master's stool. You count 7 virgin cocoons sewn into its hem. Squint sideways, morning light threads through cobwebs, making gauzy constellations. The broken thread brushes your lower lip, salt tangy like danger or devotion. Lean into the Loom's skeleton, tracing what generations stained into its bones. 3 creaking floorboards mimic shuttle songs, rhythm. Stop pretending you're not dancing to it. Cross-legged now, knees kissing cold earth. You inspect the snapped thread's end. Humidity lifts dye smells from the floorboards, fermented marigold, crushed beetles, oxidized copper. Your thumb, your knees protest against floorboards older than the Mexican Revolution. Did you know revolutionaries smuggled rifles in loom beams? The 3rd plank from the wall clicks like a worried tongue. Underneath, corn husks the color of forgotten sunlight. Protect a bundle no bigger than your palm. Unfold it, and rabbit fur dyed cochineal red brushes your wrist. A hue so alive you half expect beetle juice to drip. Your mentor always insisted the best reds came from female insects. Males apparently make a pink fit only for baby blankets. The fur wraps nothing. Not a pattern card, not a weaving diagram, just a hummingbird feather so iridescent it stains your skin with phantom teal. Historians still argue whether Zapotec weavers used these feathers as brushes or holy offerings. This one, curled like a question mark, leaves dusty glitter on the floor. You press it to your lips by reflex. Tastes like ozone and stolen nectar. At least it's not another of his terrible riddles. That time he hid instructions in a actually. Let's not revisit the raccoon incident. Wood creaks overhead, not footsteps, just the loft settling. Yet your spine straightens, half expecting his chuckle to roll down the ladder. He trained you on lunar cycles, not this cruel vacancy. The bundle's belly hides one last surprise. 15 hairs, each strand moon-white and strong as spider silk. Human, you assume, though the master did barter with cloud forest spirits. Wind whistles through a crack, scattering 8 hairs into shadow. You pocket the survivors before they too escape. 7's a better number anyway, divine in most cultures, unlucky in tax audits. A moth flutters past, the common brown kind that eats wool, not the sacred Zenu ones. You swat it anyway. Old habits, the silence here thicker than undyed cotton presses against your ears. No shuttles clacking, no warps sighing. The feathers' barbules catch lamplight, projecting tiny spears across the ceiling. Is that? No, just dust motes dancing, though some weavers swore feathers retained their owner's final breaths. Absurd, yet your thumb strokes the calamus, searching for a pulse. Outside, a donkey brays its opinion on wool prices. Time was women's spun threads, while balancing water jugs on their heads, a practice called walking looms. Your mentor dismissed it as tourist nonsense, except that one photograph from 1923. Never mind, the hairs in your pocket tingle like live wires. You count them again. Still 7. Still problematic. Ancient scrolls claim master weavers could spin 7-strand thread taut enough to sew clouds. But those same scrolls recommend hummingbird blood as mordant, so conflicting data. The fur bundle left rabbit scent on your fingers, gamey and sweet. Hunger twists your stomach. You should eat maybe those leftover tamales, but the feather vibrates faintly against your collarbone. Hungers, it seems, are contagious. Your reflection in the dye vat wears his frown, a trick of ripples. He always hid clues in imperfections. Last summer's lesson, crushed avocado pits make terrible dye, but magnificent guacamole. His laugh lingers in the rafters. Or is that mice? The hummingbird feather warms suddenly, leaving a coin-sized burn on your skin. Topical, not magical, you insist, rubbing lichen salve from your apron. Quick check, no smoke, no apparitions, just fading daylight through nail holes. Historians never mention this part, the waiting. The blood thrumming in your ears, louder than forgotten harvest drums. You press the feather to your pulse point, just to test. Syncopated humming resonates in your molars, like biting a beehive, minus the stings. Progress, maybe, or adrenaline's cruel joke. 3 jade beads roll from your pocket, emergency, trade currency. You arrange them around the rabbit fur, hoping for something. Symbolism, comfort, financial security. They glow like malachite eyes. Suddenly, you're 9 again, watching him barter with a gem trader. Jades for the dead, cottons for the living, he'd said, tossing you a threadbare wink. Did he pocket those beads for this moment? The dead man's gifts gnaw at your resolve, hungrier than those tamales. The feather's quill pricks your thumb, spilling a fat rubidrop. Red meets red on rabbit fur, blooming like a death flower. Your fingers brush the cedar post rough as grandfather's skin. A murmur rises beneath your palm, not wood's complaint, but syllables pressed into resin decades ago. Historians agree Zapotec codices recorded whole wars in painted glyphs, but these posts, their songs stay trapped in grain. You press your temple to the wood, breath held, and catch whispers, thick with chill huical pepper smoke. One voice complains about uneven tension in the warp. Another chuckles at a lover's nodding joke. 21 perfect rows survive on the dormant loom, each knot plump and judgmental. Your thumb traces their sequence, left by masters now dust. Count them aloud. Each number tastes of toasted amaranth on your tongue. Tili, Tni, Tichon. Wait, that third knot phrase halfway. Generations preserved in thread until the great drought of 1884. Seventh row shows savage unraveling, half the knots chewed by desperation. Experts think Zapotec weavers encoded climate data in textiles, though your mentor swore the seventh row just marked his gray dance terrible divorce. Moonlight bleaches the cedar silver, making ghosts of those rows. A lizard scuttles across the loom's base, its shadow mimicking a twisting thread. Some fringe historians believe certain patterns summoned reptile spirits into fabric, ready to bite thieves. You snort until the lizard freezes, head cocked, as if listening to the wood's next sentence. The center post sighs when you lean against it, your braid catching splinters. Resin oozes between floorboards, sticky as guilt. That smell, cedar heartwood and fermented indigo, triggers muscle memory. Your hands lift automatically, reaching for phantom heddles. Skeins in the corner rustle, though no rodent dares chew sacred thread here. Not since, well, remember the pregnant rat incident. Final score, nest dismantled 32. Perfectly knotted baby blankets surrendered. Coolness seeps through your skirt, stone tiles, remembering winter. Your pinky finds a groove carved into the post, shallow as a fingernail scratch. He made this mark, teaching you to measure tension. 7 heartbeats per span, no faster. His calloused thumb overlaying yours, both sticky with cactus syrup. The groove fits you perfectly now. A puzzle piece clicked home. Above the loom, 21 ash-black feathers dangle from eagle down twine. They spin lazily, casting wing shadows on your wrists. Taxidermy enthusiasts would pay 500 pesos for such condition. But these, they predate Mexico's ban on sacred bird trade. Each plume tied during a master's final rite, their last breath supposedly trapped in hollow shafts. You blow gently, feathers tremble, but no secrets escape, just dust bitter as burnt cocoa. At row 17, a knot pulses sapphire blue. Not metaphorically, actual luminescence, throbbing like a neon leech. A thread made from glowworm gut claims a moldering textile journal you found in Oaxaca's archive. Historians still argue whether indigenous dyers used bioluminescence, or if colonial scribes exaggerated. You flick the knot, it dims, petulant. 3 blinks later, it flares brighter, mocking your skepticism. The left post sings when wind sneaks through the roof crack, a hollow 2-note moan. Nail holes pattern its surface, each marking a student who failed the apprenticeship. 27 narrow punctures, one disturbingly large. Your mentor made you count them nightly, tooth marks where desperate learners gnawed wood during starvation winters. You run fingers over divots, meet sticky resin, and recoil. Still weeping after 90 years, 7 hairs from your pocket slither across the floor, seeking the loom. Spider silk strands knot themselves around the lower beam, forming an unsanctioned warp. You try plucking them free. They bite back needle sharp, ends drawing blood. Fine, let them play. Traditional warps demand hand-spun cotton, but hey, who's judging? Besides the feathers, now spinning faster, judging hard. Chilled cedar presses patterns into your cheek. The wood remembers finger oils, sweat, tear salt, from hands now buried under sun-warmed soil. Someone wove rebellion threads here during Porfirio Diaz's dictatorship, their coded patterns warning of federals nearby. Full mainstream fact, textiles aided the revolution more than bullets sometimes. You trace a knot shaped like a sniper's scope. A laugh hiccups from the right post, girlish and bright. Definitely Abuela Rosa, she who wove lightning into shawls. Her signature diamond patterns still scorch fingertips if touched at midnight. The air smells suddenly of rosewood and hacho miso soup. Her addled recipe, involving fermented soy and magic mushrooms. Scholars politely ignore her contributions, obsessed with male masterpieces instead. Moonlight shifts, revealing letters carved beneath the bench. Not glyphs, but clumsy cursive. Maria sucks at tension. You snort. Classic Paco, eternal 13-year-old graffiti artist of the Loom house. His ghost probably grins somewhere, still proud of that terrible burn. The wood warms under your palm, forgiving his mischief. Wind dies. Silence pools around the loom, a viscous thing. Those 21 rows tighten. Threads humming low, see your sternum vibrates, teeth clicking like a loom's reed. The blue knot brightens, beckoning. You snap a hair from your head, add it to the rebel warp, and whisper Paco's favorite insult. Your tension loops like a drunk donkey. The loom creaks, approving. Shadows stretch longer. Need to sleep, but the posts hold your bones upright. 21 knots flicker through closed eyelids, counting down generations lost. You inhale cedar resin, exhale, and finally understand reversible patterns. What's buried beneath always surfaces, eventually, in gut or cloth or blood. The last knot pulses once, blue fading to burial white, before dawn licks the horizon. Moonlight bleaches the courtyard stones, bone white their cracks, like desperate veins. You pad barefoot across their chill, wrinkling your nose at the untrimmed rosemary. Its sharp scent can't mask the burnt honey smell wafting from the empty loom frame ahead. Funny, you dismantled that relic 3 rainy seasons ago, yet there it stands steady as betrayal, casting threadless shadows. A breeze snakes through the vacant warp beams, producing dissonant hums. Not wind's usual moan, but the four-note sequence, Abuela Rosa, used to summon rain. Your arms prickle with goose flesh. Or is it the gaze you feel between your shoulder blades? Mainstream fact: Zapotec moon rituals often involved unworked looms as spirit portals. You smirk until the center beam vibrates, singing Guadalupe's weaving hymn. 12 hairs escape your braid, lifting toward the phantom heddles. They float serpentine tips glowing faintly blue. Your scissors lie snug in the dye shed, conveniently beyond sprinting distance. Experimental archaeologists once proved human hair conducts spiritual energy better than cotton. Or so claims that dodgy Oaxaca ghost hunting blog you secretly adore. You pluck a silver strand. It resists tight as a fishing line with a nibble. The loom's shadow stretches, becoming a skeletal hand pointing east. Its index finger taps the stones where, yes, your buried milk teeth rest in a clay frog. Coincidence or cosmic nagging? You exhale, fogging the moonlit air, and watch your breath twist into spiral patterns. Historians still argue whether night weaving used lunar cycles or just avoided tan lines. Cold metal surprises your palm, a forgotten needle lodged between stones. Not your finest steel shuttle, but the rusted one Paco swore belonged to a martyr weaver, its eye crusted shut with decades of resentment, until moonlight scrubs it clean. The needle winks at you, suddenly sharp, suddenly hungry. From your skirt pocket, corn husk threads whisper promises, too fragile for day looms. Their fragile strength blooms only under moonlight. You thumb their delicate lengths, remembering the harvest dance where they were spun, drunk on pulque and possibility. Each strand still smells of roasted kernels and teenage lust. That left beam tilts, beckoning, invisible threads dangling like spider silk from hell. Your bare heel grinds into a rosemary twig, pain bursting like a warning flare. You glance down, see fresh henna stains on your toes, an 8-pointed star fading since Soledad's wedding. Proper Zapotec brides leave their souls bare for grounding, though your cousin added secret fertility runes when nobody looked. You thread the needle with 3 strands of your own hair, saliva making them pliant. They stiffen instantly in the cold, clicking like insect legs. The phantom heddles shiver with anticipation. Or maybe just the south wind picking up. Some claim full moons unspool memories from silver better than the finest camera. You position the needle push and meet no resistance. First stitch bites, threading moonlight itself. The fabric appears beneath your hands, cool and weightless, a quilt of absences. Each pull of the needle drags whispers from the stones. Tighter, girl, unless you want demons in your selvage. Abuela Rosa's voice, crisp as fried crickets. 6 stitches in the cloth reveals its purpose. An eye emerges, not embroidered, but woven from negative space. Its pupil contracts, tracking your trembling fingers. Mesoamerican death shrouds often featured spirit eyes to guide the departed, though none blink unless provoked. Write laundry list, add milk, avoid possessed textiles. Your elbow knocks over the rosemary pot, dirt scattering like clumsy constellations. Beneath the roots, a glint of turquoise, Paco's stolen ring swallowed by earth years ago. The Loom's rhythm stutters jealous as you pocket the treasure. It retaliates with a warp beam snapping at your braid, missing by a hummingbird's heartbeat. Dawn crouches behind the mountains, its approach dulling the needle's glow. Need to work fast. The remaining thread shrivels, leaving you 10 hairs short. You consider leg hair patchy, but plentiful, until the loom groans in disgust. Instead, pluck 3 white strands without permission from your reflection in the water trough. The final knot, when you tie it, burns ice cold. The phantom cloth floats upward, claiming its shape, a miniature burial shroud. It drifts toward the avocado grove where you buried flawed weavings last monsoon season. Dawn's first rays pierce through it, projecting a lace pattern onto young leaves, each hole a story waiting to root. Your fingers ache with stolen chill. The empty loom frame stands innocent now, just weathered wood and cobwebs, but the needle still in your palm bleeds shadows where moonlight clung. You slip it into your braid, feeling its weight whisper promises. Tomorrow, it says, we sow shadows. Dawn licks dew from your sandals, sending you into mist so thick it clogs your nostrils like wet wool. Cloud forests don't care about your city-bred impatience. Each step sinks into sphagnum, moss older than Christianity. Funny, your sandal strap snaps 5 paces in, secured now with cornhusk string. And what smells suspiciously like howler monkey spit. Actual Zapotec weavers trekked these slopes for the legendary Zenu moths. Their history tucked between Spanish tax records and protest hymns. Fact check around 50. These high-altitude specialists knew cocoon harvesting like microwave buttons. The mist parts just enough to reveal petroglyphs. A moth carved beside a hummingbird, ancestors trolling with spoilers. Pines creak overhead, dropping amber globs of resin on your hair. Great, free prehistoric hair gel, just what your look needed. Something rattles in the underbrush, too slow for a snake, too fast for a sloth. With existential dread, you freeze, fingering the blessed scissors in your pocket, ready to snip at rogue spirits. A Zenu cocoon glows ahead, no bigger than your thumb joint, pulsing soft as a resting pulse. Historians still argue whether they're silk-bound heavy tapestries or just stubborn souls to this world. You reach, but your shadow frightens it dark. Rule 1. Never cast shade on a glowing artifact. Mist curls into phantom threads between trees, nature mocking your empty loom back home. These moths spin only during lunar eclipses, or so claims that tattooed mycologist you almost dated. His loss, though his theory holds. Each cocoon clings to branches, facing last night's vanished moon. Your pocket mirror fogs as you angle weak sunlight toward the next tree, oldest trick in the Oaxacan foraging guide. Something shimmers, not one, but 17 cocoons, plastered like clumsy beehives. Their filaments hum when you near, a low C sharp that vibrates your fillings. Core memory unlocked, Abuela Rose's warning. Zenu silk can stitch flesh wounds, but sucks at mending broken promises. You lick your palm before touching the nearest cocoon, saliva being the universal "I come in peace" signal. The filament sticks, tugging back with insect insistence. Nature's passive-aggressive tug-of-war begins. Beneath the moth nursery, a weathered stone bowl collects resin. Not pre-Columbian, maybe a 90s replica, still useful. You scoop sticky gunk, admiring how it stretches like childhood gum. Dipping cocoons makes their silk pliant, a tactic stolen from 16th century nuns, the original craft hackers. Something huffs behind you, hot breath stirring your braid. You pivot, scissors raised to meet fog. A snort ripples the air close enough to smell wet fur and crushed juniper. Your phone's flashlight reveals nothing except wolf tracks circling your bag. Jokes on them. You packed jalapeno spiked trail mix. Ancient Zenu harvest chants surface in your mind, muscle memory from museum fieldwork. You hum, off-key, hoping moths mistake it for mating acoustics. Cocoon glow intensifies, dialing from nightlight to roadside flare. Either you're irresistible, or they just want you to shut up. One 5-inch filament snaps free, thrumming like a plucked bass string. The cocoon dims, wounded, but yours now. You wind it around a jade bead, the silk biting into the stone with possessive hunger. Historians debate whether threads held literal life force or just really good marketing. Overhead, a tree vomits 8 cocoons onto your scalp. Sweet retaliation. Their filaments snag your earlobes, piercing like acupuncture gone punk. Blood beads, shockingly crimson against the pale silk. The strands drink eagerly, plumping like hydrated noodles. Note to self, blood is premium Zenu Gatorade. The fog lifts, revealing a slope scattered with glowing pods. Jackpot. Yet your feet stall, rooted by the tree's low grown. Roots shift underfoot, delivering a stone carved with crossed spindles. Warning sign or ancient. I was here tag. You pocket it, calling the bluff, only for mist to swallow the entire hill. Threading filaments through your belt loops, they gleam like spider webs after rain. 20 now, each pulsing with stolen dawn light. Their combined vibration flutters your ribcage, an unwanted flamenco partner. You cough, tasting pine resin and irony. Is this how yarn hoarders feel? Sun slices through clouds, silencing the cocoon chorus. Your stash goes inert cold as dropped nickels. But deep in the pines, a final glow persists, warmer than the rest, beckoning toward untouched terrain. The Zenu queen's nest maybe, or forest spirits trolling your greed. Your legs ache, your water's low, but the glow matches your stolen needle's hunger pulse. Cochineal beetles crunch under your limestone roller, each pop releasing a scent like forgotten lipstick. Fact, these bugs bankrolled entire Spanish cathedrals, redder than cardinal robes, and twice as pricey. Your mentor would have snorted at store-bought dye. Modern arrogance comes in plastic tubes. The stone sticks, crusted with insect gore, resembling jammy raspberry preserves. Lesson learned: never anthropomorphize your dye sources. You scrape the gruel into a clay pot, watching white cotton threads, dunked virgin pale turn shamefully crimson. Historians still argue whether these reds symbolized life force or just showed off noble tax brackets. Sun bakes the dye yard, lip-splitting heat worsened by bubbling liquid. Your water jug emptied hours ago. Now you're eyeing the donkey's trough with tragic consideration. The dye paste thickens, requiring stirring with a forearm toning enthusiasm. Think of it as artisan CrossFit without the neon leggings. Behind the shed, wild indigo vats burble like swamp witches' cauldrons. Ignore them. The red demands monogamy today. One distracted splash, and you'll get muddy puce, the color of compromised morals. Your spoon hits something solid, a beetle survivor playing dead. Its beady glare accuses you, right before becoming collaterally art. Urine ferments in jars nearby, your least glamorous thickening agent. Experts think the ammonia stabilized pigments, though your nose argues otherwise. Each pore makes steam rise in ammonia ghosts, shapes that mimic howling toddlers. Child labor? Probably not. Funk hallucinations? Definitely. You hum rancheras to pass time badly. The dye darkens to arterial depths good. Your sleeve dips in, emerging, looking like a crime scene bandage. Note for memoir: never wear white near cochineal rage. Shadows stretch, telling you Venus nears. Keep stirring. Fading light transforms the pot into a bloodshot eye. It bubbles, blinking, as if the bug's collective consciousness demands closure. You drop 3 jade beads in buying peace with mineral cash. Immediately, the froth settles, classic bribery. Your hairline sweats crimson, giving serial killer vibes. Tomorrow's bath will resemble a murdery episode of some detective show. The moon rises pale as unbleached thread, while Venus winks approval. You lower the fire, letting dye dreams simmer until dawn. Someone, maybe you, start sleep stirring. Dreams fill with scarlet rivers, their currents hungry for jade teeth. The blessed scissors in your pocket grow warm, snip, snip, snipping through ruby fog. When howler monkeys shriek, you awake clutching the spoon, dye reduced to syrupy perfection. Dawn finds your fingers stained for days. Worth it, this red could seduce saints. You dip a test thread, watching the color cling like jealous obsession. The cotton drinks until bloated, satisfied. Around the pot's rim, 100 beetle eyes glare upward, holding their final grudge. The indigo bundle slips from your grasp midriver, currents snatching it like a bad Wi-Fi signal cutting out. Fact, these waterways carried more pre-Columbian trade goods than Amazon ships cargo holds today. Your sandals skid on moss-slick stones, each step demanding turtle-slow patience. Cold water climbs your calves, a shock after divat infernos. Something tugs your ankle, not roots, but threads of swirling silt. They braid themselves around your flesh, insistent. Remember those nightmare beetles. Turns out water spirits hold grudges longer. Airlift your foot, bear witness. The silt forms a hand beneath the surface, palm up, fingers curling like overcooked noodles. Offerings required simple transaction. Drop 3 jade beads where waters turn black. You fumble for the beads, dye-stained pockets, resisting exploration. Historians still argue whether such spirits were hallucinated or just ancient OSHA for slippery riverbanks. One bead plinks into the current. The silt hand shivers waiting. The remaining 2 follow, plunge, plop, paid in full. The silt dissolves. Merciful, even spirits appreciate punctual bribes. Further downstream, black waters churn beneath overhanging ferns. Experts think this darkness came from volcanic minerals. Locals whisper it's the underworld breathing. Your bundle bobs there, caught on submerged branches, just out of reach. You consider the cost-benefit, mammalian dignity versus perfect indigo. Spoiler, dignity loses. Knee-deep, now breechcloth clinging like a nervous octopus. Reaching, stretching, fingertips graze sodden cotton. The bundle disintegrates on contact, leaking blue tears into the obsidian flow. Note, next time sacrifice cheaper cloth. Around your legs, tiny silver fish swarm mouthing at your goosebumped skin. Feels like aquatic popcorn kernels popping. A whiff of sulfur hits, rotten egg subtweet from the riverbed, hidden hot springs, decaying offerings. Your anatomy votes for retreat pronto. But the indigo stain spreads, forming shapes like cursive threads. Quirky bit, some Zapotec priests claimed river patterns predicted monsoon seasons. Others just saw giant squid ink blots. You back toward shore, never turning, rule 1 of spirit negotiations. No showing your spine. Sunlight shatters on fleeing ripples, warning you to its departure. Shadows stretch like taffy, sticky and demanding. Your bundle's remnants twist beneath the surface, swallowed into the mineral dark. 3 jade beads bought passage. But this river eats interest. Just once you'd like a deity that accepts gift cards. Barefoot on the bank, you wring dye from your hem hands, tingling electric blue. Fact, this shade once cost more per ounce than gold in European markets. Exploitative capitalism's favorite color. Crouching, you sketch apology spirals in wet sand. Another silt hand may demand performance art. Dusk arrives early here, river gulping daylight greedily. You retreat, leaving behind squid ink prophecies and 1 pruned big toe. Tomorrow requires gathering more jade beads, maybe double the bribe. Spirit inflation's a silent killer, worse than rent hikes. Fireflies awake, charting escape routes through gathering dark. Their light glints off your blue-stained nails, tiny navigation beacons. Hope the river spirits appreciate modern aesthetics, or at least your terrible bargaining skills. Sleep beckons, with dreams of silt hands offering terrible Yelp reviews. Midnight growls yank you from sleep, not the river's rumble this time. The sound vibrates through the dirt floor, felt in your molars, like bad bass at a midnight concert. You grab the hemp blanket. It smells of indigo panic. Rule 1 of Die Shed Survival: never investigate noises barefoot. Too late. Moonlight paints stripes across the doorway, spilling over something massive and breathing. Shadow shapes resolve into shoulders, high as your ribcage muscles, moving beneath fur like storm clouds. A jaguar's eyes catch the light, twin coins left in offering. Fact: these cats ruled Mesoamerican mythology, godly chauffeurs carrying suns across the sky. This one yawns, tongue-curling pink as cochineal dye, revealing teeth whiter than bleached linen. It shifts, claws clicking on clay tiles, not advancing. Between its paws, raw cotton spills from a burst storage sack. The beast hooks claws through the fluff, carding fibers with practiced sweeps. White tufts lift, hovering like dandelion wishes, before settling softer than marshmallow fluff. Quirky bit: certain Oaxacan elders swore jaguars taught humans to spin thread, their purrs vibrating fibers into alignment. You debate hiding under your pallet, but dignity's already drowned in the river. The cat's rumbling grows rhythmic, a Loom's warp beam song in living flesh. Historians still argue whether temple jaguars were priests in disguise, or just really persuasive beggars. Your bare toes curl against cold earth, telepathically begging the cat to ignore them. No such luck. A low chuff puffs cotton strands toward you, an invitation or a warning. You inch forward, palms up, channeling bad wildlife documentary energy. 10 steps. The jaguar watches unimpressed. 5 steps. Its tail twitches like a metronome. Fact: Aztec kings draped themselves in jaguar pelts during coronations, power naps with extra teeth. The cat sneezes, blasting cotton across your shins. Feels like being nibbled by angry clouds. It resumes carding violent grace in every swipe. Claws thicker than your thumb's separate seeds, without snapping threads, impossible precision. The pile grows, a snowy hill lit blue by moonlight. You recall the river's silt hand, wondering if deities accept performance reviews. The jaguar pauses, sniffs your indigo-stained heel, and resumes work. Verdict: your die skills pass muster. Dawn threatens, peach light bleeding at the horizon. The cat rises, stretching back legs like a yoga instructor, and noses the cotton toward you. Message received: Grateful Dead, don't bring gift baskets. It pads into retreating shadows, fur rippling like watered silk. One last glance over its shoulder, eyes holding galaxies of unspoken rules. Tip: next time, maybe fresh venison. You kneel, fingers sinking into the carded fluff. No factory machine ever achieved this airy weight, a conspiracy of claws and patience. Each puff floats when exhaled, defying gravity like toddler's laughter. Tonight's project sorted if you survive the spindle. Crawling back under the blanket feels anticlimactic, cotton molecules, humming with residual purrs. Sleep drags you under no dreams of silt hands, just endless fields of white. One thought scratches at your fading consciousness. Did the Aztecs pay benefits to their sacred jaguars? Or was dental extra? The cotton glows beside your palate, moonlit and waiting. Your blistered fingers already itch to spin it, though sanity suggests breakfast first. But when has sanity woven anything worth wearing? Songbirds test the silence, their chirps sharp as dropped pins. You bury your face in the cotton, inhaling rain and musk and midnight. The jaguar's gift requires no thank you note, only worthy hands to shape it. Fact, nomadic Nahua weavers believed unspun cotton housed dream spirits, trapped until threads set them free. Hunger prods your ribs, relentless as a shuttle's knock. You imagine the jaguar hunting iguanas, breakfast with extra crunch. Your own meal, stale tortillas and regret. Note C. If river spirits accept baked goods as currency later, sunlight conquers the dye shed, banishing moon magic to corners. The cotton remains fluffier than expected, defiantly unbruised. You pinch a tuft, watch it catch light, spun clouds waiting to happen. Trade secret guardian cats give 5-star fiber service. A growl echoes distantly, or maybe your stomach's negotiating. Either way, the message rings clear. Get spinning before the heat melts ambition. Loom squats hungry in the corner, warp threads begging for this new softness. You smirk. Since when did predators handle textile prep better than interns? Modern education fails again. Settling cross-legged, you pull the cotton into your lap, it warm from imagined purrs. The spindle waits its whorl, carved with forgotten glyphs. Deep breath. Let the work swallow daylight whole. Humidity rises thick as spilled syrup. Sweat beads your neck, dye vats already simmering outside. Quirky fact, mixed tradition claims sweating weavers produce cloth that repels mosquitoes. Testing that theory might be your only summer win. First twist of fibers between thumb and forefinger, resistance melts. Thread emerges smooth as a jaguar's sigh. Not bad for an apprentice haunted by water ghosts and oversized cats. The spindle drops, twirling, catching light. A shadow passes the door too low for clouds, too quiet for humans. You keep spinning. Some guardians prefer to watch unseen. Flip side, free quality control. The thread glistens, raw potential humming between your hands. Each yard sings a lullaby older than pyramids, softer than kittens, stronger than steel cables. Your blisters forgive you just this once. The spindle's whirl fills the hut, a hypnotic hum against gathering dusk. Your new thread glows faintly charged with moon dust and big cat magic. Shadows stretch, blue hour, painting the world in bruised tones when the first firefly blinks, then 10, then hundreds. They gather above the empty loom, insect constellations, rewriting the sky map. You freeze, spindle hanging mid-twist as their random flickers shift. Patterns emerge, clean angles and zigzags, like warped grid paper. Fact, Zapotec used lightning's fractal patterns in weaving symbols nature's embroidery. These bugs mimic sacred geometry with eerie precision, art critics in exoskeletons. Darkness deepens, their light brightens, triangles transform into diamonds, hexagons collapsing into spirals. You fumble for empty dye jars, hands shaking, lid unscrewing like thunder in the quiet. Gentle scoops capture 3 constellations, bugs bumping glass with tiny clicks. Quirky tidbit, 1920. Entomologists claimed fireflies in Oaxaca flashed in Morse code for "Beware the Jaguar Priest." Doubtful, but great campfire material. Crouched beneath your hammock, you watch captive bugs rearrange their dance. Light traces paths perfect for thread crossings, more logical than your last weaving plan. Historians still argue whether pre-Columbian glyphs copied insect patterns or just shared one caffeinated muse. A bold firefly zips past your ear, its buzz clearly saying, "Step up your stitch game." Cool clay presses against your cheek, better vantage for decoding bug math. Glowing lines suggest selvage reinforcements, unorthodox, but genius. You murmur thanks, rewarding your consultants with crushed guava, though they prefer light pollution and spite. Moonrise catches a jar, casting prism shadows on the dirt floor. The fireflies inside align vertically, threading light beams through imagined warps. Their formation triggers déjà vu, that Aztec math puzzle from the museum gift shop. Your fingers itch to replicate the pattern shuttles, begging for action. Blisters protest as you grab bamboo splints, sketching luminescent angles in the dust. Each line matches traditional weaving techniques, but inverted, mirrored, reborn. Your mentor's ghost sighs, either impressed or plotting haunting upgrades. One jar's light suddenly winces, fireflies sagging mid-formation. Guilt hits your working interns to death. The lid flies open, bugs surge out, regrouping into a furious exclamation point. Message received. You vow shorter shifts, plus floral bribes tomorrow. Free again, they swirl into complex lattices, rectangle grids interlaced with crescents. Muscle memory tugs your hands, knotting invisible threads to match their paths. Years of rigid training unravel, replaced by bug-led innovation. Dawn bleeds through cracks, signaling the fireflies' retreat. Their final formation, a perfect stepped fret, the Zapotec symbol for infinity. The last bug exits stage left, tagging your nose with cold light before vanishing. You sneeze stardust. Exhaustion rolls over you bone deep, but buzzing. Spiderwebs glint gold in the new sun, taunting your amateur geometric efforts. Crawling into the hammock, you replay the night's luminous lessons. Sleep comes dreamless, but your fingers keep twitching in practiced crosses. The empty jars gleam, still faintly phosphorescent. You label them Pattern Consultants 1-3 with charcoal reminder to poke air holes next session. Weirdest collaboration since the Jaguar's fiber arts demo, but oddly effective. Midday sun cooks the hut waking you to sticky heat. The dirt sketches remain smeared by your sleepy rolls, but their logic lingers. Lunch is a sorrowful avocado eaten while squinting at your loom. Fresh thread calls golden and smug from its spindle. You thread the shuttle hesitantly, new patterns clashing with muscle memory. First throw feels like betrayal, second like revolution. Seventh, like maybe you've cracked mystic math. Beads of sweat dot the warp threads, salted enhancements for tensile strength. Fact, Andean weavers historically used saliva to set stubborn dyes, free labor from your spit glands. You sacrifice dignity, licking a misbehaving hemp strand, and voila. By twilight, 3 inches of revolutionary textile emerge. Firefly-inspired joins hide within familiar motifs, subversive flair for the purists. The loom creaks approval, or possibly threats from traditionalist wood spirits. Coffee-hued moths flutter near your captured light patterns, poor replacements for yesterday's consultants. You shoo them away, let the true artists rest. Music drifts from the village, drums and laughter, while you plan tonight's negotiations. Darkness falls. You place the guava offering strategically. Right on schedule, celestial insects swarm back, scribbling fresh equations in the air. You take notes faster, bamboo stylus smoking across bark paper. Their finale, a double helix swirling into square knots. DNA meets textiles. Mind officially blown, you bow to the swarm. They accept tribute, drowning you in bioluminescent confetti. The stars fade first, then your 6-legged tutors. Another night burned, but oh, what light. Your loom awaits, threads humming with stolen electricity. Start small, just 10 rows of pure rebellion. Mosquitoes dive bomb your ears, unimpressed by genius. You swat, muttering mix repellent incantations, scientifically unproven, but emotionally satisfying. Your shuttle darts, embryonic patterns forming, each flick channeling bug-light wisdom. By third cockcrow, your shoulders scream lactic acid hymns. The new weave glows, not literally, but something pulses in its structure. Sacred geometry meets salvage yard supplies, a beautiful Frankenstein textile. Sunbeam hits the cloth, reveals hidden dimension. Your tracing finger finds depth ridges, where threads followed firefly flight paths. Non-visual weaving, new frontier, achieved through insect whisperers and desperation. Breakfast consists of stealing mangoes, sorry not sorry. Juice drips onto your notes, permanently staining the bug breakthrough diagram. Fitting, truth, absorbed through sticky fingers. Bonus scent profile, desperation, with tropical top notes. Laughter bursts at the doorway, village kids, spying your disheveled glory. Barefoot escapees, keen to join the madness. You distribute spare spindles, their tiny hands weaving chaos into the pattern. Minutes later, 3 junior Picassos join your research team. Their thread tensions atrocious, their energy infectious. Fireflies buzz approval, or possibly hysterics, at the child takeover. The littlest one hums, patterning, matching the ancestral songs beneath the floorboards. Coincidence? Doubt it. Dusk brings the return flight, insects swirling into the now traditional formation. Kids cheer, dropping spindles to chase lights. You capture their glee, handfuls of stardust rubbed into tomorrow's thread. Moths return, crashing the elite lighting party, but the fireflies tolerate them. Unexpected unity, alcohol-free. Your pinky swears promise. This coalition survives past dawn. Wind shifts, smelling of rain and ozone. A firefly lands on your wrist, cool as river stones, before rejoining its aerial blueprint. Collective brilliance. No single bug owns the pattern. Revolutionary textile theory, courtesy of the backyard bourgeoisie. Sleep seems unlikely, so you weave. All night, shuttle dancing, fireflies spotlighting each stitch. Their formations drift closer, approval ratings soaring. At some point, your hands move without consulting the brain, pure muscle memory rewritten. First rooster crow finds you slumped against warm loom posts, buzzing paragraphs deep into fabric lore. The fireflies wink out one by one, leaving secrets stitched in indigo silence. Your spine crackle pop upon rising, discount chiropractor's wet dream. But the textile, oh the textile, smiles back, shimmering joins, knots dissolving midair logic, only fireflies and insomniac's grasp. Coffee boils forgotten as you study woven light soaked into cotton. Kids' laughter rolls downhill, daring you to dream bigger, bolder, brighter. The next jar's ready, this time with proper ventilation. Firefly University's fall semester starts tonight. Mosquitoes throw a farewell rave in your left ear. You wave them off, preoccupied, hosting revolutionary thoughts who knew enlightenment required bug incarceration and sleep deprivation. Sign up sheets in the courtyard. Loom demons grumble beneath the floorboards, resenting the new techniques. Let them sulk. You light copal resin, a piece offering wrapped in sarcasm. The smoke curls into question marks. High school debate all over again. Day spills gold across finished cloth, illuminating flaws and triumphs. Firefly geometry holds, barely against scrutiny. Time to stress test this marvel. Riverbank trials commence. Current tugs the cloth, trying to reclaim aquatic secrets. Threads strain, but hold defiant little soldiers. One edge phrase, minor mutiny. Guava trees wave approval or wind-induced peer pressure. Either way, onward. Your sandals squelch mud, a victory lap through potential disaster. Firefly motifs glint even under harsh noon threads, catching light like tiny mirrors. You resist the urge to bow, settling for a sarcastic salute. Children's voices echo, bringing lunch and chaos. Their small hands thrust woven bracelets at you fireflies, poorly mimicked in hemp. Masterpieces deserving museum heists. Vats bubble eager to corrupt pure patterns with color. Not today. This cloth stays ghost pale, insect signatures intact. The village elder visits, squinting disapproval. Her fingers brush revolutionary joins, find forgotten truth. Tears track valleys in her wrinkles, silent applause. You offer tea liars brew from stolen chamomile. Fireflies nap in flower crowns, woven by tiny dictators, power naps before night shift. Your eyelids droop, gravity winning. Hammock sways, temporary surrender. Dreams involve talking textiles, because why not? The firefly motif lectures on astrophysics. You take notes, quill dipped in capillary blood, standard protocol. Sunset bleeds as you jolt awake, thread burns fresh on your palm, omen or clumsiness. Place bets during commercial breaks. Jar placement, check. Bark paper supply, check. Sanity, questionable but persistent. The first scout, fireflies arrive, blinking semaphore. You salute the advancing legion, ready for round 2. Galactic patterns, subversive knots, and merciless beauty in 6-legged form. Let the light stealing recommence. The kids return at dawn, bare feet, slapping damp earth, wrist deep in stolen guavas. Their juice-stained fingers smudge your warp threads, accidental tie-dye warfare. You surrender to the chaos, spindle becoming a scepter for tiny dictators. 8-year-old Rosa weaves grass, stems through the loom's lower beams, an unauthorized habitat for imaginary beetles. Historians agree Mesoamerican children gathered dyestuffs, but never admit they probably chewed the cochineal bugs. Quirky find, Spanish tax records from 1592 complain about Zapotec kids weaving prank messages into tribute cloth. Teach us the spider song, demands Lewis, his eyelashes dusted with pollen from sneaking into secret gardens. You hum the vibration tune, used to settle uneven warps, while their giggles derail the lesson. They become living shuttles, ducking through tight-lashed threads like jungle eels. Small hands pull weft yarn with cartoonish intensity, knots so aggressive they'd survive a hurricane. Fact backstrap looms anchored around children's waists when teaching human tension devices with snack demands. Lewis tries threading with a whisker from Senor Gordo, the village's morbidly obese cat. The hair glows under sunlight, some secret history of tuna feasts and rodent wars. You let it stay, rebel thread among the cotton. Rose's braid dips into indigo vats, emerging blue-tipped like some avant-garde scribe. She proceeds to sign her corner of the weave, 3 lopsided spirals. Future archaeologists will either weep or frame it. The littlest one, Miguel, discovers his sweat makes threads lie flat. Science or magic, who cares? He licks his palms and slaps the warps like a tiny dictator. Tension improves, but now everything smells of pickled child. Their henned fingertips from yesterday's flower-crushing game leave ochre ghosts on the selvage. You'll later find these stains decode into a map of the best mango trees, accidental cartography. Historians still argue whether geometric patterns began as children's string games or adults stole the credit posthumously. The current evidence: Miguel just invented a diamond grid using Lewis's shoelaces. You trade spindle lessons for lava rock candy, currency sticky enough to halt revolutions. Their first spun threads resemble drunken caterpillars, but contain shocking innovation. Rosa blends milkweed silk with her own hair, creating a fluff that repels mosquitoes. Patent pending. When they nap, as all dictators eventually, do you study their mistakes? Crossed threads form tiny arches, perfect for airflow. Miguel's sweat-damp section repels dust. Their collective chaos birthed 3 techniques worth stealing. Dusk reignites their energy. They demand UV reactive thread. You compromise, grinding glowworms into a dye paste. Tiny palms paint luminous squiggles across the warp, constellations only they understand. Dinner arrives via distracted mothers, tamales wrapped in leaves that Miguel weaves into fringe. He's creating edible textiles, revolutionizing picnic blankets. Louis falls into the indigo vat, emerging as a blueberry smurf hybrid. His mother sighs, used to it. Her own childhood dyed cerulean from helping grandpa weave. Genetics favor the bold. Rosa discovers the loom, makes a killer drum, slapping threads like bongo skins. The rhythm attracts actual spiders, 8-legged groupies lowering from the ceiling. You negotiate a ceasefire with banana chunks before moonrise, the kids' secret away thread scraps. You find them later, plaited into friendship bracelets with acorn charms. Their black market textile empire begins today. Miguel weaves until his eyelids droop, fingers still moving, dream knotting invisible threads. You carry him home under stars that mimic his glowworm designs. His snores syncopate with the night frogs, nature's lullaby metronome. Against the loom, his tiny handprint remains in indigo, a signature the cloth accepts like a royal seal. You touch the stain, still warm from his mischief, as fireflies blink the first chapter of tomorrow's pattern. Moonlight turns Miguel's handprint into liquid cobalt, the cloth drinking starlight like forgotten wine. You fetch grandmother's needle case, carved from a jaguar femur she stole from an overconfident conquistador. Inside, 3 silver needles forged when Cortés' ships were still floating rumors. Historians agree Spanish steel destroyed indigenous metalwork, but never mention how Zapotec weavers repurposed armor scraps into stitching tools. Cold metal pricks your thumb, the sting oddly pleasant, like popping a blister full of moonlight. These needles shine brighter under the full moon, fact, proven every time you thread them after midnight. A drop of blood darkens the silver, turning it into temporary obsidian. Metallurgists in Veracruz still debate whether colonial silver contained mystical impurities, their laboratories cluttered with stolen grave needles. The cloth resists, not from stubbornness, but age. Pre-conquest cotton feels thicker than animal hide, each fiber matted with prayers censored by 16th century friars. Threading requires slow breaths. Lungs synced to the tides pull your elbows anchored against time itself. You whisper to the needle, split what the priests couldn't break, and it obeys. Stitches glow upon completion, tiny ladders of foxfire green. Maybe it's phosphorus-treated thread, maybe wandering souls testing their foothold. Quirky research suggests colonial seamstresses soaked threads in glowworm mucus for mourning shrouds, the dead being notoriously scared of pitch-black coffins. Your experiment tonight, using fermented firefly guts, is arguably less dignified. Poke 4, a crooked row glimmering like drunken stars. The needle warms unnervingly, now the temperature of fresh blood. Memory surfaces, stories of grandmothers who stitched protective spells into battle flags. A practice conquistadors, misinterpreted as decorative flair. Historians still argue whether Zapotec glyphs encoded in textile patterns were actual language or just really aggressive interior design. A breeze snakes through your workshop, uncurling the cloth's frayed edge like a beckoning finger. This triggers sudden panic. Did I pre-thread needles for the next row, only to find your backup needle missing? The case spits out an owl feather, instead damp with condensation. Your bewilderment lasts exactly 6 seconds before noticing mouse tracks in the dust leading outdoors. Crafty rodent, better fiber thief than most grad students. Midnight forces improvisation, carving a replacement needle from a stolen Spanish horseshoe nail. Poetic justice, maybe, though filing metal annoys the fireflies orbiting your head. Their buttery light helps anyway, living reading lamps with abandonment issues. Sudden resistance. The cloth thickens mid-stitch, forbidden technique time licking the thread until it grows pliant with spit and desperation. Grandmother's voice hisses in your ear. Only desperate fools moisten thread with their own mouth. But desperate fools finish tapestries. The 13th stitch burns cold, scorching fingerprints into the needle shaft. 2 possibilities: malevolent spirits or your poor circulation acting up. You accept both, thrusting cold fingers into armpits while praying to saints with 0 textile credentials. Patron saint of poor life choices got a miracle handy. Halfway done, your original needle reappears, impaled in a ripe fig left as peace offering. Mice playing diplomat. Fringe theorists claim rodents served as Aztec spies, sowing chaos by stealing socks and key loom parts. Lacking evidence, you eat the fig with vengeful satisfaction. Dew soaks the cloth, making fibers swell treacherously. Moonlit stitching requires 3 times the usual tension, muscles reenacting colonial era resource shortages. Blunt truth, no European ship brought linen half as durable as this pre-Columbian cotton. Too bad their muskets didn't share that weakness. Dawn approaches, the fabric's first glowing ladder now complete. Each rung throbs faintly alive as train tracks before arrivals nobody wants. Spirits will climb these tonight, dragging their unfinished business through your workshop. Maybe they'll fix that wobbly loom leg while visiting poltergeist handyman service included. Needles safely stored, you crack knuckles like misfiring flintlocks. The sound unsettling nearby bats. Your reward: cold tortillas and the certainty tomorrow's headache will glow faintly green. Still, those ghostly ladders shimmer with purpose, bridging realms better than any Spanish-built road. Final thought before exhaustion wins. If historians distrust textile testimonies, why does this cloth feel more truthful than their ink-stained parchments? Threadbare evidence trumps tidy lies every moonlit night. Now sleep. Spiders have already started knitting your hammock shut. The wooden groan startles you mid-stretch, your spine popping like overripe seed pods. Dawn stains the workshop floor hibiscus red. But that vibration underfoot isn't sunrise's doing. The dormant loom thrums, its heartbeat syncopated but steady, a drum hidden in cedar and thyme. Historians note Zapotec looms often stood taller than warriors, their posts carved with lineage not censored in Spanish codices. This one's waking breath smells of burnt honey and petrified sap, ancient hospitality for returning spirits. You press palms to the vibrating wood, expecting warmth, finding instead the cool persistence of mountain springs. 14 hummingbirds could have fit inside its hollow base. Aztec emperors supposedly drank pulque from similar vessels. The vibration climbs your arms, nesting in your jawbone, filling your molars with phantom buzzes. A mainstream fact floats up: Zapotec weavers calculated thread counts using base 20 mathematics, their looms acting as clandestine abacuses. Fringe theory whispers those calculations predicted solar eclipses better than Jesuit astronomers. The apprentice arrives, their shadow trembling in the doorway, all-feather braids still dewy from the footpath. You nod toward the loom without speaking, their initiation written in trembling lips and widened eyes. They kneel, fingers hovering above the humming wood, too cautious to touch. Their grandmother wove the last festival sash before the drought. You recognize her precision in how they count warp threads under their breath. Listen past the noise. You urge, voice frayed from night stitching. Below the mechanical heartbeat, a quieter pulse emerges. 12 threads vibrate at differing pitches, unplucked harp strings awaiting composition. Quirky anthropologists claim Zapotec looms imitated the infrasongs of termite colonies, architectural symphonies humans only overhear in dreams. You've dismissed this as academic whimsy until this moment, hearing harmonies no single string could produce alone. A splinter stings their thumb. The apprentice jerks back, blood blooming like cochineal sap on linen. The loom's pulse quickens, or maybe it's your own heart panicking. Frida Kahlo once painted her hemorrhages onto canvas, a fact drifting through your mind as you press spider silk to their wound. Zapotec weavers encoded miscarriage grief in tight selvage edges. Historians still debate whether these mourning weaves constituted medical records or unholy prayers. Sit, you command, guiding their palm flat against the shuddering breast beam. Their fear smells like green wood smoke, sharp and transient. When the next next vibration comes, their eyes flash comet bright, finally hearing the loom's twin rhythms. Pulses diverge, one matching their carotid flutter, the other mirroring quartz deposits deep below the village. The apprentice laughs, a sound you've never heard from them, more cricket chirp than human joy. You fetch grandmother's tuning peg, carved from a meteorite crater oak, its surface whorled like a child's fingerprint. Tap 3 threads near the heddles, each note sour as unripe guava. The apprentice winces, their face eloquent, no translation needed. You adjust tension, with the peg wood whining like a stepped-on puppy's, until humming resumes. Gifted weavers could calibrate looms blindfolded, using teeth vibrations as tuning forks, a skill dismissed as folklore, until carbon-dated loom parts proved acoustic precision. Sunlight hits the newly tightened warps, projecting geometric ghosts onto the adobe wall. A rhombus stretches, becoming an eagle mid-hunt, before dissolving into dancing squares. You point, watch for hexagons. Bees taught us that shape means resilience. They trace the light with one finger, a future master, learning through shadow play. Fringe textile nerds insist certain patterns caused listeners to hallucinate, thread-crossing angles calculated to hypnotize. You toss them a cactus fiber towel soaked in rosemary oil. Hallucinations haven't earned breakfast rights yet. The loom sighs, a release of trapped breath, cedar scent intensifying. Its song shifts, adopting the rhythm of foot plods outside Don Alejandro, delivering milk pails. The apprentice gasps, connecting the synchronization it learns. A valid question. Spanish missionaries burned singing looms, convinced the sounds were demonic chants. Surviving examples suggest the better the weaving, the more complex their acoustic signatures. Entire ballads might be woven into blanket fringes, waiting for fingers to strum them awake. Noon approaches. The wood's vibrations settle into predictable waves, a sea you've sailed since childhood. The apprentice dozes against the still quivering posts, cheek creased by rope textures. You let them sleep. Newcomers always faint after the first harmonic convergence. Reaction noted in 5 ethnographic studies you've never read. Your own apprenticeship ended with 3 days of nosebleeds, cotton fibers lodged in nasal passages like ghostly snot. Evening inspection reveals changes, new insect holes in the header cloth, symmetrical as constellation maps. Moon moths arrive at dusk, iridescent wings dusting threads with iridium flakes. Some lunatic wrote his thesis on Zapotec weavers, using nocturnal insects as quality control, wings severing weak fibers. His proof: certain moth species gorge only on poorly dyed wool. You swat one, half reverence, half annoyance. It glows post-mortem like vindictive glitter. By twilight, the loom resumes its sleeping hum, a diesel generator easing into idle. The departing apprentice carries calloused fingertips, palm blisters shaped like hourglasses, and tension formulas whispered in their hair part. walk home stirs fireflies into spiral formations, patent, unprotected. Alone you sip brackish water, ears still ringing with phantom loom songs. Mainstream archaeology insists ritual chanting accompanied sacred weavings, but your bones know the truth. The looms were the choir, weavers mere conductors, wrangling wooden sopranos. An unfinished humming lingers where apprentice sat, their unique vibrato now embedded in cedar. Historians squabble whether Zapotec textiles contained sonic information, while your hands polish the meteorite peg with oil pressed from their own argument's olives. You kneel, forehead pressed to the dusty treadles, a final ritual before locking up. Silence blooms richer than expected, the loom withholding its night music, an instrument respecting curfew. Tomorrow new warps will strum stories into fresh yarn, secrets woven tighter than Spanish ship ropes. Tonight, the quiet thrums inside your inner ear, proof, unworked threads, already hymn futures no conquistador could unravel. Night clings to the dye pots like a second skin, thick enough to obscure stars. The air tastes metallic, a portent you once learned from weather-beaten fishermen, with that ozone warning shrinking the hairs inside your nose. Eclipse preparation requires total stillness, but your heartbeat echoes between vats, an internal thunder sabotaging sacred hush. The apprentice grips indigo lump tongs, knuckles pale, as boiled shrimp shells their eyes, flicking toward the smothered moon. Zapotec observatories tracked eclipses using patterned textiles. Historians confirmed this in their fraught debates about thread-based astronomy. You'd rather trust your tongue, that battery tang deepening with each blackout minute. You dump powdered obsidian into the nearest vat, not traditional, but the quarry priestesses swore it would clarify the shadows. Now the stirring, you murmur, your voice foreign underwater soft, as lunar light bleeds into nothingness. The apprentice mimics your spiral gestures, stirring too fast, sloshing ink dark liquid over the rim. Dye laps at their sandals, a hungry tongue tasting hempen fibers. Quirky gemologists claim volcanic glass retains eclipse energy better than quartz, hence your sacrilegious powder. Skepticism evaporates as submerged threads start coiling upward, snake-like seeking vanished starlight. Steady, you warn, gripping their wrist to slow panicked circles. Your fingers leave indigo prints like smudged fingerprints. Fringe theory insists solar eclipses thickened dye stuff potency, a belief validated whenever museums carbon date fabrics to celestial events. The liquid thickens, molasses slow, climbing your stirring paddles with reluctant menace. 20 ceremonial stirs, no more, or poison seeps into the threads. Cortez could have used such precise guidelines. His armor wouldn't itch so much nowadays, even if it was stored in swamplands. The eclipse reaches totality. Sun murdered mid-sky, dusk drenching noon. You hiss through teeth, now, and the apprentice plunges their bundle into bubbling vats. Wool drinks darkness audibly, gulping like parched toddlers, fibers swelling midnight black. Your own threads sink reluctantly, twisting like hanged men, dye hugging each strand with possessive intensity. Historians still argue whether eclipse-dyed garments were exclusively funerary, proof hides in looted tombs. Your wrestling aesthetics, not death rituals, as the vat consumes another skein. Dizziness hits, a physical buzzing behind kneecaps, eclipse sickness, according to village seniors. You counterbalance with jade beads under your tongue, pre-Incan cure, peddled by speculating collectors. It works, barely, the world stabilizing into tolerable wobble. The apprentice hasn't noticed your tremors. They're gawking at shadow-saturated wool, ringing out impossible darkness. No watercolor fade. This indigo possesses volcanic finality, a shade denying lighter tones existence. Something moves in the dye shed's gloom, not a rat, too deliberate. You freeze, observing the liquid's surface, now mirror flat in vanished sunlight. Two silhouettes reflect where only you two stand. Rule dictates silence, so you elbow the apprentice, nodding toward their rippling shadow double. They drop their paddle mouth, shaping shocked O's, as the reflection points toward hidden henna jars. Ancient guides recommend appeasement during celestial voids, so you toss cochineal beetles into the vat. Sizzling sounds, not beetle screams, but definitely disturbing. The apprentice's fingers clench into prayer steeples. Feast concluded, you announce, voice strained from swallowed fright. The eclipse wanes, sunlight clawing back its domain, normalcy returning grudgingly. You've new problems, threads dyed too, perfectly shadows woven directly into fiber. These strands will resist needlework, defy tension, probably argue about breakfast. Folklorists whisper, eclipse threads wriggle free. If used unwisely, they escape through keyholes, seeking regicide venues. You'll risk it, mortal hubris made textile. The apprentice peels off their dye-sodden apron stiff as cardboard, mumbling about lost laundry deposits. Sanity returns with daylight doubt creasing their forehead. Did those reflections, they begin. You silence them with a bark. Sacred experiences lose potency when dissected. Label the batches midnight, and never speak of henna directions again. They obey, scribbling tiny sun symbols beside your label's gold ink, catching residual eclipse glow. Cleanup takes hours, water turning apocalyptic shades before finally sluicing gray. Traditional Zapotec dye pits held sacrifices, typically flawless jade beads. But your municipal plumbing prohibits such indulgence. Chlorine would cry if it had tear ducts at what your drains endure tonight. By dusk, dye vats stand empty yet haunted, echoing dye-born shadows that cling to clay walls. Historians love cataloging pigments, their museum labels missing all the ghosts. The apprentice flees with tightened shoelaces, terror translating to excellent sprint form. You stay, watching starlight repopulate the sky, smudged indigo lodged beneath fingernails like fate. Your pockets bulge with stolen thread snippets, future experiment fodder. eclipse threads demand sacrifice, tomorrow's labors. For tonight they sleep inside locked chests, dreaming of expanded empires, darkened cloth, keys jingle in your hand, ordinary metal failing to ground your buzzing nerves. Each step home crackles underfoot, stray twigs mimicking the sound of threads unwinding. Landmarks loom alien, eclipse afterglow warping perspectives. Your hut seems miles farther tonight. Eventually, door hinges squeak hymns. Home emanates wool sweat familiarity. Air musty like old shawls. You collapse onto woven mats, palms stained blue, muttering eclipse observations into frayed cuffs. Fatigue claims you fast, dreams infested with liquid shadows, threads whispering demands. Morning would verify dye permanence or expose folly. Materials argue no more at sunrise. Sleep blessedly free of wriggling textiles. You snore like a vexed accordion. The eclipse hasn't ended, merely paused, its darkness vacating heavens to burrow into cloth coffins. Dawn would test whether you'd bottled night or released something hungrier into impatient yarn. Your fingertips brush the eclipse-darkened threads, icy even in the humid night. The loom bench creaks under unseen weight. What was built for 3 people, now crowded by dozens. Zapotec burial shrouds required mathematically perfect edges. Historians calculated 36 threads per inch for elite funerals. You feel the standard tightening, each selvage snapping straighter, ghostly fingers correcting your stitches. A draft snakes through shuttered windows, yet your candle flame stands rigid. Touches graze the back of your neck, colder than glacial runoff, steering your shuttle hand leftward. Partial weavings flutter without breeze, revealing completed sections you haven't threaded yet. One fringe theory suggests master weavers become spectral assistants, their afterlife spent perfecting others' work. You recognize Nana's thread jerk technique. She always hated your uneven tension. Easy, you whisper, not to the room, but to the chill crowding your ribcage. The shuttle moves faster, your blisters protesting the pace, stitches aligning with preternatural accuracy. Historians still argue whether tight selvages prevented spirit escape or invited divine inspection. Your needles pierce cloth with gunshot pops, threads thrumming like plucked cello strings. Silent singing vibrates your jawbone, wordless harmonies older than Spanish steel. Each high note contracts the warp, each low tone loosens the weft. Your mother sang those intervals. She'd deny it if alive. You hum along, off-key, sparking annoyed tugs at your hem. The spirits prefer their music undiluted by mortal voices. Spectral breathing fogs your scissors, a dozen icy exhalations frosting the steel. You press too hard, snipping a thread mid-stroke, and the temperature plummets. Panic floods your throat until invisibly guided hands reknot the break seamlessly, as if it never happened. Anecdotes claim unfinished weavings trap helpful ghosts. This bunch seems determined to earn their freedom. Your tea gourd rattles not from shaking, but the impact of impatient ghost knuckles. You sip lukewarm mint water, counting 5 new rows completed in your brief pause. They're not wasting moonlight. Flaws vanish before you spot them. Dropped stitches resurrected, color bleeds reversed. These uninvited collaborators work with hummingbird urgency. Memory ambushes you, age 6, watching Nana's fingers blur across warps. She claimed great-grandmother's ghost darned her errors. You scoffed then. The lesson stings now, as ancestral guidance tightens your latest row. Your selvages gleam knife-sharp, edges meant for wrapping kings. Dawn threatens, pink tendrils clawing above distant mountains. The spirits hiss unification, forcing your palms flat against the cloth. Their farewell gifts flood through you, centuries of discontinued patterns, not languages lost to convent schools. One truth burns brightest, bury this shroud wrong side out. Prevent wandering souls getting trapped in reverse pearl stitches. They vanish at first rooster crow, their departure sucking warmth from your joints. You slump over the perfected weaving, exhausted listening to ordinary silence reclaim the room. Only the loom posts remember the night's visitors, their cedar faintly smelling of strangers' incense. Outside, a widow's cough signals the shroud's first customer. You fold the textile, its edges impossibly straight, already hearing mourners' footsteps on the path. Let historians debate selvage symbolism. Your work just cradles bones tonight. The widow's calloused palm meets yours, exchanging woven words neither speaker can voice. Her coffee-scented breath hangs between you, tomorrow's grief, already rotting the air. Zapotec mourners paid with cacao beans, sometimes 20 per shroud, if the family could spare them. You accept today's dripping honeycomb, its hexagonal gold vibrating with urgency. Beeswax coats your fingertips, pliable as a lover's earlobe. Wild hives cluster in your sheds, rafters they're docile, buzzing the only constant. These legless honeymakers descend from a stolen colony. Some say stolen from King Moctezuma's private gardens. You slice into amber combs, thick nectar staining your knife. Underground records claim stingless bees carried ancestral whispers, their hives tuned to ghost frequencies. Spit softens crusted cotton strands your mouth, watering at honey's bloom. Threads lengthen, greedy, under your tongue. The widow's offering stiffens them beautifully, stickier than sin, yet lighter than forgiveness. Historians still argue whether beeswax preserved fibers or trapped spirits that unraveled cloths. Your blistered thumbs roll, threads tight, each rotation snapping fibers like guitar strings. Moisture balances the equation. Too little makes threads brittle. Too much invites mildew. You test each strand against your eyelid, damp as summer fog, springy as youth. Obscure manuscripts suggest some weavers used tears, their sodium content perfect for cotton. Yours come cheap these days, salty enough to corrode needles. Loom beams creak like arthritic knees. You layer waxed threads onto spindles. They gleam under candlelight, little amber soldiers ready for war. One fringe researcher claimed Zapotec looms mimicked DNA spirals, their warp paths, encoding creation myths. Yours just looks hungry, its open maw demanding breakfast. Raspy laughter escapes you, imagine buzzing hives as backup singers. Your dissonant humming syncs with bee wings, their thoraxes beating 90 flaps a second. A strand snaps, honey splattering your cheek, the taste of cliffside orchids and regret. Easy now, you croak loud enough to spook the shed's shadows. Memories surface of Nana dunking threads in honey pots, how she'd scold you for sticky fingerprints. Cold noses press your elbow, uncounted spectral assistants, inspecting tensions. You smear wax over their invisible guidance, double or nothing, trusting the old methods. Moonlight leaches warmth from your glue pot, turning honey to viscous regret. You dunk threads swiftly, watching fibers inflate with false confidence. They'll hold sunrise tight enough, taut as a suspending breath. Melipona bees swarm your mud-caked candles, drunken satellites orbiting false suns. Fingers work independently, one's thick with calluses, others younger than fiestas. They twist 85 lengths, one for each year the widow's husband breathed dust. Historians measured Mesoamerican lifespans, averaging 40, proving nothing about joy or thread count legacies. Your spindle fills, its weight promising another dawn soaked in routine. A wax globule clings to your nostril. You let it ride like a misplaced jewel. Threads dry fast under watchful ghosts, their impatient sighs scattering moths. Your belly rumbles, honey beckoning, but weaving starts on empty stomachs. Zapotec masters claimed hunger improved focus, though they probably just got bargain apprentices. Final threads stiffen into golden spears, ready to pierce warps. You bundle them like sacred arrows, their tips dipped in grandmother knowledge. The loom accepts your offerings, ravenously, its wooden teeth clamping down. Dawn arrives, bringing sweat instead of dew. Sticky strands refuse to behave, curl like a teenager's first mustache. You threaten them with scissors, usually Nana's trick, wondering when you became her echo. Widowed feet shuffle outside, her knuckles hesitating at bamboo doors. The bees crescendo their hives, trembling with prophetic activity. You arrange threads into perfect cues, knowing their stiff obedience won't last lunchtime's heat. Ghost hands tap Morse code against your spine faster, anxious about wax temperatures. You bite through cotton, threads popping between molars, saliva kickstarting molecular bonds. Some records claim masters wove with honey-stiffened threads. Others insist they used agave syrup. Discipline crumbles. You lick honey from the cutting table, shameless as a house cat. Sweetness explodes across your tongue, hints of magnolia, vanilla, cliffside rosemary. The widow's dead husband kept legendary hives, his stings worn like warrior scars. A rogue thread lashes your wrist, leaving a whip-thin welt. Death's aversion to stickiness, a universal truth. You dunk the troublemaker into cooling wax, silencing its rebellion. 3 spindles stand ready their threads, resisting gravity like trained acrobats. You load the first shuttle, its weight familiar as a childhood doll. The loom inhales, drawing your first stiffened thread into its throat. Honeyed weft meets spectral warp, the first tug resonating through cedar beams. Your blisters sing the blues calluses, forming stronger than vows. Outside, the widow's patience unravels her sandals, scuffing dirt like a metronome. Spittle drips onto an unprepared strand. It slackens immediately, betraying you. Laughter bubbles up, because perfection's a myth sold to tourists. Beneath the loom, swarming Melipona bees begin comb repairs, their bodies vibrating hymns older than sorrow. The final thread slips into position, honey glue setting as sunlight breaches the horizon. Warmth drains from your knuckles, the slow leak of daylight absorbed by hungry threads. Each crosswise pass pulls harder, tendons protesting like overtuned harp strings. Remember those honey-stiffened wefts. Now they gnaw grooves into the shuttle, petulant children refusing bath time. Noon arrives unannounced, your shadow shrinks to a puddle of burned ochre. Blisters burst, their sticky plasma marrying indigo-dyed fibers. Spanish chroniclers wrote of Aztec weavers working sunup to sundown, but never mentioned the piss pots hidden behind looms. Your own clay jar fills rapidly, proof that multitasking predates smartphones. Beneath the beams, crimson patterns writhe like stirred embers. You swear they rearrange during blinks, creating new constellations between warp threads. One thread counts your heartbeats, 11,000 per hour, forcing the design to quicken. 3 Zapotec towns claimed ancestral patterns, predicted solar eclipses, their weavers acting as human slide rules. Your needle slips, piercing a thumbnail instead of cotton. Blood pearls dark as fermented agave. You smear it across stubborn threads. How's that for a natural dye upgrade? Fiber archaeologists debate whether menstrual blood ever strengthened ceremonial cloths. If it did, those master weavers deserved double cacao payments. Squinting reveals time's theft, each hour devoured by the warp's humming maw. Shuttle movements accelerate beyond conscious choice, muscle memory hijacking the show. Historians still argue whether great tapestries recorded crop cycles or coded declarations of war. Your own weave demands more red, always more red, the shade of a slit throat at twilight. Sunset bleeds through bamboo slats, striping the cloth with tiger shadows. Needles glow faintly, their bronze tips charged by friction. A rumored burial shroud in Oaxaca city pulses at midnight, absorbing moonlight like a cotton battery. You half expect your own creation to start humming show tunes. The widow's sandals scrape dirt outside her patience, unraveling faster than your selvages. Let her wait. Masterpieces scorn punctuality. Cotton drinks your sweat, salty contributions to the dye pot's chemistry. One textbook claims humidity tightens weaves. Your armpits could sculpt marble statues right now. Threads snarl, a miniature riot, in turquoise and gold. Fixing it requires teeth, gnawing knots like sugar cane, spitting out rebellious fibers. Pre-Columbian dental records show worn incisors. Proof weavers worked emergencies with their mouths. Nana would have smacked your ear for this. May her ghost rest in peace. Forgotten hunger twists your gut hollow as a gutted gourd. Zapotec apprentices survived on toasted grasshoppers, crunchy protein between weaving bouts. You settle for licking honey residue from yesterday's blade, classy as a street dog. Darkness falls, your fingers navigate by thread memory alone. The pattern inhales, drawing your wrists deeper into its labyrinth. Moonflower vines twist outside the window, their white blooms imitating stretched cotton. 39 generations back, weavers allegedly cloned plants through cloth patterns, a claim botanists dismiss while stealing samples. Midnight yawns, your spine crackling like kindling. The loom creaks a lullaby, seductive as a morphine drip. 20 colors blur, madder, rose consuming pine green ochre, strangling sky blue. This is how patterns birth themselves, cannibalizing weaker hues in the dark. Dawn's first light reveals the mutiny entire sections have reconfigured overnight. Scarlet zigzags now embrace like drunk lovers. Cerulean spirals tighten into nooses. You chuckle, art has its own compass, true north buried under blistered skin. A bead of sweat plunges into the weave, saltwater meeting indigo tides. The stain spreads, a Rorschach test for thread purists. Maybe it'll look intentional. Maybe you'll call it tears of the fifth sun. Outside, the widow finally enters, bearing roasted squash and interrogation eyes. You let her stare. This living tapestry defies explanation anyway. Melipona bees swarm the rafters, their buzz approving the chaos. Your final knot ties itself, a bloody fingertip sealing the deal. The cloth breathes, its new patterns shifting like dunes in a sirocco. Threads count every minute you lost, 7,000 woven into eternity. Across the valley, church bells butcher the silence. You smile, having woven a better hymn overnight. The widow touches the cloth, her calloused fingers recognizing revolution. It ate the sun, she whispers. You nod, too exhausted to correct her. Hummingbirds investigate the finished edge, their beaks testing threads for nectar lies. One bold male alights on your shoulder, his heart a blur beneath jeweled feathers. Together, you listen as the pattern begins its soft, digesting song. Your blisters harden into tiny armor plates. Blood dries to rust-colored lace across your knuckles. A single red thread pulses, alive, galvanized, already plotting its next mutation. Blunt twilight bends the loom's shadow into something canine, jaw unhinged, teeth of splintered oak. Your shuttle hesitates mid-throw, suddenly heavy as a debtor's heart. 9 threads vibrate in perfect unison, promising tension smoother than obsidian mirrors. The offer arrives through the floorboards, a vibration beneath your left heel. Sweet resin bloom in your sinuses, the smell of promises rotting underground. Spanish tax records mention weavers paying spirit tariffs, though never specifying the currency. Your fingertips already itch with phantom blisters, the price foretold in twisted fibers. A tremor runs up the warp, each thread thrumming like a plucked nerve. You grip the beater, maple worn to glassy perfection by 80 years of palms, 17 generations back. A Zapotec master. Weaver's journal described loom guardians demanding blood-tinted threads. Modern anthropologists dismiss it as ergot-induced fantasy, their skepticism as thick as chapel incense. Flawless tension whispers through loose heddles, voice like rust under fingernails. Your grandmother's scissors lie oiled and ready, their blades sanctified in grave dirt. Threads snicker behind you, animal sounds from inanimate fibers. The widow's warning echoes, never bargain hungry, but your stomach forgets its emptiness. Moonlight bleeds through cracks, transforming warps into silver harp strings. You count them twice. There's that ninth nightmare, not again. Each loop throbs fresh as a peeled scab. Historians still guffaw about pre-Columbian hallucinogenic looms, right before displaying migraine-inducing textiles in climate-controlled vitrines. The demon's presence coagulates near the back beam, a pressure behind the eyes. No horns or sulfur stench, just impeccable thread geometry. Your sticky shuttle twitches, eager for that promised perfection. One museum in Oaxaca displays self-repairing cloth, its invisible mending frustrating conservators nightly. Your blisters vote yes, your spine vetoes. Blessed scissors grow warm in your apron pocket, a forged peace treaty against the dark. You pretend to deliberate, fingering a loose thread, edging toward rebellion. Underground fungal networks taught humans weaving, or was it vice versa? The demon's silence stretches patient as graveyard moss. A popping sound, one nightmare, not unravels of its own accord. Indigo threads darken to arterial crimson, leaking metallic vapor. Your pulse rockets, 19 beats per stolen breath. Pre-Columbian weavers riddled cloth with intentional flaws, hoping to trap malevolent spirits in dead-ended patterns. 2 more knots split spontaneously, their severed ends vibrating like plucked nerves. The beater slams down, unbidden, perfectly aligning warps you'd fought all morning. Flawless, if you ignore the whispering threads. 3 Mennonite traders once offered enameled shears, said to silence talkative looms. Everything has its price. Wood creaks not the loom, but your kneecaps groaning agreement. Sweat stripes the cloth, salt plotting new disintegration channels. You unsheathe the blessed scissors, their snip echoing like bone-breaking frost. Counteroffer delivered. The floorboards inhale, drawing dust into miniature whirlpools. 6 remaining nightmare knots hiss, protesting this breach of demonic etiquette. Church bells murder the distance, ringing vespers through creeping fog. Your grandmother's ghost coughs inside your skull. Negotiate from weakness, offer weakness itself. An 8th knot phrase spider leg tendrils testing air. You press thumb and blade together, drawing one precise drop of blood. Crimson kisses, steel, the scissors humming like struck tuning forks. Thread experts in Brussels proved some ancestral fabrics contain human hemoglobin. Their peer reviews dripping academic disdain. Demonic laughter shakes loose moth wings from the rafters, a sound felt in molars. All 9 knots dissolve, their unraveling threads stitching your shadow to the floor. Flawed tension returns familiar as a childhood scar. The blessed scissors cool in your palms, their sanctified edge trembling toward a reckoning. Your last nightmare coils around the cloth's edge, a viper waiting to strike. Moonlight shifts, silvering the demon's true form, raw geometry, without mercy. Pre-dawn cold seeps through the walls, carrying the widow's restless snoring. You breathe into the stillness, threads whispering their next gambit, already plotted. The scissors close lightless and swift, a guillotine for false promises. A newborn's wail shatters dawn's thin membrane, ripping through the loom house like a dropped spindle. Your hands freeze mid-pick, seconds before completing the demon's perfect tension. Breath catches, your ribcage sinking to the infant's howl. 42 warp threads hum, counting generations to the first drought. You lean into their vibration, till teeth chatter, matching pitch to the baby's protesting lungs. Medical codices from 1552 detail umbilical cord offerings burned at weaving births, an assurance of steady hands. A tiny fist punches air outside, threads slacken in sympathy. Cotton remembers this song, the first wail ever trapped in thread. Your beater lowers in 4 slow arcs, matching the midwife's padding rhythm on tiny backs. Unspun fibers shiver in their baskets, alive to the disturbance. Some village elders swear infants choose their weaving names through these first cries. Nonsense or not, you count the pattern accordingly. The mother's exhausted sigh hits your warps, making the left selvage curl tighter. You force the threads straight with spit-damped fingers, salty and urgent. Historians still argue whether Zapotec midwives controlled loom rhythms or threads influenced birthing positions. Dusty academics debating what your body knows. Outside, bare feet shuffle on packed earth, carrying bundled cloth already warm with life. 5th row completed, 21 knots whisper of clear skies ahead. Morning light needles through roof thatch, spotlighting floating dust like slow-moving stars. Your blisters split open, marking the beat where the newborn pauses for breath. Red stains warp verticals, an unintentional mordant binding spirit to fiber. A chicken squawks, severely offended, as the infant's cry hits a glass-shattering octave. You laugh despite yourself, a rusty hinge sound, drawing curious glances through the doorway. Blessed scissors rest forgotten, urgency shifting to creation's pulse. That quirky museum in Tila displays bassinets woven to match specific babies' cries, allegedly calming colic through sympathetic resonance. Your weft loops obey similar laws, tightening where the infant's breath hitches. 10 rows materialize, faster than thought, muscle memory outpacing doubt. The widow appears silent as loom grease, holding 3 fresh spun skeins. Her nod acknowledges the sacred mathematics in progress. 42 for life, 55 for death. Drop spindles rotate on packed earth, their whirling orbits mimicked by swaddling cloth outside. Raspberry juice stains your lips, smeared there during some unconscious gesture toward vitality. Sticky fingers leave accidental blush on ecru threads. A future, conservators, headache blooming. Row 19. Colonial friars complained about devilish birth weavings, incorporating parental hair and crushed jade. Their ledgers shudder with disapproval. You add your own braid's end, tying off the 20th row with personal DNA. 30 rows deep, the infant finally quiets, exhaustion trumping outrage. Your hands falter in the sudden quiet, threads tangling in the absence of guidance. Panic spikes until the baby's faint, dreaming whimpers resume the rhythm. Loom weights sway like sensors, their clay discs etched with now illegible prayers. Warp threads thrum B-flat according to the music student boarding. Next door, she tapes recorders to loom parts for her thesis. Annoying. And tonight, you'll gift her this cloth's fringe. 41 rows gasp for completion. The heat-making dyes exhale elderberry musk. A strand of the mother's hair weaves itself into the selvage, offering, or accident, you let it stay. Midwives start chanting their vowels, stretching like fresh-spun thread. You duplicate the cadence, crossing wefts, over-under matching pitch, lift and fall. The Pueblo baker once claimed yeast rises, faster near live weaving, manifest destiny of rising things. His sourdough sits heavy in your gut fuel for the final push. 42nd, row aligns, burst blister, fluid gluing weft to warp. The cloth size, completed before the baby's next feeding cry. Quip aside, Mozart's making socks now, escapes your lips, startling the dozing widow. Historians baffle over ceremonial knot counts, not grasping how necessity births sacred math. You collapse onto packed earth, arms trembling, listening to the mother's crooning settle into morning birdsong. The newborn hiccups, a soft piston sound muffled against skin. Loom demons retreat to their floorboard crevices, outnumbered by raw life above. Fringe threads are counted, 42 tassels rolled between thumb and knife callus. Each holds a microcosm of this dawn's saliva. Blood, sweat, hope, traded for demon-distorted promises. Outside, the midwife buries the umbilical cord beneath a young avocado tree, the earth already humming its approval. You press fresh cloth to your face, inhaling its green banana scent, believing for this breath in futures stretched taut across sturdy warps. Flawed cloth sticks to your palms, a burial shroud, unraveling at the edges. The tear pulses wet against your thigh, matching the avocado tree's thirst. You kneel where last season's monsoon loosened roots, digging with half-moon nails till soil cools your knuckles. 22 threads refused tension, their rebellion immortalized in skewed diamond patterns. Morning dew soaks through your knees, a chill creeping toward bone. Beneath the young tree's roots, you lay the misfit weaving like a cursed lover. Historians note Aztec royalty wore cotton shrouds, gold threads, catching last breaths before cremation. Yours needs no gold, only forgiveness from hungry earth. A pot shard scrapes against buried limestone, revealing fibers from your mentor's final failed tapestry. 5 years underground haven't softened its pride. Indigo, still shouting cobalt secrets into the dirt. Your new offering whimpers, in comparison, dyed with walkaway marigolds instead of proper pericon. Skeletons clink below, not human, but shards of shattered ceramic looms. Damp soil packs around cloth like a mother swaddling fevered child. That eccentric botanist in Oaxaca claims avocado trees grafted near burial cloths bear sweeter fruit, pulp, infused with mourner's salt. You taste copper on your tongue, unsure if it's grief or bitten cheek. 3 jade beads drop into the hole, an afterthought stolen from the widow's repair kit. They glow toxic green against undyed cotton alien pebbles in a brown galaxy. Your spit seals the offering, thick phlegm joining tree, roots to failure. Archaeologists found 17 such beads beneath Mitla's walls. No consensus whether they marked graves or rodent hordes. Threads begin dissolving before you finish backfilling. Earth's acids hungry for cellulose sins. A single red ant drags a fiber skyward, death shroud becoming nest architecture. Your laughter rasps like a rusted machete, startling the tree into shedding blossoms. 5 waxy petals stick to fresh dirt, nature's own condolence cards. Rain threatens, its ozone breath flattening, hairs on your neck. You pat the mound like soothing a spooked horse, left hand mirroring midwife movements from yesterday's birth. 2 processes diverge here, one cloth wrapping life, another feeding it. Historians still argue whether pre-Columbian burial textiles fertilized crops or just hid bodies from shame. Your fingernails blacken, answering the debate. Sunlight arrows through cloud gaps, spotlighting your shame-pinked ears. The burial cloth's dye bleeds upward, suffusing avocado roots with orphaned magenta. 79 paces east, your successful weavings bake on laundry stones, too perfect to touch living soil. Sweat carves canyons through dirt on your temples. That traveling Mennonite once told you Pennsylvania barn quilts fade with purpose, their tatters snagging malevolent spirits. Your burial shroud lacks such elegance, swallowing dirt like a drunkard downing mezcal. A root whips free of earth, coiling around your wrist in possessive greeting. Its hairs leave blood-dot kisses, claiming you as compost kin. Medical texts from 1398 prescribed powdered shroud threads for broken hearts, little comfort as cellulose prickles enter your veins. Shadows stretch, teaching the avocado tree its first alphabet of dusk. You unbraid your hair over the grave, letting strands become root guides through tomorrow's rot. 2 fire ants die tangled in chestnut waves, their jaws clamped on what they mistook for escape ropes. No matter, their bitterness seasons the offering. Moonrise finds you spooned against the mound, storytelling failures to unripe avocados. That collector from Mexico D.F. paid 7,000 pesos for your mentor's botched serape last year, hung it in a gallery labeled Brilliant Deconstruction. You snort, remembering your breath, disturbing a caterpillar's silk-spinning pilgrimage. Leaf shadows tattoo prophecies across your forearm. 23 minutes ago, your stomach roared raw need, interrupting sacred decay. You chew a stolen avocado, green flesh bitter, with stolen time. Its pit joins the grave, a twin heart for the cloth's embrace. Morning will bring worms, their slime highway etching embroidery across decomposing threads. For now, bats stitch the air above you, needle-fine wings darting through mosquito clouds. Historians still argue whether night or day breaks textiles faster, fools ignoring how earth swallows both. Your pocket yields an ancient Bob Dylan harmonica, its rusted reeds long mute. 20 years buried barely dented its chrome, unlike your shroud, already half sugar, a relic from before the promise to weave. Its weight anchors the grave against wind thieves. Thunder applauds your departure, drowning the sound of roots drinking rebellion. You scratch your calf against bark, leaving skin cells as final offering. 72 steps from grave to loom house, each crunching gravel louder than dirge drums. Sleep waits, a jealous lover clawing your shoulders. You glance back once, whispering rotting speed to the shroud, while moths taste salt on your cheek. Rain arrives in sheets, hammering burial dirt into living skin, sealing failure's promise beneath sweetening roots. Dawn will find the avocado tree standing straighter, its leaves slick with your surrendered dreams. Rain-swollen wind bullies the loom house walls, old timber groaning like arthritic giants. Empty spindles rattle in their racks, tiny gallows awaiting silk prisoners. You press your forehead against cedar beams, tasting 200 years of dust and desperation. The first storm of hurricane season comes early, its breath stinking of rotten mangoes and gasoline. Experts found preclassic Maya loom, weights buried near Tikal, stones anchoring workrooms against the Chak god's tantrums. You need heavier magic tonight. Grandmother stones roll toward your feet, summoned by thunder's staccato drum code. Their surfaces cup generations of thumbprints darker, where sweat seeped into granite. The widow's circle claims certain rocks predict cyclones, humming when danger comes spinning off the Pacific. Yours stay mute round as betrayal, heavy as unspoken apologies. Shutters wrench free, slapping air like drunk ants at a baptism. You dive for cedar panels, nails splitting as you wrestle rebellious wood. One flying splinter embeds above your eyebrow, a bloody bead to mirror the jade burial offerings. 13 minutes ago, your back teeth ached, a warning from great-grandmother's weather sense. You lash loom frames with sisal ropes, knots copied from Genoese sailor manuals. Each crossed eye digs into palm blisters left from yesterday's burial digging. The biggest stone gets hugged against old Bess's legs. Your favorite loom, named after a hurricane herself. Historians still debate if pre-Columbian weavers timed complex patterns with storm seasons, their theories shredded like your roof thatch. Lightning strobes the workroom, freezing raindrops in midair needles. A row of empty spools cartwheels past, their hollow cores whistling funeral tunes. That crazy Oklahoma storm chaser swore tornadoes unravel textile fibers at molecular level. Your arms strain against Bess's shuddering frame, knowing he wasn't entirely wrong. 3 banana leaves plaster themselves over broken windows. Emergency, stained glass in piss yellow green. You spit on grandmother stones for better friction, your saliva joining ancestral DNA cocktails in granite pores. Madame Curie would have measured their radium glow. You just need them to hold. Plaster cracks overhead, dropping wasp nests long abandoned. Their paper architecture explodes against floorboards, geometric perfection, destroyed by wind's clumsy fingers. You count 6 heartbeats between thunderclaps, the storm's pulse slowing, or your own speeding up. Warp threads hum in perfect thirds, a chord ringing clearer than monastery bells. The sound roots your souls to clay tiles, Earth's own grounding wire. That failed musician from Oaxaca City once traded a Stradivarius violin for 3 meters of your moth silk brocade. Neither survived last rainy season. Eat your heart out, Stradivari. Hail arrives, marbles of ice chewing through what's left of the roof. You drag a half-woven funeral shroud overhead, indigo, wool blotting out sting and noise. Silver strands catch hail in midair, needling constellations into the cloth's black sky. Zapotec storm gods demanded thread sacrifices, or so claims a disputed colonial manuscript. Your offering comes involuntary, frozen pearls quilting sacred geometry. Floodwater licks the threshold, its muddy tongue tasting dyestuffs stored below shelves. Cochineal red bleeds toward indigo, forming puddles of forbidden violet. You kick your mending stool into the doorway, battle ram against the invading tide. Women in coastal Campeche weave palm leaf barriers before storms, their techniques lost to your mountain kin. Old Bess groans, her warp strings tightening beyond singing pitch. You dive for the tension peg, burning palms on ropes gone hot from friction. 3 grandmother stones skitter away, protesting their new role as ballast. Treaties signed under duress, much like your surrender to this squall. Wind shifts, carrying the avocado tree's death wail from yesterday's burial ground. Its roots scream through topsoil, unmoored by 60 straight minutes of drowning rain. Your buried shroud becomes a sail, cotton corpse unwilling to stay interred. Vigilance wastes on the dead. They always claw back toward light. Moonlight pierces boiling clouds, casting the loom's shadow as a giantess on the far wall. Her spindle fingers stretch toward you, beckoning or accusing. You throw the last grandmother stone at her wrist, granite punching through plaster, redirecting fate. Dawn limps in gray and battered, revealing half the workshop floor gone to mud soup. Grandmother stones huddle in a corner, grumpy toddlers after a tantrum. Old Bess lists, starboard her frame scored by hail talons. But she holds. You wade toward the shattered window, sucking storm air deep into ash-dusted lungs. The avocado tree lies 3 fields over, roots clawing skyward like skeletal hands. From its grave, one corner of your burial shroud waves, a surrender flag dyed mud brown. Your big toe finds a stray spindle under murky water, its whorl still spinning slow circles. 31 hours until the next storm cell forms. Plenty of time to rethread chaos. Historians still argue whether ruins inspire better weaving than intact homes. You spit a molar loosened by stress, it sinks, joining other foundational losses. Thunder's ghost rumbles westbound, already bullying other villages. Blue sky peeks through shredded clouds, its promise as thin as your last indigo skein. Grandma stones warm under returning sunlight, radiating stored lightning like feline contentment. You pick fist-sized hail from the funeral shroud, each melting gem leaving darker stains. Your fingers weave around ice shards, muscle memory stronger than despair. Storm light bathes the loom, her scars glowing silver battle medals earned before breakfast. Far south, over reeking mud, the freed burial shroud flaps one last goodbye, rootless but flying its failed threads, finally tasting altitude. Maybe burial cloths should stay unburied airborne failures, mocking grounded perfectionists. You blow nose mud into a dye-stained rag, storm remnants exiting stage left. Acid rain curls the scrap's edges, abstract art more honest than your planned patterns. 2 grandmother stones roll back to Bess's base, their choice, not yours. Thumb tests a warp thread, still vibrating with last night's hurricane song. The storm rewired your loom, tuned it to some deeper atmospheric frequency. You pluck a bass note, felt in molars and marrow, as ruined spindles twitch in their racks. Rain-soaked garments peel off like dead skin. Naked, but for grit you feed old Bess her first post-storm cotton. The workroom smells of ozone and wet dog. By noon, half-dry threads catch sunlight, throwing prism shards over corpse-silent looms. 27 spiderlings skydive from rafters. Their silk lines gossamer guide ropes. You knot fresh warp strings with sailors' hands, calloused and sure. Grandmother stones press warm against bare feet, radiating stored lightning. Below mud, the workshop floor steadies its breath, ready for whatever storm whirls next through unwritten skies. Your left pinky finds the hole first, that soft pocket of earth under the northeast loom leg. Fresh blood drips from a warp cut on your thumb, feeding the clay before thought catches up. Below, something shifts, knuckles brushing root tendrils from below. Diggers of old things found royal weavers buried under workshops at Mitla bones, becoming foundations for sacred textiles. This thigh bone under your fingernails lacks royal jewels, only careworn grooves from decades of pedal thumping. The ground yields like wet parchment, each scoop exhaling vetiver and iron. Drizzle soaks your collar, the kind that sneaks under doorframes laughing. Last week's storm left the workshop floor puckered, clay tiles lifted like book covers. Your shovel hits resistance, not stone, but something that hums. Bone conducts vibration better than oak, claims that eccentric acoustic engineer who toured last autumn. You never tested his theory until now. Bare fingers scrape soil from a femur's curve, yellowed as antique lace. Cartilage holes gape like tiny hungry mouths. You press your bleeding thumb against porous bone, watch rust-red life soak into dead calcium. Magenta blooms inside the marrow channels, climbing toward daylight. Historians still argue whether Oaxacan crimson dyes used bone ash or just cochineal. Your answer wriggles under your grip. Threads dipped in bone, broth gain a stubborn glow. Grandmother's refrain echoes as you dig. The femur comes free with a wet sigh, 3 rusty nails driven through its shaft. Some long-gone weaver's final repair job, desperate stabilization for a wobbling loom. Tarnish bleeds green across bone, chemical marriage of metal and mortality. Cloud light shifts, suddenly sharp, as if the sun grabbed magnifying glasses. Your shadow falls across the femur, revealing etchings along its length. Not decorative, but tally marks. 14 vertical grooves, then a diagonal slash. Payment owed, or prayers counted, or lovers mourned. The bone keeps its ledger closed. Rainwater pools in the femur's hollow, swirling with your blood and topsoil. A siphon effect pulls the cocktail downward, feeding roots hungry for stories. 4 avocado saplings nearby stretch new leaves, spear tips glistening. That Portland permaculture blogger insisted human remains grow sweeter fruit, her videos buried under layers of skepticism. Your orchard might settle the debate. You tear cotton gauze from your hem, wrapping it around the bone's nail-pierced middle. Bandaging the dead feels sillier than explaining Twitter to your great aunt. But hands move without permission. Pressure wakes something in the shaft, a vibration traveling up your wrist bones. The failed musician would have called it B-flat. You call it trouble. Deeper excavation finds a pelvis shattered into jigsaw pieces, likely by the pickaxe, half embedded in dirt beside it. No skull, which explains why the femur's song lacks lyrics. Diggers missed this grave when mapping Mitla's weaver crypts, a peasant among princes. Their oversight becomes your mordant. Threads dunked in bone broth need salt. So says every dye manual ever scribbled. You lick the femur, tasting gravesil and lightning before spitting onto magenta yarn. Salt of the earth meets salt of the body. Alchemy, even that French luxury conglomerate couldn't patent. Their blood silk scam collapsed when activists proved they used beet juice. 3 ribs surface next, their curves, cradling a ceramic spindle whorl. Fingernail testing reveals real gold in its grooves, probably a widow's last treasure surrendered to the underworld. You spin it, watching mud fling spiral patterns across your boots. 60 revolutions before the wobble starts matching your pulse after 2 espresso shots. Yellow yarn meets bone liquor in a dented tin pot, the brew bubbling like a bog exhale. Steam carries the scent of long pork and ozone, an aftershave for damned poets. You gag, then laugh, muttering should have worn gloves to no one. eBay sells replica Neolithic mordant pots. Your ancestors donated theirs to the dirt. The transformed thread emerges dripping, not bloody, but glowing like doped garnets. Sunlight skitters across its surface, catching metallic flecks your eyes can't name. That survivalist from Montana swore, human bone, ash made bullets penetrate deeper. His manifesto, a landfill now, your after penetration of a softer sort. Loom trials begin, the magenta thread humming against undyed cotton warps. Old Bess protests the new tension, creaking like arthritic stairboards. Bubinga wood remembers every thread it's ever held, its grudges older than your lineage. First row knots itself, perfect half hitches blooming without your guidance. The rib cage below the loom rattles approval, a xylophone serenade for the newly employed. You step back, half expecting the shuttle to start dancing. Chicago's Field Museum keeps a quilt stitched with Civil War soldiers' bone thread, its display lighting dimmed to hide rogue vibrations. Dusk brings the first customer, a green darner dragonfly seeking perches. It lands on the glowing thread, wings fanning air across your forehead. 6 minutes of mutual stillness, then it darts toward the avocado saplings. Entomologists debate whether insects see ultraviolet hues in burial shrouds. Your witness won't testify. Moonrise turns your bone thread into a luminous ladder, each rung vibrating at coyote frequency. You pluck it like a bass string, the sound resonating in your dental fillings. Neighbors 2 valleys over will blame underground cables, not your thrice-buried assistant. Washing the cloth should have been routine, but the creek recoils. Water peels back from magenta patches, forming a dry arch over your dunking hands. Even watersheds hold opinions on grave robbing. You sacrifice a jade bead, tossing it upstream to appease whatever's offended. Drying takes seconds, threads shedding moisture like duck feathers. Folded fabric warms your palms, radiating cinnamon heat without reason. That Ayurvedic quack from Hyderabad would have called it activated vital energy. You call it unplanned witchcraft. Sleep evades, so you stitch by candlelight. Needles pierce cloth slower through bone-dyed patches, like sewing through warm leather. Each puncture hisses, releasing vapor smelling of wet chalk and copper. By midnight, the cushion cover holds your silhouette, a shadow stitched forever into its nap. Roosters accuse dawn with their usual lack of nuance. The bone cloth already fades its magenta, softening to bruised peach. Only under your tongue's salt does it briefly flare, a dying star in textile form. Developer's choice now: burn it, bury it, or sell it to that morally flexible gallery owner from Santa Fe. Your shovel winks from the corner, earth still crusting its blade. Some threads refuse domestication, better to return them to the chorus underfoot. The whole accepts the cloth without complaint, a hungry mouth swallowing its own tail. 3 avocado saplings get watered with tin pot mordant dregs, their roots drinking deep. Historians still argue whether Mesoamerican bone dyes caused skin ailments or cured them. Your eczema retreats, but that could be coincidence. Green fruit swells overnight, globes shiny as jade beads. Their flesh tastes like lightning and apologies when you finally bite. Fermentation might make killer mezcal, or just poison your brain smoother than tick-tock. Old Bess resumes her work, threads tensioned with familiar indifference. The femur rests under her pedal now, silent, but for tuneless vibrations during earthquakes. You count 15 heartbeats between creaks, her new rhythm. Customers complain the latest batch smells like burnt hair and vanilla. Sales double by Friday. The gallery owner leaves 11 missed calls, her voicemails descending into French expletives. You gift wrap her a single avocado, still warm from the tree. Rain returns, gentle this time, washing dirt from the femur's nail holes. Each drop plinks a different note, a xylophone lullaby for the woman whose bones outlived her name. Your scissors bite into fresh indigo cloth, releasing that first gasp of trapped air. Blade meets bone thread and pauses, vibrating like a struck tuning fork. From deep under the workshop, something hums back. Threads choose their partners. You just arrange the marriages. The indigo threads feel slippery tonight, like trying to hold live minnows in your palm. Moonlight bleeds through the sick room's reed curtain, painting the child's forehead cobalt. Her breath hitches, a needle skipping grooves on a broken record. You lay the first warp across your lap, fingers counting 12 irregular gasps before tightening the cross. Cotton accepts dye, but resists purpose, unlike linen or wool, or that synthetic nonsense from big box stores. This batch holds traces of Oaxaca dirt under its threads, tiny time capsules from the washing creek. Pre-Columbian healers used woven belts to diagnose illness, their fingers reading bumps in the weave like braille. Your tapestry won't just diagnose, it aims to devour. Fever tremors make patterns shift, invisible hands rearranging your weft picks. Each cross thread sags, where the child's lungs struggle creating valleys for cooler dyes to pool. You memorized her sickest rhythms yesterday, measured by counting eyelash flutters. 60 breaths per minute at noon, 40 at moonrise, now down to 29 and fading. Prickly pear mucilage stiffens your selvages. Tonight, not textbook technique, but desperate improvisation. Your shirt cuff snags on a warp thread, unraveling 16 hours of progress. The Navajo believed unraveling cured witchcraft. Your muttered curse suggests otherwise. Steam rises from a dying teacup nearby, chamomile, and episode fighting for dominance. One magenta thread glows brighter, throbbing to the child's pulse beneath her jaw. Bone-dyed strands remember their original owners' arthritis. Crooked stitches straighten without your help. Historians still argue whether these textiles held real power or just comfort for desperate parents. Truth hides in the shed, rising with each shuttle pass. Auntie Luz brings mashed avocado with cinnamon, fuel for night weavers. Since Aztec midwives cursed insomnia, she watches your flying fingers, too polite to mention how your selvages wobble worse than drunken fireflies. Maybe more salt, she offers, eyeing the uneaten food. You lick sweat instead, savoring the sodium sting. Wind steals 3 bobbins, your chase ending at a spider web strung between cacti. The arachnid examines your cotton like a fussy textile buyer, rejecting 2 strands before accepting the third. You leave her a trade payment, crushed cochineal dusted across her masterpiece. Sleep deprivation paints ghostly helpers at your elbow, shadow fingers mimicking your motions. Their tension beats yours, edges taut enough to slice moonlight. You welcome the company until their cold breath raises goose flesh. The clock of the long now chimes in your skull, ticking through 52 pattern repeats per hour. Dawn's first rays reveal something unsettling. The central motif now mirrors the child's birthmark, 3 spirals stacked like coiled serpents napping. You never charted that design. The Loom claimed creative control around midnight. Indigenous healers embroidered spirit traps into children's blankets, a last-ditch effort to snag wandering souls. Dye pots whisper when stirred now, gossiping in Zapotec slang you barely recognize. Their voices thicken when adding ixchel leaves, a botanical rival to Wi-Fi for message speed. That Dutch ethnobotanist got laughed out of academia for suggesting plants use scent as social media. His vindication steams in your clay pot. Midday heat softens the beeswax on your fingertips, leaving smudges that smell like cheated death. The child's mother replaces your cold tea, her gaze lingering on the glowing threads. Abuela saw a hummingbird last Tuesday, she murmurs. They steal sickness sometimes, if you owe them sugar water. You nod, adding nectar-filled blossoms to tomorrow's dye bath. Medical equipment beeps its disapproval from the corner. A foreign invader in this war of threads versus microbes. Its graphs spike red, where your tapestry dips blue, visual proof of something science journals wouldn't touch. That Mayan pea-powered battery experiment seems reasonable compared to this. 3 crows perch on the windowsill, heads cocked to study your progress. Their feathers show indigo undertones, secret dyers lurking beyond human eyes. You toss them a ball of rejected yarn, watching it vanish into beak-carried oblivion. Sweat makes warp threads sag, your forehead kisses cloth with every beat. Body heat transfers more than moisture. You feel the pattern rearranging under your skin. Historians still debate whether sweat activated medicinal dyes, or if weavers just hoped hard enough. Auntie Luz fans you, sending gossip-laden breezes across sticky threads. The child's sudden cough sprays phlegm across the lower weave, an unplanned dye modifier. Mucus blends with cochineal, creating peachy halos around warp intersections. You leave the stain untouched. Emergency additions require boldness, not antiseptic wipes. Doctors scrubbed before surgeries for centuries. Midwives understood the power of filth. Moonrise again, your bobbins down to nubs. The tapestry drinks lamplight, casting watery reflections that sway like river reeds. Finished measurements won't match your notes. The cloth shrank where the child's fever broke, 20 degrees cooler under your palm. Proof the indigo fields claim their due. Morning brings unwelcome visitors, Western doctors with clipboards and skepticism. They count respirations, frowning when numbers climb. Their thermometers fail near the tapestry. Mercury freezing mid-tube. You smugly sip thickened addle, its corn mush, sweetened with smuggled panella. As stitches locked the final hem, rain drums the palapa roof. The child sits up, grabbing your brightest needle without a blink. Her first words in 6 days, the blue one tastes like lightning. Doctors still argue whether indigenous textile medicine worked through placebo or unseen mechanisms. Your proof hums beneath hospital blankets, a thunderstorm trapped in cotton. When the gallery owner calls again, her voice crackles through cheap speakers. You mute her pitch for visionary folk art, watching the child braid loose threads into friendship bracelets. Sell the story, Auntie Luz suggests. Keep the magic. They bury the stalest hospital linens under new avocado trees, threads composting into sweet futures. The child gifts you a cactus needle necklace, its points guarding the hollow at your throat. Weavers never thank each other for finished work, only for sharing the unraveling. Loom grease stains your last clean shirt, a badge of honor whispering through suburbia. You school your lips into neutrality, tasting victory's copper kiss. The scissors feel lighter now, ready to cut what comes next. Threads choose their partners. You just arrange the marriages. Footsteps crunch gravel outside your dye shed, the rhythm suggesting unfamiliar boots. Mennonite beards appear first, sun-bleached wheat fields hiding cautious smiles. Their cloth smells like distant thunderstorms, and saddle leather worn smooth from Genghis Khan's ghost riding westward. The taller man unrolls sapphire thread across your palm, its blue humming like choked river rapids. Morning glory dye, he says, voice curling around German vowels, softened by decades in Chihuahua dust. His thumb reveals a hidden pattern, 16 interlocked horseheads galloping through the fibers. Nomads braided legends into every strand, their ponies, sweat acting as mordant. His companion produces a battered ledger, its pages sticky, with fermented mares, milk splatters. Mongol riders traded silk for northern obsidian, keeping empires afloat through threads thinner than spider gossip. You trace faded entries documenting indigo routes stretching from Baghdad to Oaxaca centuries before Columbus stumbled ashore. Mennonites fleeing Canada brought these records south in 1923, stitched inside quilted petticoats. The taller trader points to your owl feather collection, gray primaries gleaming near the window. His eyes flicker with something hungry, yet reverent. Storm riders pay double for those dipped in electrum alloy. He claims midnight messengers, fairy prayers, to lightening their feathers, grounding volatile currents. Experts think nomads wove circuits between temples, using metallic threads. Though academia mocks the theory, you pretend to examine their blues, secretly admiring how sunlight bounces between horsehair reinforcements. 5 generations back, your great-grandmother bartered cochineal with Russian horse breeders, their mutual distrust overcome by Madder Root's insistence. That crimson still stains your family ledger angrier than fresh bullet wounds. Silk Road whispers cling to every fiber, voices murmuring through pigeon down stuffing. His companion demonstrates how to snap threads without fraying, the sound of small glaciers calving. Hear that clean break. Mare's milk sizing beats your prickly pear glue. The boast hangs between you ripe for challenge. You retaliate with Guatemalan jade beads, drilled using bowstrings and volcanic grit. They vibrate when rubbed together, a primordial hum loosening the trader's knee joints. Their embroidery needles freeze mid-stitch, momentarily forgetting westward migrations and Stalin's shadow. Barter becomes battle gleeful sabotage beneath cinnamon noons. They offer fermented rhubarb pies, crisp crusts mocking your stale tortillas. Your counter, smoked grasshopper salt, its umami punch flooring their taste buds. Mennonites fleeing persecution preserved sauerkraut secrets. You wield chili lime ancestral memory. A bolt of Uzbek ikat silk unfurls, its blurry patterns bleeding where monsoon dyes once wept. Warp-faced weave, the quiet trader murmurs, fingers stroking blurred geometries. The design defies focus, shimmering like mirage lakes seen from Camelback. You recognize intentional imperfections, spiritual loopholes, letting mischievous gods escape captivity. Lost trade songs drift through haggling, their lyrics half remembered, even by singers. The tall man croons verses about Sogdian mercenaries, their geldings shod with stolen Byzantine gold. Historians squabble whether Silk Road metaphors shaped indigenous weaving, or if great minds simply not alike. Thermals lift a barred owl feather from your basket, twirling it between competing sunbeams. The traders hold collective breath, watching gold film kiss keratin veins. They produce electrum wire thinner than nerves, wrapping the quill until it thrums. Completed, The feather becomes compass, and lightning rod sniffing, approaching storm's hours before clouds bruise the horizon. Your apprentices will plant these near cornfields, diverting hailstorms with shrugged shoulders and plausible deniability. Dusk brings your secret weapon, anti-luz, hoisting clay pots of mezcal jeweled with fat worm twins. The trader's noses flare, nostalgia for ancestral schnapps wars with Oaxacan pride. 2 shots dissolve borders better than any UN resolution. Threads bonding smoother than Anglo-Mexican treaty ink. Their final offer dawns, rolled inside birch bark scrolls and camphor wool. Take 3 stallion threads, steeped in Arctic lichen broth. These strands supposedly record blizzards as sound, weaving screams of trapped air between crystals. You risk frostbite handling them barehanded, yet cannot resist. They leave clutching owl feathers and henna paste, planning to gild their barn weather vanes against divine mischief. Your apprentices materialize, grubby hands hovering near magnetic silks. A girl named Sitlali stuffs stolen rhubarb pie into her apron, her grin brighter than electrum. Unspooling the stallion threads reveals frozen music. Your teeth ache from silent vibrations. By midnight, 6 hummingbirds nestle against the icy fibers, borrowing coolness for tropical summers. Their wings stitch dream notes into the sapphire horsecloth, collaborators unaware of time zones or tariffs. Threads choose their partners. You just dissolve borders. Hay dust tickles your nose as gales punch through loose rafters, northwest winds arriving precisely when the old calendar predicted. Those frayed borders you struggled to finish now dance like snake tails, edge threads shuddering skyward. Vertical warps snap taut, arching into curves that defy gravity's petty rules. You've woven 8 sacred directions into countless textiles, but this arch points somewhere uncharted. Upwards feels insufficient for the angle forming above your loom. Zapotec priests once charted Venus's path through specially aligned observatories, their stone calendars slicing time into ceremonial ribbons. But this column of thread hums like a plucked power line, ready to deliver messages not meant for mortal eyes. A raw cochineal thread bleeds crimson dripping upwards. Historians squabble whether celestial motifs served wayfinding or warnings against divine trespass. You touch the quivering threads, fingerprints catching on microscopic knots. Your grandmother's voice surfaces, mocking gentle warnings about threads no upright weaver should knot. Too late now. The moisture in your palm makes warp threads sprout silver sprouts, each tendril branching into tinier filaments. They seek sealing shadows like photo-avoidant fungi. Now something presses against the weave's underside, distorting patterns like pebbles dropped into still water. The central motif bulges downwards, revealing feather outlines pressed against tight warps. Not birds, too many joints in the wings. Feathers gleam petroleum rainbow like grackle throats, catching bad light. A popcorn kernel shoots from the loom's base, arcing perfectly into your startled mouth. It tastes like charred honey, an offering or cosmic target practice. Your spit hisses when it hits the floorboards, releasing smoke smelling of overcooked piety. Quirky lore claims textiles absorb weavers' sins during eclipses, conductivity peaking during solstices. Phantom breathing gusts from the warps now, each exhale frosting nearby spindles. Condensation forms odd symbols, Etruscan numerals overlapping Aztec day signs. You recognize the count for 9 repeating, a number absent from traditional Zapotec cosmology. 8th direction was the underworld, but 9th pebbles scatter as if kicked by invisible feet. The central warp thread grows glassy, reflecting distorted shapes moving beyond its surface. 4-legged, but upright, antlered shadows melt into your peripheral vision, only to dissolve when you turn. Cold spreads up your shins, despite the sweating forge nearby. That Midwest wind intensifies, howling like wolves courting locomotives. It peels back one thread border completely, exposing a dark triangular gap beneath the rising warps. From its depths drifts the scent of burned dahlias, and something animalistic gone to seed. Your wrist involuntarily dips into the indigo vat, fishing for defensive tools. Clammy fingers grab yours underwater. No, not fingers. Segmented limbs with too many knuckles. You yank back, splattering navy droplets that write brief curses on the wall. The thing beneath the loom chuckles, a sound like pebbles down a washboard. Its voice emerges splintered through vibrating threads, words arriving jumbled across 5 octaves. Thread thief, pattern spoiler, mortal meddler in 9 realms. You counter by spitting honeyed corn at the gap, an improvised ritual gesture Auntie Luz taught you for rude spirits. The creature hisses like steam on hot comel. Better, still sloppy, it extends a talon through the warp portal, blackened claw longer than your forearm. The nail drags a slow circle around your bare foot, charring the floorboards. Lightning-etched symbols shimmer within the burn mark. Invitation requires blood, yours or hers. The talon points to Sitlali's forgotten sandal near the dye pots. Her laughter echoes from the courtyard, innocence grating against ancient threat. Your thumb finds yesterday's scab, a spindle stab freshly healed. Another shape materializes behind the warp threads, translucent as muslin stretched over kindling. The laughing sickness goddess Western villages still blame for hysterical outbreaks. Her 14 breasts drip mercury, each droplet freezing mid-fall. Taste the air, old magic resurfaces. Her whisper swells to fill your skull cavity comfortably as a coffin. The Tzitzimime ride these winds, star demons who devour hesitant suns. Scholarly debate rages whether Spanish friars invented those shadow creatures or regurgitated indigenous fears for crowd control. Your bladder disagrees with academic nuance. Honeyed popcorn taste sours in your throat. Sitlali's voice nears, she'll rush into this ambush unless you grab turkey feathers left for pillow stuffing. Dipping each tip in glittering lead powder, then prick your scabbed thumb. The blood beads thick as pomegranate syrup, perfect for inking desperate agreements. Turkey veins sweep your offerings forward, blood-stained spines angled like defensive pikes. Take 3 drops, grant safe harbor until dawn. A second claw joins the first, both clicking against floor staples like castanets. We take 9, or take child laughter forever. Footsteps slap the courtyard tiles, sit lolly humming off-key ranchera songs. 27 heartbeats hammer against your ribs body, counting faster than panic allows. The lead-coated turkey feather trembles. No time for elegant negotiations. You swipe blood across the nearest warp threads, sketching hasty triangles from Granny's cautionary tales. Take 9. Spare 9. A void-scented gale sucks your blood from the fibers, leaving threads cleaner than communion linen. The claws retract, scraping limestone. Then silence. Sitlali bounces through the doorway, dandelion fluff, clinging to her braids. Tia. The goats are standing on the chickens. Normalcy crashes back, some deity's idea of a joke. You cough metallic adrenaline into your elbow. Grab the broom, sweetie, gentler than throwing chanclas at them. A single obsidian claw tip glitters, where the portal sealed small enough to weave into protective amulets. You pocket it before Sitlali notices, warm as sin, and twice as sharp. Vertical warps sag now, exhausted sentries dreaming of horizontal naps. That's when you see it, woven where no pattern existed before. A 9-pointed star formed from tension breaks and escaped dyes. Its core glows faintly gold, the same shade whispering from Sitlali's shadow as she battles unruly poultry outside. Golden light clings to Sitlali's shadow as she chases chickens streaking across the courtyard like mislaid sunshine. Your scraped thumb throbs in rhythm with the loom's fading hum. That 9-pointed star glimmers, threads rearranged by forces refusing names. Warmth pools around your ankle, something living nudging your bare skin. You glance down, meeting obsidian eyes in a lizard's wedge-shaped head. Ember-bellied, its scales blush sunset hues where belly meets tail. Not the common skinks scuttling through compost heaps. This one moves like mercury spilling over sandstone. It flicks a tongue tasting the air, forked tip lingering near your blood-stained toenail. Tia. The spotted hen laid eggs in Papa's hat. Sitlali's shout startles the creature, but doesn't send it fleeing. Instead, it leaps onto the sagging warp threads, scrambling upwards without disturbing the tension. Impossible, nothing climbs vertical fibers without causing snags. You blink, certain the portal's aftershocks muddle your vision. The lizard pauses mid-ascent, tail-tip curling into a lazy question mark. Its throat pulses citrine yellow, a silent challenge. When you reach to shoo it off, claws grasp empty air. The creature now perches behind you, cool scales brushing your elbow. Reality stutters like a broken film reel. Sitlali barrels into the workshop, straw stuck in her braids like absurd antennae. Did you see? Yellow eggs. The lizard vanishes, reappearing instantly atop the indigo vat. Only children and trickster spirits move that fast. Scholars still debate whether ancient Zapotecs domesticated reptiles for pest control, though burial murals show them perched on looms. Yushu sit lolly toward the kitchen, promising tortillas if she corrals the poultry. Her giggles retreat, leaving you alone with your scaled voyeur. Threads whisper as the lizard descends, flattening its body to glide along a weft line. Not a single fiber tangles beneath its splayed toes. Each movement flows seamless as water through reeds, no pauses, no corrections. Your own weaving feels clumsy in comparison, all human force and knotted effort. It stops above a flawed join where two yellows collide awkwardly. The lizard's jaws part, revealing teeth finer than embroidery needles. Gentle bites worry the threads, not severing, but encouraging fibers to twist together. No knot forms, just merging currents in a golden river. A shudder runs through the loom, the wood responding to this alien touch. Cedar remembers volcanic ash, monkey fur caught in bark, centuries of spiderwebs strung between posts. Now it hums recognition, vibrations traveling up your calves. You mimic the lizard's mouth movements, tongue pressed behind teeth. Air hisses through gaps in your molars, an embarrassing spit-flecked sound. The creature freezes, head tilting in reptilian judgment. Its next move happens too fast to follow, a flicker of burnt orange, then pain blooms on your wrist, tiny punctures, forming a dotted line. Blood pearls black in the dim light. The lizard laps delicately, its tongue scraping like rough velvet. Vision blurs, floorboards ripple into sand dunes. You glimpse other looms, stone temples housing monolithic fabrics, giant reptiles winding threads through claws longer than spears. Memory or hallucination? Indigenous codices show gods weaving constellations onto backstrap looms, but none mention scaled apprentices. The lizard releases your arm, staining its muzzle garnet. It spits onto aborted threads, saliva bubbling like soapwort solution. Threads wriggle where spittle lands, merging without direction from human hands. The creature watches you, fire gut glow, intensifying. It wants something, payment taken in installments. More spit. You offer your palm, half joking. The lizard crawls onto it, weighing no more than a spool of raw silk. Its claws prick, precision needles marking acupuncture points. Sudden heat floods your veins, your thumbprint dissolving into scales. Gecko grip, adhesive. That's how your skin feels when the creature stamps your fingertip against two warps. Threads fuse where your scaled flesh touches them, joined without knots, smoother than glass blowing. Panic surges. You try shaking the lizard loose. It holds fast, growing heavier as your hand petrifies. Desperate, you plunge your arm into the indigo vat. Cool liquid shocks your transformed skin, but the creature rides, submerged, unfazed. Bubbles rise as it exhales, forming spirals that dance like drunk fireflies. Your lungs burn, snatching air when you yank your arm out. Water sheets off restored human skin. Lizard gone, only its tooth marks remaining. On the loom, 7 fused joins glitter wetly. You test one tugging until your shoulders strain. No fraying, no give, as if the threads grew entwined naturally. A tiny black scale winks from within the indigo fibers. Cool limestone numbs your knees as you collapse. Sitlali's abandoned sandal lies nearby, its leather strap unraveling. Impulse strikes. You press the lizard's gifted fingertip against frayed edges. Molecules whisper, fibers ripple, tears heal like wounds under magic sutures. Laughter erupts from your chest, hoarse and gasping. Forget knot tying. Your whole life required securing tethers, safeguards against unraveling. Now, a reptile teaches joinery through biting and spit. Shadows lengthen, stretching warp-post silhouettes into hungry giants. The lizard materializes on your shoulder, exhaling warm cinnamon breath. Its tail flicks your earlobe, gentle reprimand. Work continues even as suns die. You thread fresh weft, copying the lizard's jaw movements. Air whistles, but threads remain stoically separate. The creature nipping your neck is less than gentle, a pedagogue's punishment. Blood beads anew, 3 droplets smeared across ivory cotton. This time, when you hiss through teeth, threads shiver into alignment. Fusion happens gradually, fibers tension marrying under dusk's watch. Each join shines faintly, bioluminescent, seems visible only through peripheral vision. The creature vanishes as Sitlali's footsteps return, leaving behind sulfur warmth and transformed threads. You clasp your unscaled hands, marveling at ordinary fingerprints. Only the paired punctures on your wrist whisper otherwise. Twin gates to impossible techniques. Outside, a chorus of geckos commence their nightly hunt, barking like tiny dogs defending miniature kingdoms. Their sounds weave through night air, joining darkness to dawn without visible seams. Rain gutters cough dust. Instead of water, their gaping mouths turned skyward for weeks. You rub starch from your eyelids, crustier than salt rings on drying vats. Hunger lives in your knuckles now, each finger joint grinding like unoiled pulleys. That jaguar-gifted cotton feels mocking too soft against your sandpaper skin. Sitlali's rationed corncake sits, untouched, on the loom bench. You traded half for indigo pellets smuggled from Tehuantepec, a starving arts patron desperate for beauty. Historians documented how Zapotec nobles prized textiles over gold during famines, cloth becoming truer currency than cocoa beans. Your stomach groans louder than the warps protesting their sparse weft. The loom's skeleton creaks, cedar ribs showing between thinning threads. You work linen today, stolen from abandoned Spanish outposts. Archivists still bicker whether these fibers arrived pre-conquest, smuggled by Filipino sailors on Manila galleons. Linen drinks dye poorly, but starvation bleaches all colors equal. A gecko watches from the rafters, its ribs visible between emerald scales. Last monsoon, they grew fat onclic beetles. Now their tails look whittled by dull knives. You unwind yesterday's weaving, threads snapping like dead grass. Famine weaving requires gaps, translucence, holding more power than solid cloth. See through it, like grandmother's shroud. Your mentor's voice lives in the humidity-buckled floorboards. You lift the half-finished panel, counting warp threads between passages. 7 verticals bare as famine ribs, then 8 threaded with tremulous hope. A spider claims one gap, spinning silk thicker than your courage. Noon sun hits like a physical blow. You suck pebbles to fool your tongue, saliva turning gritty. Sitlali's laughter sounds cracked across the courtyard, too thin for an 8-year-old. She trades ration coupons to tourists for colored string, little capitalist weaving smuggled hope. The indigo vat exhales vinegar sighs, its lungs starved for fresh dye. You crush clay shards into mock pigment, but terracotta only pinks when hungry. Fringe belief claims fasting weavers channeled comet dust into thread, proving malnutrition breeds magic. Your shaking fingers fumble a needle, flip the fabric, show its wounded belly. Historians still argue whether translucent weaving represented desperation or divine ascendance. You mirror gaps in your own body, collarbones like unfilled warps, ribs like weft starving for crosses. The trade makes brutal sense. Greater hunger equals stronger cloth. Drool slicks your chin before you notice, instinct drawn to rabbit glue boiling nearby. Animal collagen taunts you edible if desperation outweighed disgust. You stir the pot with a juniper branch, scum forming like false promises. 3 bubbles burst in sequence, another meal forfeited to craft. Shadows stretch skeletal hands across your work. Nightfall brings colder hunger, sharpening senses, until you hear thread molecules vibrating. Sitlali whimpers in sleep, dreaming of stolen tortilla scraps. Your shuttle carves air instead of fiber, a weapon against encroaching void. By moonlight, the unfinished weave glows like a dissection map. Every gap pulses, rhythm synced to your slowing heart. Air moves through cloth like whispers through cemetery gates. You press your ear to nothingness, hearing market chatter from decades past. Tortillas sizzling, melon juice dripping. Phantom scents bloom frying grasshoppers, charred pineapple roasted agave hearts. Dawn licks the horizon pink as undercooked pork. Your needle pricks awake a memory. Last year's birthday turkey, crisp skin shining with fat. Threads twist, forming grease bubbles in cloth. You laugh a dry leaf sound and weave the hallucination whole. When villagers come begging cloth for shrouds, you trade squares smaller than handkerchiefs. Their coins buy cactus fruit, the spines still clinging to bitter flesh. Sitlali chews slowly, wincing at pricks on her tongue. Next year we'll eat hummingbirds. She lies through purple-stained teeth. The Loom's song changes pitch, higher, tenser, as warps tighten with your wasting flesh. You measure progress by protruding wrist bones, counting them like prayer beads. Hunger transforms into the ultimate loom. Weight your body, the price paid for tensile strength. Clouds gather like unspun cotton, teasing rain that never falls. You catch midges buzzing near the rabbit glue, protein snatched from air with gecko reflexes. 3 crunchy bodies vanish before tasting, ash-flavored rebellion against emptiness. At moonrise, Sitlali lays her head on your thigh bones, digging through patched skirts. Her breath smells of sour hope. You pluck a gray hair from her braid, spin it into weft with ritual precision. Starvation binds generations tighter than any thread. Final rows narrow to spider silk width, your pupils dilating to track their path. Completed, the cloth floats over calloused hands, near weightless as a rumor. Light passes through its veins, projecting blue geometric ghosts on adobe walls. Sitlali catches one shadow, clutching it like bread. You leave it draped on the loom overnight, letting hunger finish the work. Tomorrow, someone might trade turquoise for this spectral fabric, or burn it trying to conjure maize. For now, sleep wraps you in its own thin threads, dreams rattling loose like untied knots. The moon swells fat again, forgiving last season's hunger with silver light. Your needle dances along the cloth edge, braiding secrets into selvage. Remember those starvation gaps. Now plump threads swallow words whole, safe from prying eyes. Cotton gift from Sitlali today, stolen from tourists photographing the cloud forest. Pre-Columbian Zapotecs wove marriage vows into garment borders, textiles serving as binding contracts. You snip a strand of her hair brown-black as fertile silt, twisting it into the warp. Thunder Moon rules tonight, its electric charge humming in your shuttle. Historians still argue whether textile patterns held coded messages, woven resistance against conquest. Your fingers know truth. Love letters burn brighter than rebellion. 3 quick tugs tighten the first code knot, a signal to tomorrow's hands. Sitlali watches, knees pulled bony against her chest, still favoring that lightning scar across her palm. She breathes garlic leftover from tonight's weak soup, the odor a luxury after famine. Teach me the silence language. She traces unfinished embroidery, a hummingbird mid-flight. You guide her fingernail beneath a braided loop, her crescent grip perfect for unraveling truths. Only lovers know this motion, like stroking a jawline in darkness. Laughter shakes your workbench when he arrives, Xochitl bearing stolen honeycomb. His thumbs, still stained blue from indigo vats, skim your latest weaving. He misses the message hidden beneath his touch, threads spelling meet me where jaguars cough. Midnight storm cracks the sky, lightning sears through open windows. Fringe theory claims thunder charges secret threads, making them hum when true lovers approach. Your selvage pulses against Xochitl's wrist. He mistakes it for his own heartbeat. You bake truths into edgework while he sleeps, braiding your scars taste sweeter than honey into linen. Dawn reveals his eyelash caught in the weft. You weave it backwards, preserving the curl. Market day brings woven lies for strangers, blankets shouting cheerful patterns that mean nothing. Sitlali hawks them with earthquake stories. Her invented folklore makes tourists pay double. The real magic hides in handkerchief edges, folded messages passed between weavers' daughters. Xochitl returns with mangoes, their skins sunset orange. Juice drips onto your latest code, the stain becoming part of the message. Historians documented how couples staged arguments over ruined cloth just to burn evidence. You fake outrage, slapping his stick with a grin. Rain arrives violent, washing away chalked warnings from compound walls. You smuggle protest notes inside tassels, braiding dissent into blanket fringe. Soldiers only inspect center patterns, blind to edges thick with treason. Sitlali delivers them, pretending to sell hair ribbons, her innocence armor. Xochitl traces your knuckle cracks, each scar mapped during monsoon's first downpour. His thumb finds the newest selvage message. Your laugh mends my broken warps. Thunder masks your gasp when he bites the thread, freeing words with his teeth. Full moon shows Sitlali's shadow stretching taller, barely 12, but weaving full ciphers. She gifts her first love letter, a hair ribbon declaring, "I'll steal your mother's best garlic." You ache laughing, remembering your own clumsy teenage codes. Harvest moon stains threads pumpkin orange, the season of open secrets. Evenings find 3 of you decoding selvages, fingernails working edges like piano keys. Sitlali discovers Xochitl's buried message. Teach her your courage knots, flicking corn kernels at his blushing ears. First frost silences the crickets and your shuttle. Xochitl's gone trading in the highlands, Sitlali tending a sick ant. Alone, you plait lies into fabrics bound for strangers, edges screaming harmless nothings. The loom weeps emptiness until a tapping at midnight, Xochitl's frozen knuckles on cool clay walls. Ice clings to his braids. Highland snows arrived early. His pack holds letters from northern weavers, their selvage codes different but decipherable. Sitlali's sent a handkerchief edge, braided with "Stop worrying, I ate all your bean stash." New Year's Eve drips honey slow, drunken songs seeping under your door. Xochitl threads jade beads into your hair, each sphere carved with a single glyph. You reciprocate, sewing his cuff with shouted silence. Your snoring terrifies moths. Thunder moon returns, electricity kissing every metal tool. Sitlali arrives drenched, new lightning scars glowing on her forearms. She spreads a wedding shawl for neighbors, its center patterns dull as government pamphlets. You flip the edge, exposing he beats her, smash his dye vats. Dawn finds vat shards glittering across the offender's courtyard, your culpability hidden in plain sight. The village buzzes about poltergeists, ignoring 3 quiet weavers oiling their scissors. Selvage truth echoes louder than gossip, awaiting the right nails to unpick it. Midnight confession, Xochitl's fingers trembling against your hem. He exposes a white thread woven among indigo. I cannot read. Your kiss becomes his first decoded message teeth, translating what eyes couldn't grasp. Rainy season births new lovers, slipping notes into your workshop basket. Sitlali charges cornmeal per encrypted, edge her hustle funding better yarn. Your hands cramp threading, lies over truth over need, selvages growing thicker than the fabrics they bind. Storm cracks the sky, lightning freezing your shuttle mid-throw. The charged threads glow between you, love letters shining brighter than rebellion. Truth hums beneath fingertips, aching to be unbraided by lovers, by dawn, by daring nails. The final threads resist, taut as overstretched sinew. Your shuttle protests each pass, its wood groaning like old floorboards. Xochitl's hands rest warm on your shoulders, his breath stirring the baby hairs at your nape. He mumbles something about tension ratios. You snap. Since when do illiterate men lecture on warps? Regret stings quicker than the insult. His palms retreat chilly spots on your skin. Pre-Columbian backstrap, looms required constant body strain. Weavers became living counterweights. Your heels dig into dried clay, fighting physics as much as fiber. Sitlali drops a moth husk. Its parchment whisper mocks your struggle. Humid air thickens between failed attempts, a jungle breath stifling progress. The problematic section glares up 3 inches, refusing lie flat. Historians still debate whether certain patterns served ritual purposes or just pleased royal eyes. Your calloused thumb finds the childhood braid buried in your apron pocket since monsoon season. 3 strands, white from your first moon blood, black from grandmother's funeral shawl, red from Xochitl's proposal ribbon. Sitlali once joked it smelled like selfish nostalgia, but now her fingers hover near your pouch, sacrifice seeds for harvest. She quotes the village elder, dropping jade beads into your lap. Xochitl hesitates, then parts his own braid, snipping a lock coarser than yours. Threadblood myths claim materials, recognize their masters. Some weavers swore threads sang when handled by their spinners. You shake your head, watching him knot his offering to the loom's toothy reed. The machine spits it out fibers, scattering like cursed confetti. Your turn, the childhood braid unravels sluggish, as if fighting disintegration. Folk tales warn that keepsakes hold soul fragments, an idea colonizers called pagan nonsense, yet the threads wriggle alive against your palm before being fed to the loom's lower jaw. Wood creaks, a sound deeper than cedro trees settling. Warps tighten, sudden, sliding through heddles like snakes into water. Sitlali gasps, her forearm muscle twitching in unison with the rising threads. The machine inhales your entire braid, shuddering like a wolf swallowing bones. Tension perfects itself, a geometry too flawless for human hands. Your needle dives automatic, no longer fighting fractures. Xochitl's knuckles whiten, gripping the bench. His sacrifice rejected, yours devoured. Village gossip claims certain looms demanded blood. After 7 generations, yours laughed during famines, but starves now. Strange visions flicker behind tired eyes. A girl, weaving this same braid, fingers small enough to need doubled threads. Grandmother's voice rasps, save something for endings, her lesson, burning clearer than chapel incense. Sitlali counts under her breath 55 flawless rows since the sacrifice, the design knitting itself. Light leaks through gaps in the thatch roof, dawn prying at your exhaustion. The cloth's end nears faster than you can track. Anthropologists found sacrificial tools buried beneath classic era Zapotec looms, their purpose still unclear. You wonder if future diggers will find hair in your workshop dust. Xochitl bandages your bleeding thumb. You bit it absent-mindedly during transweaving. His lips move, forming words drowned by the shuttle's new song, a predatory purr. Sitlali measures final inches with henna'd nails, each mark glowing like fresh brand. Completion hums in the air, a high-pitched whine preceding rain. The last weft thread slips through your hands, dropping limp as gutted fish. 3 breaths hang suspended, then the loom stills, sated at last. Your braid surfaces within the weave, impossible, but undeniable, its red strand pulsing like a neon vein. Xochitl traces it wordless, a confession neither brave enough to voice. Sitlali plucks a single white hair from the pattern, holding it to the light, proof of magic or madness. Outside, a shriek pierces morning calm. Neighbors spotting live hummingbirds nesting in your drying shed. They'll attribute it to saints, never guessing your loom's hunger birthed this miracle. You smile, knowing the cloth's first wearer will inherit unspoken histories, knotted tight as grandmother's final embrace. The cobalt folds twitch, though no breeze rattles the drying shed's shutters. Your spine stiffens, wondering if exhaustion paints phantom movements across finished cloth. Sitlali's henna'd fingers freeze midair, her knuckles still resting against fabric that shouldn't ripple like pond skin. Xochitl swears in Spanish, a habit from his ranch days, his brow furrowed at the impossible billowing. Remember how Mexican weavers used crushed cochineal bugs for red dye, those little insects still haunting European museums. This blue laughs deeper, shaded with something older than Spanish ships. The garment shudders whole, a ripple, moving west to east like hungry hounds chasing dawn. Silk Road traders brought indigo here centuries back, though experts think secret local plants deepen the hue. You blink hard, watching the neckline arch upward, an invisible throat swallowing desert winds. A hummingbird darts from the sleeve, its beak snapping at a moth you didn't see. Sitlali scribbles notes on her wrist, black ink circling the jaguar tattoo she got during fever dreams. Thread blood hums louder now, a vibration felt through bare feet on packed earth. Xochitl pokes the cloth with his machete sheath, jumping back when fabric wraps the leather tip brief. Almighty protects fools and drunks, he mutters, crossing himself with exaggerated slowness. Cotton shouldn't move like anacondas swimming. Yet here you sit, witness to textile witchcraft. You recall village whispers about cursed blankets that strangled sleeping husbands, wives waking to find patterns imprinted on dead skin. Sitlali drops 3 cacao beans near the hem, traditional peace offerings for angry spirits. The beans bounce twice, then roll persistent toward the door, propelled by nothing visible. Ancient Mesoamericans paid taxes in woven goods, some cloaks valued higher than jade. What tax bracket fits a self-animated rebozo? Humidity puckers the fabric sudden, then smooths flat as obsidian mirrors. 4 hummingbirds materialize within the folds, their feathers dusted with indigo powder. Historians still argue whether Zapotec glyphs recorded prayers or just listed tribute items for greedy kings. One bird perches on your knee light as regret, its wings blurring the air into turquoise haze. Sitlali dares touch the twitching hem. Her finger sinks deeper than thread density, allows knuckle vanishing into cobalt depths. She yelps, snatching back an unharmed hand. Yet her pinky nail now gleams with freshly painted gold. 30 seconds of terror, free manicure. She jokes, shaky voice, thin as monsoon mist. Xochitl drops his leather flask, strawberry pulque soaking into dirt. The liquid crawls sideways, defying gravity toward the garment's pooling skirt. Fabric drinks the spill greedy, pattern brightening where alcohol touches. Funny how rituals survive your grandma soaked threads in agave wine before difficult wefts swore it softened their tempers. Sunlight shifts, revealing new patterns beneath the surface. Geometric shapes migrate like starlings, reforming each time you blink. One motif mimics your childhood braid, exact down to the red thread stolen for sacrifice. Another shows Xochitl's face, but younger, how he looked before the landslide took his brothers. Sitlali leans close, pointing at a third image, her stillborn daughter, woven in hummingbird down. The air smells sudden of Oropronobis flowers, grandma's grave bloom, though none grows within 30 miles. Xochitl sneezes violent, allergic to the memory or pollen. Who can tell? Spain burned countless native codices, never guessing secrets hid in thread counts too. You pinch the bridge of your nose, wondering if modern science would call this charged fabric, or just lock you in white rooms for seeing truths. Night falls without sunset, storm clouds bullying the horizon. Work candles gutter wild, though no draft explains their dance. The garment levitates 2 feet above its drying rods, frayed edges curling like beckoning fingers. Hummingbirds vanish inside its folds, emerging minutes later with silver-tipped wings. Villagers will call this divine, never suspecting hungry looms eat dreams as readily as thread. Sitlali drapes her shawl over the phantom garment, testing if layers calm its restlessness. Your breath hitches, watching both textiles merge, patterns braiding into third designs, unknown to human eyes. Xochitl mutters about exorcisms, his fingers counting invisible rosary beads. Classic Zapotec tombs held woven goods for the afterlife. Archaeologists found perfectly preserved funeral shrouds in Monte Alban. Dawn leaks through palm thatch gaps, striping the cloth with prison bar shadows. It hangs inert now, drained from its midnight theatrics, every thread slack as lazy cats. Sitlali prods it cautious with her stylus. No response beyond normal fabric sway. Xochitl shrugs, announcing breakfast intentions. Ghosts work nights. Men need tortillas. Rain arrives uninvited, hammering the tin roof into thunder drums. Indigo dye bleeds, unexpectedly tracing veins down the hanging garment, pooling blue puddles at your feet. You swear the liquid flows upward in places, climbing air like invisible vines. Wait, no, it's threads unpicking themselves voluntarily, fibers migrating like anxious ants. Xochitl shouts over downpour's roar. Should I fetch priest or botanist? The hummingbirds erupt from sleeves, a cloud of jeweled bodies orbiting your head. Each carries a thread in its beak, unraveling the garment as they fly. You stand paralyzed, caught between preserving 8 months' labor and witnessing magic too fierce to cage. Sitlali laughs, sudden sharp, and bright as shattered glass, finally art that refuses ownership. Threads reweave midair, no loom guiding them, into hovering nests that pulse like living hearts. Historians still debate whether pre-Hispanic patterns served as maps or mere decorations for boastful nobles. Your fingers itch to snatch strands, yet courage fails like dropped shuttles. Xochitl returns with steaming tamales, halting at the threshold, his jaw slack at the aerial spectacle. Butterflies infiltrate through broken window panes, their wings adding scarlet patches to floating nests. Sitlali whispers, Morpho Menelaus. Haven't seen these since the hurricane. The garment exists now as suggestion, a ghost of its former self, every thread repurposed by wilder hands. You bite into spicy masa, flakes scattering onto hummingbird-lifted threads. Food specks glow brief gold before dissolving into fiber. Grandmother's voice echoes, cloth meant for gods won't clothe mortals twice. Dawn brightens, revealing nests dissolving at suns, touch their threads scattering like dandelion wishes over the milpa fields. Xochitl pocketed a loose feather, blue as forgotten sorrow, already forgetting why he needed proof. Sitlali traces new calluses on her palms, woven there by forces she'll never name. You sweep up indigo puddles, the broom pushing liquid that evades capture, escaping under door cracks toward unknown destinations. Hummingbirds return at noon, empty-beaked, hovering where their creation once hung. Silence stretches thicker than jungle heat. Your chest aches, not from loss, but wonder at what wears your work now. Some claim textiles absorb fragments of their weaver's soul, an idea colonizers burned people for believing. Threads surface weeks later, stitching themselves through village oddities. Old Maria's arthritis vanishes after napping, under indigo-streaked clouds. The blind potter shapes perfect vessels guided by whispered songs only he hears. Your braid's red strand appears woven into a stork's nest, the chicks unusually quiet, agate eyes holding too much knowing. You find Xochitl one dusk, staring at his younger face, reflected in the community well. The water shows his brothers alive beside him, their shoulders draped in cloth that billows without wind. He doesn't speak walking home, but grips your hand tighter than hurricane ropes. Citlali brings a wrapped gift months later inside, a hummingbird nest lined with glowing threads for the next loom, if she'll accept them. She winks, henna fading from nails worn raw, helping rebuild the mill. Some historians insist Mesoamerican weaving held mathematical codes for unseen worlds. Others call it romantic nonsense. Both camps sleep under machine-made blankets, dreamless as stones. Rainy season returns, and with it, the scent of Oropronobis, where none bloom. You place the nest inside the dormant, Loom's jaws her wood groaning like a grandmother's happy sigh. Warp threads materialize, self-stranded, already humming soft promises in cedar-sharp voices. The baby due next moon kicks approval, its rhythms matching the rising heddles. Hummingbirds nest permanently in the workshop rafters, their droppings fertilizing indigo plants below into unnatural blues. You never finish another garment, but teach neighbors how to listen when threads sing lullabies. Xochitl farms cotton now, gentler with plants than he ever was with himself. Citlali opens a school pupils learning geometry from spider webs and fugitive dyes. Your hair whitens faster than corn tassels, yet strangers compliment its luminous streaks. Each morning, you check the empty drying rods, half hoping to see cobalt linen breathing restless. The cloth's absence becomes its own presence, a museum of air where miracles threaded brief. Years later, travelers bring tales of a floating tapestry found in Oaxaca's highlands. They say it cures fevers when draped over the sick, and billows violently before earthquakes. Scientists flap about smart textiles, missing the grandmothers who nod knowingly. Villagers leave cacao at its edges, never noticing threads multiply each offering. One humid dusk, a hummingbird lands on your dying wrist, its feathers threaded with impossible blue. Xochitl's tears wet linen sheets as you whisper finally, an owner worthy of the fit. The final apprentice arrives with storm mud still crusting her sandals, eyes wide like an owl caught in daylight. You gesture toward the dormant loom, its warp threads hanging slack as weary shoulders. Listen past the silence. You rasp, voice frayed thinner than last year's heddles. She cocks her head, obedient but skeptical the way teenagers do when elders speak in riddles. Classical Zapotec weavers used backstrap looms, their bodies becoming part of the tension system. This hybrid beast behind you groans, cedar posts fused with steel rods salvaged from abandoned trains. Xochitl hobbles in balancing 3 mugs, his bad knee complaining louder than his mouth. Drink before wisdom, he grunts, slamming down cactus tea that smells of nostalgia and penicillin. Sitlali's ghost chuckles somewhere near the dye vats. You feel it in your molars. The girl presses her palm to the Loom's breastbeam, flinching when cool wood pulses once. Like a heartbeat, she whispers. You nod, savoring the lie she'll unravel later. Real looms breathe through gaps in the warp, not through carved beams. Rain drums the tin roof, a rhythm section for the stillness. You demonstrate threading heddles with phantom yarn fingers moving through empty air. The apprentice mimics badly, her hands trembling over invisible threads. Salt stains bloom under her arms. Focus on the hum, you instruct, though the room sits quieter than a held breath. Historians still argue whether Mesoamerican glyphs encoded weaving patterns or just grocery lists for royal kitchens. You know the truth sticks between like lint in a spindle whorl. Zapotec snorts into his tea. Watch her, she'll say thread sings next. Sitlali's voice echoes from the indigo pots. They do. You're just tone-deaf, viejo. The apprentice glances around, confused by laughter from thin air. You peel back a floorboard, revealing cornhusk bundles of untouched thread. Their colors stay shockingly vivid, protected from light and doubt. Choose one, you command. She hesitates, fingering a green strand that glows like polluted rivers. Funny how generations cling. Your grandmother feared green threads, said they attracted lightning. She'd hide them in clay jars during storms. The girl selects cobalt instead, safe as childhood assumptions. Now weave without the loom, you say, smirking at her panicked blink. She glances at Zapotec, hoping for rationality. He shrugs. Do it. Crazier things happened here. Remember the time threads mended his shattered leg overnight. He still limps from disbelief. Her fingers dance clumsy, trying to knot air into submission. The cobalt thread curls stubborn on the dirt floor, lazy as a sunbathing cat. Sitlali's ghost sighs loud enough to ripple the tea. Not like puppets, you correct, gently pinching the girl's wrist tendons. Like you're combing a grandmother's hair. Her muscles soften, fingers moving slower than cactus sap. The thread lifts, tentative, coiling into loose spirals above her palm. Zapotec drops his mug, ceramic shards, dancing away from bare feet. Demonstrations over, you lie sweeping up the mess with a broom that's lost half its bristles. The girl pockets her thread, already addicted to impossible physics. Dusk bleeds through cracked shutters, painting her face in tiger stripes. You send her home with strict orders. Practice on spider webs and moonbeams. And steal your brother's bobby pins, you add. Best shuttles for beginners. Alone now, the loom's silence amplifies. You run fingers over its dust-caked ropes, feeling vibrations below human hearing. Some claim inactive looms store weavers' dreams like cocoons, waiting for new hands to hatch them. Hummingbirds nest in the rafters again, their droppings seeding indigo vats with wiry shoots. You crush a leaf between thumb and finger, staining your skin with blue that winks under lamplight. Sitlali's favorite trick, using butterfly scales to make dyes shine. Midnight finds you dozing at the warping board, chin juicier than overripe plums. The apprentice's face flickers in dream looms, her future hands weaving bridges across canyons. Xochitl shakes you awake bed, or you'll fuse with the furniture. Morning brings the girl back early, hair braided tight with stolen bobby pins. She shows you a handkerchief-sized web, threads glinting like they've swallowed starlight. Good, you grunt, hiding pride behind gruffness. Now make it hold water. Her groan could wilt corn. Sitlali's ghost mutters, push her gentler, she's not you at 14. You ignore advice from the dead, pointing instead to the hummingbird nest. See how they anchor threads with spider silk. Copy that. Xochitl watches from the doorway, peeling sunburned skin off his forearms. Training kids to fight textile wars, he muses. What's next? Knitting needle fencing. You fling a thread ball at his head, missing spectacularly. Days blur into weeks, the apprentice mastering heirlooms, while real machinery gathers dust. Her brother complains about missing hair clips until she weaves him a hat from dried maize husks. It repels rain better than store-bought plastic, a fact that impresses even Xochitl. Monsoon arrives early, flooding the workshop floor with muddy soup. You perch on the loom bench, feet dangling like a child's. The apprentice kneels in water, threads swirling around her knees into complex knots. Stop showing off, you growl, secretly thrilled. She grins, flicking wrist threads into a floating hammock. Historians still debate whether pre-Columbian floating gardens inspired aerial weaving techniques. You know the truth. Hungry artists use whatever materials fleece the gods. Sitlali's ghost grows restless. During storms, her voice crackling through puddles. Teach her the burial stitch, she urges, before your lungs forget how. You disobey, prioritizing living patterns over funeral shrouds. The girl discovers it anyway, finding your hidden box of black threads. They squirm in her hands, eager to memorialize what hasn't died yet. Later, you promise the threads, locking them away. They rattle the lid for hours. Xochitl brings tamales stuffed with wheat lacoche, the corn fungus tasting like earthly secrets. The apprentice devours 3 turquoise thread braided through her hair, shimmering between bites. You notice her scalp glowing faintly where threads touch skin. Side effect, you warn. Weavers shed light, whether they want to or not. She shrugs, too young to fear visibility. You envy that. Weeks later, she presents a handkerchief that holds 2 cupfuls of rainwater. Drops bead on its surface, like quicksilver refusing absorption. Xochitl tests it with pulque, liquid hovering midair when he tips the fabric. Useful for bar spills, he approves. You assign the final test, weave a square that floats to the ceiling on its own. She pales, fingers clutching empty air. Sitlali whispers, hints only she can hear, cheating death's impartiality. 3 failed attempts litter the floor, threads limp as dead snakes. The fourth quivers, lifting a palm width before collapsing. The apprentice kicks the wall toe, meeting adobe with a satisfying thunk. Again, you order, tossing her a spool of thread dyed with firefly enzymes. It glows underwater, or so traveling merchants swore. She threads it skeptical, then gasps when the cloth levitates steady as a halo. Xochitl whoops, slapping the girl's back hard enough to dislodge triumph. Sitlali's ghost applauds, sound echoing from empty dye pots. You allow one smile, quick as a mouse's shadow. After she leaves, you find the firefly thread wasn't used at all. The floating square rides dusk thermals, pure apprentice magic holding it aloft. Pride burns your throat like stolen mezcal. That night, the main loom stirs without prompting, its heddles clicking like approving tongues. You place the girl's square on its frame, watching threads absorb the pattern whole. Hummingbirds nestle inside the structure, adding iridescent loops to the weft. At dawn, she finds you slumped at the warping board, final breath misting, still on polished wood. Your hand rests atop her floating weave, gone cool with morning's indifference. She doesn't scream, just plucks a thread from your still warm sleeve. It hums against her palm, carrying one last lesson in vibrations too low for living ears. Xochitl finds her hours later, weaving silence into a headband for your corpse. Waste of good magic, he mutters, but helps carry your body into the meadow. They bury you wrapped in apprentice aircloth, fabric inhaling and exhaling shallow under torchlight. 30 days pass, the girl now mistress of hummingbird-loud looms. She teaches Xochitl to weave his pain into tolerable shapes, poppies blooming across funeral blacks. His first piece hangs in the church, making priests squirm at its alive edges. The workshop thrives on impossible commissions, cloths that repel bullets or ease heartbreak with single threads. Travelers trade rare dyes for scarves that whisper forgotten lullabies. Historians still argue whether ancient weavers predicted climate shifts through pattern shifts. On rainy evenings, the apprentice feels your breath fogging her neck, guiding stubborn shuttles through tricky sheds. She leaves cacao beans in corners, just in case. The hummingbirds take them, replacing stolen goods with feathers that stitch themselves to unsold textiles. One solstice dawn, she finds the main loom threaded with unfamiliar warps, colors unseen since your childhood. The posts hum a specific frequency, same pitch as your death rattle. She smiles, fingers already moving to answer. Xochitl watches from the doorway, knitting needle sword at his hip, helmet woven from unbreakable reeds. Who's haunting who now? He asks the empty air. Nobody answers, except the loom's joyful creaking, wood remembering old songs taught by older ghosts. The loom house settles around you, its whispers softer than hummingbird wings now. Breathe deep, let cinnamon-scented dust coat your throat as shadows stretch into velvet ribbons across the floor. Your fingertips trace the warped wood, still warm where she wove daylight into cloth. Xochitl snores by the indigo pots, a gnarled hand curled around empty thread spools. Even in sleep, he guards what remains. Outside, the meadow cradles your bones kindly, wind threading through burial cloth like a perpetual shush. Her footsteps pause at your grave sometimes, leaving cacao offerings that melt into earth's dark seams. Rain taps the roof, stitching today to yesterday. Feel it, that faint tug at your phantom wrist, the girl pulling guidance from air where your voice lives now. Her laughter threads through rafters, brighter than any dyed silk. You needn't worry. She remembers how to listen for the loom's dormant songs, how to weave silence into something that holds. Watch as dawn bleeds turquoise through shutters. Her hands dance with threads that hum your name. The ghosts keep time. Sit lollies chuckle, rustling dried corn husks. Your own breath fogging forgotten tools when she struggles. Teaching never ends, it just softens. Xochitl burns copal resin at dusk, smoke curling into shapes of things unsaid. The apprentice sings to her shuttle's now voice, steady as heartbeat. Your presence wraps around the melody, a second warp, stabilizing her weft. Evening slides deeper, stars pricking the sky's dark fabric. The main loom sighs content. No more words required. Let the dark cradle you, thread returning to spindle. Rest, teacher, rest.